SpaceX related content, but there's so many other channels out there that do this already that I decided probably wasn't going to do that, and I was going to actually live stream SpaceX launches with commentary behind them and all that. That is not going to happen now, but I did want to get back to the channel, maybe start posting some updates. Car needs a couple things and had just a couple things done, so I will talk about that here shortly. But also I think the channel is going to be renamed back to what it was again, because I'm going to hopefully get some car content going, so I hope you guys stick around for that. So just wanted to give you guys a little bit of update over what's going on with the car right now. So also shooting an 8K video for the first time and hopefully editing in 8K, but not sure what Premiere can handle. But the car does have new wheels, and I believe that was featured on the old channel. And so looking good with the new matte black powder coated wheels here. And other than that, the car hasn't given me any issues except for the radiator. Now, those of you who know BMW know that the radiator is plastic, and there is a history of those things cracking because this car is 11 years old. So decided, had a few weeks left on my factory warranty, decided to go ahead and pony up and get the Mishimoto. So as you can see where the coolant was leaking there, but this is a Mishimoto radiator in there. Waiting for one hose that was back ordered for 7 days that they patched together, but the car does have an aftermarket radiator. No other modifications have been made to the car except that. In the next couple of weeks I'll be ordering the digital ID4 display, which replaces the analog gauges here and is programmable. But for now, what I'd like to do is concentrate on what today's task is, and that is I want to get all this chrome trim here, or polish trim, or whatever you want to call it, metal trim, to matte black. So what we're going to do is go through the process of how you do trim. It's different from emblems because you on emblems you just, and these lights even, you just spray all the way around them with a big square and peel them off. Well, these guys you have to tape off, and then you have to spray a wet coat after you've got about 3 coats on it, and then peel your tape while it's still wet. What happens is the plastic dip on top kind of softens the stuff on the bottom, and then it allows you to get a sharp line. Otherwise, you start peeling dry with a tape, you're going to pull all the plastic dip off. So the first thing I'm going to do is clean this stuff. So I'll get back to you with that. So I've just got some Windex here and a standard, what do we call it, soft cloth used for cleaning the car. I'm going to go ahead and clean all this trim up just like this, just to get all the exterior dirt off. You can see here how difficult this is going to be to get right under here. That's going to be fun. But see this cleaning job here, and you notice on the back we have this long strip here. It's got some black stuff on it. I'm going to do my best to get it off of there. So I'm going to go ahead and clean the whole car, and I'll get back to you guys after that's done. Okay, so I cleaned the entire trim here all the way around the car. Even though there's still some black right there, I can't seem to get that out, so I hope that isn't an issue. Plastic dip is usually pretty resilient and it will stick to almost anything. So I got that all cleaned off. So the next thing you have to do now is tape off the trim and mask off the car. Otherwise you're going to have plastic dip overspray everywhere. Now it will come off, but I don't recommend that that's something you do, is try to do that and take it off. Go ahead and cover the car up, mask it off with plastic, and I've got some 3M blue tape to facilitate that, and I also have a painter's tarp, and I'm going to use sheets for the inside of the car. Now this is a 2-step process. There's trim here, and then when I put the top up, there's going to be more trim that's going to be all the way around this back part here that we're going to have to do, and up on the window. This is going to be a 2-part step. Each step needs about 3 to 4 coats, and they take 20 minutes each, so this is going to take a while. So I'm going to go ahead and start the masking process, and I'll get back to you guys. Car had to go by, of course, but we're back with a little update. So I just want you to be prepared that this prep process is very time consuming. And I know why I started doing this one time and then quit. Now the other problem I'm having is, of course, This tape sticks to literally nothing. It doesn't even stick to itself, as you can see here. So you're going to have to do your best to get everything taped and hope that your tape actually sticks. Mine does not, and that's becoming a huge problem. So what I've done here is I've got some sheets on top of the car like this. I'm going to tape around, and then down at the bottom I'm going to be doing this plastic drop cloth. I'm going to work on that, and I'll see you guys shortly. Alright, so a little update for you guys. So I've got most of the top taped off, except where you can see here the tape does not stick to anything. It literally will not stick. It sucks. But I wanted to give you an update on how I see this happening. And you notice here, again, the tape is not sticking to anything. So before I hit that coat, I'm going to have to go around and push everything back. But here's what I did. On this side, I tried doing it without rolling the windows up. And I wanted to do a little experiment on this side and see if I should roll the windows up. And then I figured out it's hard to get in these seams where the trim rubber is. But then I had this idea to take my little trim removal tool here and just kind of push it into the cracks. It works so much better than trying to, like, originally I was trying to get the tape into that seam. This just absolutely destroys that. So I use this little trim removal tool and I just push it down in the edges there. And anywhere it's like extra, if you can just like push it in there. Now don't forget, this is all going to be in view. If you have tape lines, you're going to see them right here, because, and then actually you probably can go up this way too to tuck it under. It works awesome. Can't believe I didn't think of this beforehand. But you see, like right here where the edges go in there, I mean, there's a little bit of a gap right there. Hopefully you don't see that. I'm really trying to get that fixed. But now the issue I have is that the tape is all coming up, and hopefully it sticks right here where it matters most. But yeah, you see here like where the edges are? If I run this up, it should tuck the tape underneath there. This is a hard area right here. It's not sticking to anything like up here. Hoping that this just will stick long enough for me to spray the car. But I still have to do the bottom masking, and I've got the plastic ready for that. So I'm going to first finish this side up here and around this mirror, and then I'm going to start masking off with plastic. Alright, no, yeah, I agree. This is the most cluster FS I've ever seen in my L. I mean, life isn't even a curse word, but... So, this stuff here, you want to shake it for like 1 minute straight. Got some practice on other stuff. And then I'm going to show you guys how to start this process. Get all your tools out of the way like I didn't. Those over here. Oh, oops. Well, I guess I just lost some scissors because they fell into the tray. So shake that for like 60 seconds and then I'll get back to you. Alright, so very important with this Plastidip, even though this isn't legit Plastidip, it's Rust-Oleum, is that your first spray, and sorry I'm working with one hand here, your first spray needs to be out in the open to clear. This is every time you start a new coat. Out in the open, spray it to clear the nozzle, and then run your fingernail over it too if you've already done a coat, so that you clear it out. And then you can start your first coat. So this is like me ruining my car. Okay, so first coat is light. It may not seem light from what I'm doing, but it is, trust me. And if you miss some spots, it's cool. And like under the mirrors here, this is a difficult spot, so nobody can see it, but you still have to paint it. And so check this out. So watch this. So, you know, it's not going to be completely covered the first try. And don't forget, you're going on an angle, so you got to do the angles too. Otherwise, somebody will see the top and the bottom. So do the angles. And if you're properly masked, you won't see this. And so just, you know, I mean, you're on kind of a flat surface, so it's not going to run, hopefully. But you got to remember that first coat is just, and look, the tape is coming up as I speak. That first coat is just that, first coat. So if you don't cover everything, don't worry about it. Just be like, go easy on it. And I brought 2 cans. I don't know if that's going to do it. But notice how I'm like accepting the fact that it might not get covered. Now you have like a little bit of leeway on flat areas because it's not going to run. So this, you can probably get a little bit more generous on your coatage. Is that a word? So this is how I'm going to do the rest of this coat. And it's really hard with one hand, so I'm about to stop the video. But you guys get the idea. Make sure you're going on all the angles. Remember, this can be seen from every angle. So you need to be like thorough on your... See how I'm cutting at this from every angle? Sorry. Alright, so at some point my video cut off, so I'm just trying to tell you guys that you want to get all angles. So see the bottom here, where you can see the edge? People can see that, so you want to get from up here, and I know my camera keeps tracking off in the distance, and you also want to get from down here. So get the top edge, and then the bottom edge. Beware of drips, but at the same time, you've got to get these edges. See how that covered that whole edge there? Don't go too crazy on your first coat. Your second and third coats will stick more. Okay, so, I mean, yeah, you see how that isn't covered on the underside edge? With that, like this. If you got any issues later, you can always touch it up. But look, see that? You got to get that edge. And then underneath here, where people can or can't see, you still got to get that. And then cover this top edge. See that? I know my camera, it's really difficult because it's such a small field of view. But that's the first coat, and I can already see where we missed this edge. So come back and get that whole entire edge on the bottom. If you don't, people will see it. They're going to be calling you out on your work, and they're going to call me and be like, dude, what happened? All right, we'll be back with the second update. Let this dry for 20 minutes. All right, guys, so the timer just went off. Evidence. So we're headed outside to the garage to do coat number 2. Always remember, like, on your second coat. So the goop can get caught in the nozzle. So scrape that with your fingernail. Shake it a little bit. Walk outside. Give it a good spray. Start coat number 2. Oh, coat number 1 looks so good. So let's start number 2. Coat number 2 can be a little bit more thick. Just remember, like, when you do this coat, to get the bottom edge and the top edge. Even in the places you can't see, because your passengers can see it. So let's start with coat number 2, and I'll get back to you guys for coat number 3. Alright guys, so the last coat is about to go on. So this is the 4th coat, and this coat is spray and then pull the tape while it's wet. So I'm about to do that. So it's a 4th coat. It looks amazing. I'm hoping like it stays amazing. If anything weird happens, I guess lesson learned, and it'll go on my channel, and that's just what happens. So many golf carts in my neighborhood. All right, so I'm about to do the 4th coat and then peel. All right, so I just finished pulling the tape and issues. So overspray right there, and I'll let you decide. Yeah, so that just came right off. So I got to fix that. It literally peeled right off of there. I don't know if I'll be able to fix that properly, but I'm going to try. Right there. Issues. 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 Overspray. Overspray. Now, mind you, this will come off, all this overspray, but these little mist spots will not. Mist spot right there. Overspray. Overspray, even though I masked. So I'm about to work on that, and then I will work on fixing the issues that didn't get covered. Alright, so I just got done touching up all the spots that I thought had issues, but I'm sure I'll find more as the days go on. But here's a good look at what, some of it's still wet by the way, and I see right there I got an issue. I'm gonna have to fix that. And right there, so those are still bad. The problem is once you have an issue, it's hard to cover that up with a fix. And clearly on camera you can see that there's some kind of white spots there, and I guess I can work on that later. But as you can see, like, okay, there's also an overspray right here, but that'll come off. It comes off easily. Overall, I mean, that look is 1,000 times better than the look with the metal trim. But I still have to do the whole top of this once the top closes. So I'm gonna let that dry overnight, and then I've got another probably 2 hours to do that, and then I still have issues after that. Is it worth it? I'm not sure. Gonna have to see what happens after I'm totally done to see if it's obvious. And I'm a stickler for perfection, so I hate these little metal edges showing and all that. So I'm gonna continue this tomorrow with the second part, which is when the roof is up, and I'll see you guys then. All right, it's the next morning. Went ahead and put the top up. I drove around last night. There's some imperfections I need to fix that we'll do later. But now you can see with the top up, now I have to finish the rest of this enjoyment. So I'm gonna start taping this off right now, and I will update you guys as I get closer to being ready to do this. All right, I got some music playing. Hopefully you don't get immediately copyright struck and demonetized because it's playing pretty low, but I got one side taped up here. As you can see, it's super fun. It takes forever, and yes, I did it, and there you go. I'm gonna work on the other side now. Just a little update. I kind of wanted to show you guys this tape that I'm using. It is number 2098 multi-surface. I've never used it before this, and I bought it by accident. And it's almost like plastic. I really like it. The only problem I have with all these absolutely ridiculous tapes is that none of them stick. They don't even stick to walls. Like, I've done this 100 times. I've painted 100 times in my house, and this stuff, literally you put it up and it peels off the wall 5 seconds later. But yeah, this is like a plastic type tape. So give that a try if you ever need to tape something off like this. It really works pretty good, except for the fact that it doesn't stick to anything. All right, so we are done prepping for the second round of trim, and see a little gap already right there I need to fix. But you can see I just used plastic and sheets, old bed sheets. But we're ready to start painting, and you already know how that goes. So remember a few things about Plastidip. If it's cold where you live, make sure you pre-warm the can up. Just run it under some warm water for a little bit. Also, on your first spray, make sure you spray away from where you're actually going to be spraying, so you clear the tip of the can. And 15 minutes between recoats, 4 coats total. Your first coat is light, your 3 coats after that are heavy. And make sure you shake the can very well. So this is a brand new can here. Shake it good for about 1 minute, and if it's cold, which this one is not, it's been sitting in the garage, then make sure you warm it up. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start. All right, guys, well, we are on the 4th and final coat, and this is the coat where it goes on wet, and then you peel while it's still wet. So if you don't do that when you start peeling, if it dries, you will take the Plastidip right off the trim. The only time you peel when Plastidip is completely dry is if you're doing logos or lights or anything like that. You make a square around them with tape, and then you peel dry, and it will peel off around the edges of the emblems or the lights. With trim and with tape, you have to do it while it's wet. So if you've tried it and you've had bad luck, that's why. So I'm going to put a wet coat on here and start peeling. All right, everybody, so I just got done peeling this tape and I had some issues, unfortunately, that I'm gonna have to fix. It did start peeling the plastidip in a couple of areas and it does not look good, so I'm going to have to redo this little part here. I don't know if you guys can see, but it started coming off about right there in some places, and that's probably out of focus, but I'm gonna work on that real quick and get back to you. So I just got done with the touch-ups and have to say it came out good. I don't think I've ever spent this much time on a project on this car. It was relentless, but you can see here it was worth it. Now I just have to say one other thing. There is overspray. It will come off, but even taping everything off, I got overspray on the car, and that will come off pretty easily, and it'll wear off over time. But if you just get like a soft cloth and some detail spray, it will come right off. But just in the process of peeling the tape off, just remember when you do your touch-ups here, you want to peel your tape wet on your touch-ups. So any place you missed, tape it off, spray it, and the second you're done spraying it, peel your tape off. Now I didn't have to do that up here because this has a real big edge underneath the trim here, so the tape doesn't actually touch the plastidip. But anywhere that the tape is touching the plastidip, you always want to peel that wet if you're touching up or on your last coat. Had some issues, of course, with mine on my last coat. I don't think I put a wet enough coat on for the very last one, but that's it. Car is completely blacked out now. No chrome at all. I did all the lights, all the trim, the rear valence, the emblem in the back, the front grille, and that is that for this project. I hope you guys enjoyed it and learned something on the way. All right, we're at Raceway Park here, and we're pulling into the gate right now, and you can see we got cars both. Let's get in here to the LZ Invitational and see what is happening. It might take a minute to get parked. We're a little early. The event starts at noon. We didn't get VIP because they were sold out, but we'll see what's up in here. I see a lot of cool cars. All right, we're pulling into Raceway Park now. Check out all the people here. It is absolutely insane today. I'm kind of hyped about seeing some of this drifting and seeing some of my YouTube guys out there. You can see right here, we are heading into the drift event now. LZ Invitational, Englishtown, New Jersey. Let's do this. Englishtown. All right, we're out here, LZ Invitational, checking out some of the cars here. Tracks over there, cars here for the car show. Good turnout, a lot of people. And this is the car show area. I think there is a lot of people here right now. Still people rolling in for the car show, parking. There is like thousands here. We're gonna go over here and check out all the booths. I see the Motion Auto booth. I see LZ MFG over there. Let's go check it out. All right. I think I see Rudnick over here. Over at the Ryzen Miata shop. Yeah, here we go. There's Chris and the gang at the Rudnick shop. Chris, Matt, Chris. People are still coming in. Alright guys, over here Chris is fellow YouTuber. Out here with Chris. Chris, stop by and say hi. Alright, here's a look at the Clean Culture car show. And maybe we'll do a little live segment here briefly, but there's tons of cars out here. Tons. Alright, here's Chris's Z. And LS B36 crashed yesterday. Right back here.
You're a fucking weirdo. I'm a weirdo, nigga. You're arguing me out of I told you if I catch you, I was gonna do so. I'm here, and I'm here. So then do you want to fight? So then do you want to fight?
He's gone.
Are you gonna send me all the money you sent me? Like I had to send you? Are you gonna send me all the money I had to send you? Bro, Joe. You're not gonna do shit. You're a pussy. I'm still standing right here. That's everything. I had to fight somebody else.
His girlfriend's hot. I don't care what he did.
Still wait for that video too. And on everything, if you just want to see it, like I said, I have full receipts. I really just had to fight your
We had our popcorn, that's all. We were just watching.
I suspect the video.
You
don't like. You really don't understand. Like everything I'm saying. Like. I want her to say something. She wanted to yell "fuck you, bitch" to me the other day at Sheets when I was leaving.
Coming back.
There was a cop there.
Coming back. No, he's out of here. They're gone.
Gotta fight his man. I've still been left on scene for the last day and a half.
All right, they have started drifting out here. It is the loudest thing I've ever heard. It's like drag racing. You guys got no mufflers at all. Let's see who comes out. There we go. That's okay. No, it's fine. We need the other camera. Let's rotate. And that is Chris Rudnick's booth. There's a lot of action going on here. There's Motion Auto. There's everybody else in the world is here. And I was going to say hi to Chris, but it's really busy, so probably leave him alone for now and go walk around and check out some of the car show. Nice looking GTR and an Evo.
That guy has so much money, he's like shitting it out.
Cool GTR. And we were just walking around checking out all the goodness here.
And then I saw that one.
We'll wait till they start drifting off the
And I guess we can go back to the back. They're not restricting access to there's Samet and Chris. And Matt. Doing photo ops, not going to bother them. But we will go back here, check out the rest. Trevor's drift car.
When he gets a shop, you're just going to have to work everyone.
There's the MagnaFlow booth. Here's Colette's car, the rotary. And then that is that's the rotary, no, is that the rotary Supra? Yeah. That's Adam in the Supra. Right there. Doing a little bit of texting and tuning. Out of the Colette. And of course, Vargas for RX-7 tuning specialist, rotary Vargas. Thanks, wicked. Alright guys, so that was a look at my trip to Englishtown, New Jersey. Sorry, I do have COVID right now, tested positive yesterday, and I've been sick since Friday. So that was a look at my trip to Englishtown, where I probably got this that I have right now. I hope you guys enjoyed it. As you can see, I didn't do a whole lot of video there because there was a lot of live streaming I was doing as well, but I did get to go up and check out all the booths of the YouTubers that I watch all the time, and it was pretty cool. A lot of great drifting. I got to see everybody's cars up close, which made it super exciting. I didn't really buy anything. My plan originally was to buy something, but it never really happened. So I went out there with my buddy, and we stayed out there all day long and checked out all the booths, all the cars, the Clean Culture car show, and then we took off about 5 or 6 in the evening, and then of course I came home sick. So at the current time I am battling this, and that is it for today on Supercar Street Racing. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and we'll see you next time. Back in the Supercar Street Racing living room today, and this alien head right here has absolutely nothing to do with these ankle cut socks that we're going to be opening up and testing on the channel. We're going to give you a good idea of whether you should invest in this exact same brand here, Wernies. And we're going to do that all today on the channel, Supercar Street Racing. Stay with us. Welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing living room, where we have in front of me today this order of Wernies socks. And you can see right here in this pack, you get 4, 8, and 12 pairs of low-cut ankle socks. Now these are kind of like the socks that I'm wearing today. I wanted to go ahead and get another set of them so I would never be running short. And today we are going to open them up and see how they feel and how they compare to these more expensive socks that I have on right now that I did obtain from the store where I bought my On shoes from. Looking so fresh and hot today. So let's get some of these Wernies socks out of the packaging and onto my feet after we take a look at what comes in the package. And let's do that right now. Right in front of me right here, and right this very moment right now, we've got these Wernies socks. And as you can see here, we got 12 pairs for about $19. Checking them out a little bit closer, and you see we have a 4-pack of solid black, and they do say medium. On the actual ad for the socks on Amazon, it is a size number, not a small, medium, or large. So make sure you order the appropriate size for your feet. So we do have right here, right now, 4 set of black, 4 pairs, 4 pairs of white, and 4 pairs of light gray. Making it pretty easy to match with almost any of the shoes you have. And as you can see right here, I have on these nice On Roger shoes to test with these socks from Amazon. Let's get one of these little pairs opened up now and see how well they feel, and if I think they're going to be a good deal or not for $19. Back with the Wernies low-cut ankle socks on Supercar Street Racing. And you can see right here, right now, that I did order the size that was size 6 to 10. So all these should fit anyone with shoe size 6 to 10. Now we have these Wernies socks all laid out nice here on the table. So what we're doing right now is just checking out the thickness. And they do feel similar to the other pairs of socks that I have that were bought directly from a designer store. I will go get a pair of those right here, right now, so we can compare the two on camera. Right in front of me, I do have a pair of designer socks, and I don't know the actual brand, but I did get, I think, about 6 pairs of these for $10 at the store where I bought the On Roger shoes. and feeling the thickness here and comparing the thickness to the Werny socks. The Werny socks do feel a little bit thinner. The question is, how are they going to feel on my feet when I get up and walk around with them? But just immediately, just slightly bit thicker on the designer socks that came from the designer store. And of course, all the different colors of the Wernys are going to be the same thickness. Let's go ahead and open up a couple of more. And what we'll do right here and right now is just verify that that color and this color, these are all the same thickness. So let's do it. We have unsheathed all of the colors of the Werny socks. And right here we have a direct comparison of the white Wernys to the designer socks from the designer store where I got the shoes. And in feeling the material here, the designer socks are definitely thicker. By how much, it's hard to tell, but definitely probably more comfortable. But I have on the black ones right now. I'm going to throw a pair of the black Werny socks on, take a little bit of a stroll around here, and let you guys know what I think, if they're worth the price. Now, these were not provided to me by the company, so this is not sponsored, but if you would like to buy a pair, make sure that you click through my link in the description if you want to buy a pack for yourself. It would benefit me greatly and the channel as we can continue to bring you good things like this. Now let's try these guys on and see how they feel. Got the Werny socks on, the black ankle height Werny socks on with the On Roger shoes. First impressions, they feel about the same as the designer socks over there do. They were a little bit more see-through, indicating that they are actually thinner, but as I walk around here in the Supercar Street Racing house, I am not seeing any noticeable difference in comfort. Now, these shoes are extremely comfortable, so let's preface that by saying these are amazing shoes, and we will be reviewing those as well. We just haven't got to that yet. But yeah, the first thing I can tell you is that the new Wernys ankle high socks are just about as comfortable, if not as comfortable, as the designer socks that we got from the store where we bought the On shoes. Now what we will do is go into the Supercar Street Racing studio and take a look at what's available online as an alternative to the Wernys. Take a look at some of the reviews for the Wernys, see what people are saying about these, and give you guys a second option or third option to order. But once again, the link will be in the description for these Werny socks and a few other brands. So if you could do me a huge favor and go ahead and order that or anything else you need from Amazon through my affiliate links. You don't have to order what's exactly in the link. You can order anything through any of my links, and it will give me a slight credit. And you know, the channel is very difficult to finance, so if you guys could please like and subscribe and go ahead and order products like these Wernys ankle cut socks through my affiliate links, it would be amazing, and we would appreciate you guys so much. Now let's take it into the Supercar Street Racing studios. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, where we join you in every video to kind of take a look at Amazon down here, which when you're looking, it's right down on this side here. And we will take a look at these Wernys no-show men's socks today. So these were bought from Amazon, and there will be a link in the description for you to buy your own pair. And as you can see right here, this is a really high-selling product. Looking at the Amazon page here, we see these guys have a 33,249 rating with an average rating of 4.4 stars, which is not bad. It's really hard to get anything above mid-4s in Amazon unless you only have a few 5-star reviews and some other lower ones. But if you can see right here and right now, there is 63 answered questions rather here about the product, and 900 plus people have bought this in just the last month, so that's not bad for sales. Now, they have a bunch of different color mixtures here. Now, this is the one I got. So I got the this color here, but you can get them like this, like that, like that. Like that's pretty cool. I might order a set of those. They're only $16. And then they have those are also pretty cool. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and place an order for another set of these because I was pretty satisfied with the Werny's ankle cut socks. And if we go into some of the description here for the product, we see that they are cotton or spandex. It really doesn't specify which they're talking about on which. It says hand wash only, which that's interesting. I don't know why it says that because I've washed mine in the washing machine already, and we have no issues so far with the Werny's. It says they've got a 3 silicone grip heel grip. Now if you notice, it says that on all of these, but some of them actually say machine wash. Now the ones I ordered right here, they say hand wash only, so I disagree with that because I've already washed the things in the washing machine. Now maybe they're gonna fall apart from doing that, but these right here, like these say hand wash, these say hand wash, machine wash for this set. So I don't know what the difference being on those. Now it says that they are invisible wear, so it says that they are going to not show with your shoes, and they do actually show on my shoes above my ankle, so that's not necessarily true. And it says that they have a well-made cuff also, so that's yet to be determined. I mean, they feel fine as of right now on my feet. I'm actually wearing them as we speak, and I have not had any issues with them so far. Now moving down to some of the reviews here. This 5-star says the right fit for my feet. Took a try on these socks and I don't like the bulky ones. They feel good wearing around the house. And yes, the elastic can feel a little tight. I don't really have that same experience with mine. Maybe it's a different version, one of the different types available there from all the ones on the listing. And it says they're not truly no-show. That is actually the truth, and you could see on my feet in the video that they are actually above my ankles just a tiny bit. This thing says they fit a little snug. This guy is actually saying that the larger size is the best, so he says to get the larger size if you're going to get a size for your feet. I bought the size exactly for my feet, and I haven't had any problems with them yet. Moving to some of the 3-star reviews, we see here that they're very thin and good if you're a minimalist. It says that they are small. Mine are not. This says did not catch that they are hand wash only. Not sure what that's going to mean in the future. And this guy says that there's already holes in the toes. So look at that picture, and they're saying this is going to happen to you. This says cheap quality, you get what you pay for. I got some socks, similar socks at a fashion store for about the same price, so I don't know that these are actually super cheap. And this guy's saying they're too small for a 11.5 to 12 shoe size, so keep that in mind. And some of the worst reviews here, the 1-star, which is 5%. This material says it's thin, and the size run large, slips on skin, and bunches, creases, and folds. Have not had the same experience with mine, but then again, I bought a certain order configuration. Extremely thin. I thought they were close to my designer socks, but not exactly, so maybe check into that when you are ordering. It says they won't last, that they are garbage. Half of them are dirty and used. Okay, so this guy actually got dirty socks, which is interesting. Free shoe store socks. He says you know that when you get them with sandals for free, that those are actually cheap. This batch fit and wears poor, and they are too small, so small, lame sizes. So there you go. That's what we are seeing about the Werny's, and I think that it's going to take some investigation and some longer wear on these shoes to really figure out what is going to happen with them. Guys, thank you so much for being a supporter of the channel. Every little view helps. And once again, the link for these socks will be in the description of the video. It would help me greatly if you could click my links to buy anything from Amazon. It doesn't have to be these socks. You can click the socks link and then buy anything you want, and that will give me an affiliate credit, and it will help the channel just a little bit because I don't make money on the channel. I actually lose quite a bit of money. So your support means so much to me and the channel. We thank you so much for being here. We'll see you guys next time in the 4K production studio for Supercar Street Racing. I'm out of here. Bubba, get the toy, Bubba. And then Cat TV. You love the toys in Cat TV? YouTube star. Guys, today we have gotten rid of the furniture on the porch, and we have this whole entire load of IKEA furniture to put together today, right out here in the beautiful Florida sunshine. I'm so happy to have you guys with us today, but we got a lot of work to do. So let's get busy and stop talking on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go. All right, 4 hours later, and we have finished assembling the furniture. I tried to do this in a pair, so I did both of them at the same time. One step, yapper, and this is how it came out. So these are mirror images, and I think this looks fire, dog. I'm just gonna move everything over like an inch or two to fit on the carpet here. That. This one here.
Let's go! I had a mouthful of food.
Let's go! Second part of the equation of the outdoor furniture switch over and refresh is this lounge chair and table set here. We got to get this out and get it put together. One of them is a table and chair. The other one is just a chair, and it is from Hdmi Outdoor Living with very good reviews. Let's get these outside, get them unboxed, and have probably the most fun ever by building more furniture that only took 4 hours to do the other set, guys. Okay, they gave us this nice toolkit with the accessories, but I went ahead and got my bit for these Allen head right here, and now let's go ahead and get this thing opened up and put together. All right, we got both the chairs built now and the table. They definitely feel cheap, way cheaper than these guys over here did, and they're just not that much cheaper. I kind of wish I would have gotten metal ones instead. They have some metal, but it's mostly plastic. And, you know, I had a few issues getting them together, but nothing big. But yeah, these are the new chairs there. That rounded off the new patio furniture there. And now let's throw it into Supercar Street Racing and Brad to see how you can get both of your sets of these on Amazon and IKEA. We're back at the 4K production studio today. My name is Brad, and if you haven't been to our channel, welcome. And I'm so happy for your support and for your subscription and your like. And we're taking a look today at this IKEA furniture that I bought, and this is the Revscar, along with the Duveholmen seat pads, Duveholmen cushions, and the Frozen covers for the IKEA furniture. Now this entire order was $1,487, and it comes with everything you need to go ahead and build this set for your patio. Now it is made of metal, there is no wood except for the table part that looks like little slots. And then the other furniture was ordered from Amazon. Here's a look at the Hdmi Outdoor Living Patio Shea Lounge. It has good reviews, but I'll be honest, it does feel kind of cheap. I like my metal furniture way better. But this guy has a 4.7 star review, so not too bad. Guys, please support the channel by liking and subscribing. Now, I don't get any money from IKEA if you buy from them, but if you buy this set from Amazon, I will get a small amount of money for the purchase or anything else that you click through any of my links to buy. Now, I don't have time to hang out here all day and talk to you guys. I have to go assemble 1,000 furniture. Back in the Supercar Street Racing closet today, we got to do something with this guy. So this JBL Venue Sub 10 was bought in a thrift store. Back when I could get good things in the thrift store, I can no longer find stuff like this anymore, and I don't know why. This thing was in the closet in the hallway. It did eventually die. I'm assuming the amp was bad, so I have a replacement amp for this, and all we have to do today at Supercar Street Racing is go ahead, get this subwoofer out. It is heavy, it's a 10. Get it out of the closet and then bring it into the office and fix it. So let's get busy today. We got to get this subwoofer working again so we can have 1,000 subwoofers in my house. All right, we got the replacement amp for the JBL Venue Sub 10 right here. This fan is loud, so that's what you're hearing. We're gonna go ahead and get this sub taken apart now and replace this amplifier. You can see right here, don't know when this was actually manufactured. I would say this thing's probably 10 years old or more, but let's go ahead and get this done real quick. Got the JBL Venue Sub 10 right here in front of us, looking so fresh and fly, and it is ready to come apart. I think these are the screws to take it out. Pretty sure this amplifier is completely fried. If not, we spent $30 for nothing. I think this is a 250 watt. Okay, it's just sealed really well. There's a gasket. Yep. There's a gasket around it to keep it airtight. Wow. That is a short, very difficult to get the wires off the sub. Now looking inside of the venue, there is the sub. The wire is extremely short. And there's the new pigtail wire. Positive was on the right side. That was the one that was really hard to get off. It is so short. How in the world are you supposed to get that on there? I mean, I guess it will go. I can't get the black one to stay in. It's loose. It's broken.
Got him! Got him!
It broke.
Oh! Whoa!
And I have to repair it.
Whoa!
All right, well, the wire broke, the clip. Okay, I have to cut and splice because the clip broke. So I'm gonna take the black off of this one, and in the meanwhile, give myself a little bit more room. Need my strippers.
Got him! Got him!
Got this wire strip back here. Just gotta cut this one off. Do the same. This clip is broken. Okay, got it stripped back. Just gonna splice them together like that and zip some electrical tape around them. No biggie. And now I have more room to actually work. I'm gonna go ahead and plug this guy in. It's not exactly easy. All right, that was much easier. And then all we have to do is put our gasket back. Return our amplifier to working condition. Back in the Supercar Street Racing closet now, and we are going to wire up this subwoofer. We don't need much wire, actually, because we're just gonna bridge off the other one so that we can get 1 million comments about the ohm load. I need my wire strippers, this is crazy. It is so hot outside. We got our wires all stripped back now, so all we have to do is connect this guy up. Should not be difficult, unless the wire won't fit inside of the terminals, but let's see. And we're gonna do positive is going to be the side with the writing on it. Okay, this might be harder than I thought.
Got him! Got him!
All right, we are all done with the project. You can tell that the JBL hits much lower than the Sony. You can just feel the frequency response is lower and its output is so much better. So yeah, this is all done. This project is finished. We have successfully replaced the amplifier in the JBL Venue sub. And that is all for now. We'll see you guys next time. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again, and we are here in the 4K production studio, as you can see right behind me. And today we're talking about something that I have a lot of experience with, and that is powered subwoofers. And you know that I have quite a few. I probably have about 10 of them. There is one here in the studio and quite a few more inside the Supercar Street Racing compound. So today what we did was our old JBL powered subwoofer that I did get at a thrift store died for some reason. It was in the closet, in the audio closet in the house. We did pick up a amplifier for it for all the haters, because they said when I replaced my amp in my Cerwin Vega subwoofer, I wasn't really repairing it. So this time we repaired it again with a new JBL original plate amplifier, and it did get repaired correctly and looks and sounds really good again. Now, taking a look at some of the powered subwoofers on Amazon, which I will link in the description, you can see that there are quite a few clips on the very top, and they all have very good reviews. Like the R125W, you can see right here. This one has a lot of good solid reviews. It is a 12-inch woofer, and looks like it's sitting at about a 4.8, which is very difficult in a speaker to get reviews that high. Now, looking back on the front page, there are a few other ones up here, like Audio Engines S8, the Soundtown Oberon, which actually looks like a Pro because it has this big kind of pro-looking grill on the front, or grate if you want to call it. And then if we scroll down some more, there's a couple of other klipsches. There's a 10-inch klipsch there as well for $179. And if we get even further down, you'll find one of my favorite subwoofers, and that is the PSW10 by Polk. It is a good value. It has gone up in price lately. Used to be able to get it for $159. I can't believe that, but now it's sitting up at about $249. Also has a lot of good reviews, over 15,000 reviews, and it is sitting at over 4.5 stars. So that would be another good option for you if you are looking for a powered subwoofer. Now, like I said, I'll put 3 options down in the description for you to pick out a good powered subwoofer for your home. But check it out right here. We've got things like the ELAC for $149, which also has 1,039 really good reviews. Now, some that you may or may not have heard of, because I sure haven't. We have the Rel and we have the Edifer as other choices for subs. And then if we keep going down, there's some like the Kanto, which I also have not even heard of. So there are a lot of choices out there for a powered subwoofer. I love all my powered subwoofers, so you know what I have. You've seen some in my videos. You can always go back and watch some of those older videos. But for now, we are going to be calling it a day at Supercar Street Racing. We have to go shoot another video for the golf cart of some products that we just got in. Please like and subscribe, and always order your Amazon products through any of my product links. If you click on a link in the description and then order anything, doesn't have to be that product, it helps out Supercar Street Racing so much, because you know we don't make any money on the channel, we actually lose money. Now we got to get out of here. We got to go shoot and edit another video today. What do we got?
Hill satisfaction.
Let's go. You do it. It's your radio. Hillsat, let's go. Oh, look how
so
crispified
good.
it is.
Oh, hold on. I got a little more.
Okay.
Where is that, Brad? You know where it's at.
Hold on.
Yeet!
We don't need that where we're going.
Hell no.
For America! Hey everybody, we're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. Okay, we're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is. Now we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. Okay, made it up to the top. Hey everybody, we're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. I've got my friend Joe here helping me, Beckett and Company. If anybody's interested or needs any lights put up, he's a great guy to call. Or anything else you need, home restoration or anything. This is how it came. Looks like a big mess, but we're gonna figure it out. And first thing we're gonna do is lay everything out on the ground to make sure of how far we can go with them. I've already got my power source laid out. What I'm doing is, so here we go. And we're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is.
Goes here, here.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking right there and then just go up from there.
Okay.
Or should, oh wait, no. Well, that's not going to really show up on the house, is it?
So,
Oh, yeah, on that. Yeah, let's start right there. See, I'm afraid to go too far around the corner because I don't want to use up too much of it in case we don't have, you know, 150 foot of it.
Is that far enough?
Why not just start right there on that edge?
Yeah, let's start on the edge, like what she's saying.
Right here?
No, I'm
Well-
talking about up on the.
Well, it's got to be on that under part. It's got to be, oh, sure, yeah, 3 inches from the house. So I can, yeah, I think that's, yeah, just do that.
Really?
Yeah.
2 or 3
yeah,
inches, that's about 10 inches.
yeah, do about, yeah, right there. Okay, so we're getting started on our first light, putting it right in the corner by our power supply, and then we'll go from there. We're going to use screws on it. We did stick it up, it stayed, and we're going to reinforce it with a screw. So it's actually pretty easy. You don't have to buy any extra clamps or anything. Now we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. I'm not sure what you call it, but it's really cool.
It's
And
called a lift.
it's called a lift. And that's, it's kind of like a mini crane.
There is a handy.
That is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I didn't realize it was going to be on this truck. I thought it was like something that you drove around in.
No, it does. I mean,
That is super cool.
it said,
Wow.
Would it help if one of us got on the ladder and pushed that up for you?
the screw's going through. It's got a little tab. Oh, okay. It's got yeah, pretty cool.
They're so tiny. He's sticking it up with the sticky tape first, so it'll at least hold there, and then he's putting the screw in it.
It works a lot better if you stick them.
Yay! This is the best part of it all. Cal, I can go upstairs and hand them through the window. I can hand them through the window upstairs. You're only getting one more try. Throw it in the plant holder. In the window box. Oh no. Throw it in the window box. Oh no, now it busted open.
Got him! Got him!
It busted open. Okay, made it up to the top.
Do you need your jacket?
We can train a bird. Who's up here?
It's dark out, but we're making progress. It's light where you are. What color would you like me to put on for you? Pick your poison. I think we're gonna have to. Don't you, to get them up there, or what do you have another idea? Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, it's nighttime and we're still working, but God, it looks so good. It is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
Hey guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. My name is Brad, and you just saw Sister Car Street Racing, who is Denise, installing her new SMI Titan lights, I'm trying to get that pronunciation right, on her house over in Mississippi. Now, SMI Titan was so generous to go ahead and send a set of their 150-foot permanent outdoor lights to Sister Car Street Racing so she could go ahead and install them on her house. But there was only one caveat: she had to make a video for me, and I think she did an awesome job on her first try. And I enjoyed the way that they showed us how they had the lift at their house to put the lights up on the gables, which is something that can be difficult without something like that. You would normally be like on top of the house, hanging over underneath and looking underneath, or you would have an extension ladder to do it as well. Now, the SMI Titan lights are $249 right now, but they have a $75 coupon on them. So go ahead and click through our affiliate links to buy your SMI Titan lights for your house. Now, there are a lot of competitors for this market segment, so a lot of companies are coming out with some of the same products, but go ahead and give SMI Titan a look if you're looking for a lower cost alternative to someone like Govee. Now, I do have the Govee outdoor permanent lights on my house. They were not sponsored. I was not given those lights. I actually had to purchase them. But SMI Titan went ahead and gave Sister Car Street Racing these lights, and she is installing the rest of them right now. They are on the last cable, but I wanted to go ahead and get this video out to you guys. So when she's done, we're going to do a follow-up video on the full install. She'll go ahead and walk around and show you guys what she did. And guys, please support the channel by buying all your Amazon products through any of our links in the description. You can click any of our links and buy anything you want. It gives us a few dollars to keep the channel going so we can bring you better and more content. And please like and subscribe. It means so much to us when you do that. It helps the channel so greatly. You have no idea. And we're so glad you're here. If it's your first time, welcome. If it's your second time, thank you for returning. Now we have to get out of here. Joe Dukes is coming over with a bunch of alcohol. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and this is the video before the video. And I wanted to get on here before we start installing this device and talk to you guys a little bit about why this device is so important. Chamberlain absolutely refuses to work with Alexa. They will not pay the fees to be integrated with Alexa, so you cannot control your garage door with Alexa. You would have to subscribe to a service to do that. So this Tailwind smart Wi-Fi garage door opener allows you to integrate with Alexa. All you have to do is put it on your garage door and your opener, and then you can integrate for free, just the cost of the actual device. So Chamberlain, shame on you, but guess what? We're going to get to work today and show you guys how you can do this on your garage door. So let's get to work. Guys, right in front of me and right here also directly in front of me is the Tailwind Smart garage Wi-Fi door opener. Chamberlain hates this. They don't want you to know about it, but we're going to tell you about it today on the channel. Hang out. Guys, Chamberlain does not want you to open your garage door with the smart devices that you have available. They have blocked that capability unless you subscribe to their app, and you still cannot do it with the common smart devices that are out right now. So this is supposed to help you open and close your garage door with things like Alexa. This is the Tailwind Smart Garage Door Opener, and you can see right here that it comes with a track sensor, a smart module, a remote control of some sort with 2 little wires on it, which I don't know what that's for. Looks like a remote, but I don't think it is. A power supply. Okay, I haven't watched the install video yet, so I am not 100% sure about what everything is in this. So this adapter is for openers with yellow learn buttons, and I'm assuming I have that. I did on my old garage door. I haven't checked the new one yet. All right, I did verify we do have the yellow learn button on the device. So we do have the right options here for this. So I am on the website now and looking at the installation videos. And there is also an installer manual right here. Okay, so there is an app. Let's go ahead and scan that. And there is the Tailwind app. So that is the first step. Installing the Tailwind app is done. Second step is select a mounting location for the control module, and that is this guy right here. That should be easy. We have a pegboard, or we can just put it on top of the garage door opener. It says make sure the power adapter will reach. It says locate the module on the side of the door opener. Mount the 3-track door sensor if included. All right, for this next step, we have to move out to the garage, and I have to get you guys over there somehow, so I'm gonna stop down. Okay, guys, for the next step, it wants us to power on the Tailwind controller, where the power outlet is that we plan to use, and there is one, of course, right up here for the garage door opener. So I'm gonna go ahead and get up here and power this guy on, and there is our outlet. I'm gonna leave this hanging pretty low at this point, and go ahead and power on the device. All right, I'm going to the next step here. Wait 5 to 10 seconds, then check the status light. It is flashing red, as you guys can see right here. It says press the reset button. All right, I have the pin tool. Okay, it turned blue. You guys can see it's blue right now. Is the light flashing blue? Yes. All right, so it's asking for the Wi-Fi password, and I'm assuming it is going to connect to Wi-Fi now. It says it'll turn green within 5 to 10 seconds. I'm naming it now, SCSR Garage, 1 door, and it's learning my location accuracy now. It says it's done. It did find my address. It wants me to put my name in and then the email address, and it is sending me a verification email. And I'm setting a password for my Tailwind account. And I am registering as a new user, and it's going to tell me to start hardware configuration. All right, guys, so today we are doing this garage door opener. The whole reason for this is that Chamberlain will not let you integrate this with the smart home. They do not allow it. And right here you can see me struggling to figure out this sensor that goes on the garage door, because the guy in the video did it on the other side, and I was just having trouble figuring out how to mount this thing. But basically it mounts to the hook, and then you slide this little thing in the back to lock it in, and you'll see that at the end of the video.
Make sure it's dry before you stick it. Also, you'll notice there's 2 sets of mounting holes on the magnet, and that's so that you have a couple of options on how to position it on the door.
Okay, so the next step is mounting the magnet to the door, and I guess we're gonna have to do it like that because it's too far out like that. So we're gonna need the double-sided tape for this. I'm gonna go grab it. Now we have to clean the area on the door where we are sticking the tape. I have some Windex here. It needs to be less than 2 inches away from the door. It is going to be mounted on the angle bracket like that. Just like that. Make sure it's not touching the door or anything close to the door before you go ahead and apply pressure, and hope that this doesn't fall off and mess your car up. And I'm giving it a good amount of pressure here. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and continue. All right, we're back, and I took a picture of this because I cannot read it, but we have to connect the white blue stripe wire from the Tailwind module to the red wire of the adapter. And after we are all done, we'll tie these wires up nice. Okay guys, right here I'm just doing wiring. I am connecting the Tailwind module to the adapter, which looks like a remote control. If you have one garage door, it's super easy. You connect the white with the blue stripe to red all the time, and then if you have one garage door, you connect the white wire to the green wire. That's all it takes for one garage door. Okay, so I guess I don't connect to the opener. I think we're already there pretty much. Now, I don't think anything hooks to our opener because the remote control does everything. This remote does it. Okay, let's see if it works. It wants me to update the firmware now. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It says my garage is green, so it says it's updating the firmware. And it looks like it has started the firmware update process. Okay, it is back. Alright guys, all you see me doing right here in this clip is tying up the wiring really nice to the side of the garage door. And also I have heat shrink tubing over the joints, and I use soldered connectors that use the heat gun to go ahead and make them stick. So I'm doing that all right now in this clip. And that is that. Should be done with this project besides getting this thing linked up to Alexa. Okay, so the final part of this project just involves you linking your Tailwind account to Alexa. And I know I'm gonna wake up every device, never mind. And so what you do here is in your Alexa app, you go to Skills, you search for Tailwind. It will find two, it's the one that says Smart Home. Then you click Launch and you link it to your Tailwind account using whatever account you signed up for with Tailwind. It will then locate your opener and call it a lock. And if you look here, here is the garage door right here, and I have not tested it yet. I'm going to right now. Let's see if it actually opens with this. And it does. And now we will go ahead and close it when it is done. So you say lock it, it actually closes it. Chamberlain does not want you to do this, so just remember, Chamberlain will do everything in its power to not let you control this with Alexa. Okay guys, I just wanted to give you a good close-up view of this, the way this actually installs. So you take this Tailwind sensor here, it hooks around the J track right here, and then this little plate pushes through to kind of jam it up against the track. And then you tighten down this screw here to get it completely tight. Hopefully you guys can see that right there. So this just hooks around the back and this little plate slides through there. The magnet that it has to sense mounts right on the garage door right here. And you can see I use the angle. If you don't use the angle on this, if you use the flat, it would be too far out. So the angle lets it sit just next to it. And we went ahead and installed the actual smart box and the adapter on the very top of the garage door opener right up there. And the power goes up to the ceiling right there. We went ahead and tied up all the wiring and did heat shrink tubing. Even on the stuff that they gave us that had wiring nuts, we did heat shrink tubing and we did the solder shrink wrap connectors. And that is how the system came out. Let's go into the Supercar Street Racing Studios with Brad and see how you can get yourself a Tailwind for your Chamberlain garage door. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. This was a difficult one for me to tape and film because of the fact that there was a lot of downtime in between clips and stuff like that, and also pretty boring, but I wanted you guys to see this because Chamberlain refuses to allow you to let your device work with Alexa. They don't want to pay the licensing fees, and in order to use it at all, you have to do like IFTT or something like that, and I don't even know if that works anymore. But this Tailwind device will allow you to do smart home with your garage door and also open and close it, which you cannot do with any other device. So you got to get this Tailwind. You can see it right here on your screen. It's basically a control box right here. And what happens is if your garage door has a yellow Learn opener on it, then you will need the special adapter, and it basically looks like a remote control that wires into the Tailwind smart home device and then allows you to link your Alexa to that and use it in smart home and use your voice to control it. It will ask you for a PIN because it thinks it's a lock. So you will have to give a PIN number to open and close the garage door, but that is totally fine because otherwise you can't use it at all. Now, I've had this sitting in the closet for almost 2 months, and I was really putting off putting it into the garage. I wanted to get everything in there first on the new garage door opener. So we do have it installed now, and it works great. And then you can program it and put a routine in there to where if you say open my garage door, it will go ahead and open that by doing the lock part. So go ahead and order yourself a Tailwind, because Chamberlain, you're not going to let anybody do it. I know you're not. And guys, we got to get out of here because we have to go open the garage remotely 1,000 times. All right, guys, bad news. Last night coming home from a work event, there was a big, huge box in the middle of the road. Did all I could to avoid it, but unfortunately, I swerved to miss it, and this is what happened. I hit the corner of it, and it looks like it broke my bumper pretty hard. It didn't get my headlight. It did get this whole entire bumper, though, and this fog light is in the car. Not good. I think at this point I'm also going to get my hood repainted since it's already going in for this, so we will see.
Honey, I know times will change. So now when I reach out for the new, that means you too. I forgot the rest of the song. I know this part. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only like to see you crying in the purple rain.
What are we doing?
Fuck, that's what come out.
What the? Why is it?
Okay. Go.
Dude, whip up. Relax.
Ow! I got caught. Okay. All right, we got Joe here and Tricia.
Nothing's coming out.
And he's really trying to get the last barbecue sauce out of it, but how do you do it?
Centrifugal force.
You look like you're in karate.
It's all at the bottom. Can we just witness that?
How many people did you kill when you did that?
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
so good. Centrifugal force.
So good.
we are out in the supercar street racing sunroom after a short break. And today with this tiny Tesla, we do have this Keener or Quinner, not sure how they pronounce it, LED curtain light that was so graciously given to us from the manufacturer. We're going to get this thing unboxed today on the channel and see what it's all about. Hang out with us for the Keener or Queener, whatever it is. I will get an answer from them. LED curtain light on supercar street racing. And inside the box, you do see a foil package here with the lights inside. We're gonna get that opened up and see what it's all about. All right, we got the curtain lights all laid out, and as you can see, they are very easy to get tangled. So when you're laying these out, make sure you have a nice spot for them to go in and get all the little leg wires out like that, and then it is ready to go be installed. It's got a power supply on this end, and it does have hooks at the very top here for you to fasten it with. So that is how you lay out the light before you go install it. And look, it is about 12 feet long, I think, maybe more than that. But look, you can see how wide this is. This is going actually in the studio. So we are gonna head that way right now and get this thing installed in the studio. Out here in the studio, and we are going to go ahead and fire up this system here and see what it is like. We do have a plug right here, and there you can see the lights are fired up, and they do have different modes. So let us get these things installed, and my plan is to go. It's too bad that you have to see this ugly power plug up here. Pretty bad. I'm gonna see if I can figure out a different place to put that, but yeah, for right now, I just don't have a good spot for it. Did bring the remote out as well. I definitely don't like those looking like Christmas lights. Okay, let's get them laid out at least. Oh, that was a mess. All right, as you can see right here and right now, we did get these lights installed, and we got them installed in a nice way here at the studio wall, behind the TV and behind the Supercar Street Racing signs and existing lights. We just have to run this one, I just noticed, behind this USB cord. And just like that, we are all finished with this project. Now all we have to do is figure out how to operate these, and it did come with a remote control and a manual, and this is the remote control right here. Let's turn off the studio lights. Alexa, shut down the studio switched lights. New curtain lights, looking so fly. However, I am not able to read the manual now. Okay, there's another star mode. Pretty cool. These things are awesome, man. I love them. So that is the star button, called Dynamic Gallery, and that's pretty cool because it runs left to right there. This is very cool. That looks like a Christmas tree. Look, check this one out, guys. It's gonna look good behind me when I go live. And there is also a mode for music, so it can sense the music. That's awesome. That's a star, like, or a person. It looks like maybe a star moving around. Very cool. That just kind of fades between each color. Wow, these are awesome. I am so hyped for these things. They look great. All right, guys, here is another look at the curtain lights, and I will put the name of the company up on the screen as well. There is actually an app for this as well called SerpLife, and I believe they are smart. So let's go ahead and get the app downloaded here on the phone and see what that's all about too. All right, it wants us to add a device. Let's go ahead and do that. Turn on Bluetooth. Allow nearby devices. Let's see if we can do that. Allow. Okay, here we go. It found the device and it is adding it now. We're gonna call this the Studio Curtain Lights, and it is named as such. And then once we open up the Studio Curtain Lights, you can see all the different effects that we have available on the app. Got colorful, you've got effect, you've got gallery, you've got rhythm. You can make your own, and you can splice, which I guess means you can do multiple light sets. You have to have multiple. When you hit it, it says you need another light set. So apparently we could have done this in multiple strands, and we could have went all the way around the studio, but this is mainly for behind me when I am doing live stuff. Now let's throw it into Supercar Street Racing Studio, where we are now with Brad, and go ahead and finish out this project by taking a look at these lights online. Hey guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And you got Brad right here. And today I'm so excited to show you guys the Keener or Queener. Not sure, it sounds a lot like Wiener, but it's Queener or Keener curtain lights. They are smart string lights for indoor or outdoor use. IP65 waterproof, meaning they are waterproof for outside use. And these things are pretty fly. If you see right behind me right here and right now in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, we got these lights looking so fly and so fresh, installed right behind me with the wildlife looking great as well. And right here and right now, they do come with this remote control, which allows you to change the pattern. And you can see right there, we switched the pattern. Every time we change it, it does something very cool. And these things are just so awesome and look so good behind me in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And right here, we switched the color again, and this is the star mode on the remote. And this remote has a bunch of different things you can do. It will sync to music, or you can just do regular colors, or some of their predefined patterns are also very cool. And looking right here at the reviews, they have 4.8 star reviews, and they are pretty cool. Let's take a look at some of the pictures here. Now you can see right here and right now, they do have Christmas tree going on in that, and I saw that pattern actually when I was flipping through these. But look, every time you hit this button that has a star on it, it does something else really cool. And there is kind of a diamond and an X pattern, which looks awesome. And every time you push the button, it just does something super cool. There is a kind of fan pattern going down from top right to lower left, and up to down, and left, right to left, and that's just going between colors there with the dissolve. That's kind of like a whirlwind kind of thing, pinwheel. And yeah, guys, so you get the idea. These things are actually really awesome, and this is the remote control here that comes with it, and there also is an app. Now these are Bluetooth, not Wi-Fi, so you cannot do Alexa smart features with them. It has its own ability inside the app to do smart features. And looking at some more of the pictures here, we see the IR remote and app, and we did just wake up our device back there. And look right here, you can do some cool things like spell out the word party on them. You can create custom patterns on it with the app. And right here and right now, you can make patterns for like Halloween or Christmas or whatever you want. And showing you right here, these are cool for gaming. And you can see right here in the Supercar Street Racing Studio, we are using them to accent the background when we go live. Now, please, when you buy something from Amazon, just click on our description and buy anything you want through any of our product links. And it helps us out greatly. And you don't have to buy the product that's in the bottom. You can buy whatever you want. Now, right now, we would love to stay and hang out with you guys all day, but we have to go get our garage floor shark coated. Let's go. We just came outside and these cute little duckies are swimming in the pool. Following Mom, they're all just attached to her. It's so cute. We're trying to figure out what to do with them, but honestly, we can't put them.
Ah, look how pretty. So sweet, couple.
So there's my dolly.
We got this Kingston HyperX microphone. We got this brand new webcam. We got the microphone and the webcam and the peel satisfaction. Let's go. I can't figure out for the life of me what's missing from this closet. Oh yeah. We need to put a subwoofer in here. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad is here on a beautiful Monday in Northeast Florida, and we need to get this Sony subwoofer installed today, and we're going to put that thing right down there by where we have power. So our goal today is pretty simple. This guy has a section on the back for speaker level inputs. We're going to go ahead and get up in the attic, drill a hole in that cap, stick a hole in the side of the wall here, and go ahead and hook up this Sony subwoofer. So let's go ahead and get that sub down now and take a look at it. All right, we are behind the Sony active subwoofer right now. I don't know how old this is, but it looks to be a little bit old. I did pick it up at a thrift store, and you can see inside it has a nice size heat sink down in there. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. But here on the back, we can see we have both inputs and outputs. Now what that is for is so that you can come into the subwoofer and there is a crossover built in, and you can feed your speakers like the ones up here in the ceiling with the crossover output. However, we are not doing that. We are going to be giving these guys up here the same feed as they had before, and this guy will just come off of those to go ahead and provide input to the Sony subwoofer. Now on the back here, they also do have a level control. They have a subwoofer cutoff frequency. Now what that is that is the crossover level. Okay, we just did look this up on Crutchfield, and this is a 10-inch powered sub with 60 watts at 1% THD, 100 watts at 10% THD, and it has a frequency response of 78 to 200 hertz. So this is a 10-inch powered subwoofer. I just wanted to discuss with you guys, when you are putting speaker wires in and you have to run wires down a wall, if you are on an interior wall, there should not be any kind of problems drilling a hole in the cap with a paddle bit and just dropping straight down with your wiring. Now, if it is an external wall, like the one in the bathroom going out to the garage, it could have insulation in it, which would make your job more difficult. And it could also have fire breaks, and those are studs that go left to right in the wall to prevent fire from breaking out as fast. So this wall here has no insulation whatsoever, and we are super lucky because it is literally right next to the attic. All I have to do is jump right up there with my drill and look for where the wire comes down to the other side of the wall for the outlet and just drill further past it, maybe like 3-4 inches past it with my big paddle bit, and that should be it. So our wiring run, just FYI, is going to go up that wall, and then it's going to come right over here to this speaker at the top and that speaker. So I'm hoping I have enough wire. I'm going to bring extra up there with me in case I have to splice, but I'm kind of using old wire for this, and I will bring some electrical tape. So I'm going to bring my wire strippers up there with me and a pair of scissors and just have that handy. But it is easy to get up and down on here because it is so close to where we're going. So let's get everything prepped up to get up in the attic, which is going to be a lot nicer now because my attic is spray foamed. It should not be 1,000 degrees like it used to be. Okay, we did prep our wire for going up in the attic. This simply gets it so it can just go straight down the hole, and then all we have to do is drop the wire all the way down and pull it out of the hole. Now let's go check out our supply of wall boxes and see if we have anything to use to cut into the wall. I actually found that I had bought an extra one last time, so I have the box and the little cover plate that the wires can just pull right through that has the little brush on it. So we are good to go to have everything to do for this project. This is the brushed part where the wires come through, cover plate, and actual box that we have to trace and cut out with a drywall knife. Okay, we're right on the wall now where we are going to be installing our new wall plate. And I measured on the other side of the wall 35 inches to the wall box. Okay, now I really measured it. It's 49 inches from the side of my dining room wall, which is going to put it way, that's going to put it right about there. Hopefully I can come in right here. That's my goal, is to not hit anything on the other side and also be the same distance to the center of the outlet, which is 14.5 is the center. 14.5, and then we're just gonna send it. I don't know what else to do. Hopefully my wire's in here. Now the way we do this, put our template up there, level it out, and then mark it. We went ahead and got our wire pulled through, and now all we have to do is take our brush plate and poke the wires through the center of it because it goes on last. But we need to get our, got my impact now, so we can go ahead and put the swap plate in. So this is the kind with the flaps that open. All done. Now we should be able to pop a battery on these and pop my speakers to test the wiring. Let's see. All right, let's grab a battery. 9-volt battery right here to test. We should hear it in the speakers right now. There's one and the other. Both of these work. Doesn't matter which is left or right. This is a mono system when you're using a sub, so you can connect it to anything you want. In is the back ones. Positive is always stripe, remember that. And if you don't hook it up right, it'll be out of phase. All right, it is connected. Power is on. Go ahead and plug it in. I wish it was lower now so you didn't see the wall plate. Go ahead and get this thing connected all up. This wire behind here. If we wanted to, we could slide over my shoe rack to hide it more. And we see the power light on. All right, there should be no copyright music playing right here. And it does hit pretty darn good for a 10-inch Sony sub. And this is designed to add some bass fill back around the bathroom area where I have speakers in the ceiling. And it'll also help out the entire house. But that is going to do it for this project. And I hope you guys enjoyed yet another subwoofer build inside of the house. 8 total subs with 6 being connected to the main house audio system. And we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to the videos. And I'll put a couple of good subs in the description for you from Amazon. Go ahead and grab those. Click through my links. It helps us out so much. We can do more projects like this, more fun things with you guys. We'll see you next time. All right, we are at the Morristown Game Vault, which I had no idea even existed. This is probably one of the coolest places I've ever seen. And if you go back here, there's the Tron in the vault. So awesome. This place is amazing. Look at it. Unreal. Every old video game you can think of. And I just happen to be staying a block away from this. Check this out, guys. Unbelievable. Morristown Game Vault. Morristown, New Jersey. This place is amazing. Oh, they got Xenon. I am definitely coming back here later. Absolutely insane. The Morristown Game Vault. A good look at it. Unreal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SCSR Compound Garage. And today we have a new sponsor for the channel. You can see sitting right here on top of the Model S Plaid, another tiny Model S Plaid, and then right next to it, our new sponsor, Chemical Guys. And Chemical Guys was so kind, they sent us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner to show you guys. We're gonna show you how to use this today, right here on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and right behind you on the 2014 Club Car Precedent. There's specific directions for using this stuff, and we're gonna show you that today. So hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing while we detail the inside of the Model S Plaid and the golf cart. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. You can see we're out here in the garage with our Chemical Guys leather conditioner and leather cleaner. They were super nice and they sent us this to show you guys. They're trying to get the word out about their great products. So today we're going to give you guys a look at these two products right here in the SCSR garage. Now there's a certain way you need to apply these. There's a certain order and a certain way you have to do it. So we're going to show you today the correct way to do it because we're actually going to detail the inside of the Model S Plaid. Now we try to keep this Model S Plaid really clean. It only has about 2,000 miles on it. And so we drive it on the weekends only and we keep it detailed and nice here. But today we're gonna take it one step further. We're gonna use the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on the seats. It does not need to be clean, but it does need to be leather conditioned every few weeks. So we're gonna go ahead and show you that right now. We are coming to you live now from inside the Tesla, and we have the Chemical Guys leather conditioner right here with us to show you guys. And we want to show you how to actually use this as well while we have time. So the instructions do say take the leather conditioner and grab a nice soft towel and then just take and put a couple of stripes, 2 or 3 stripes directly onto the towel like this. Okay. Now we do have a couple of stripes right on the towel here to go ahead and start working with. and all you have to do is work it into the seats, and when you're done you can actually buff it off and dry it, and then you can do a second application if you really feel like it. So yeah, you just take your towel and you put about 2 or 3 stripes of this stuff right on the towel, and then you work it into the surface. We're gonna go ahead and start with this Model S door panel right here. I'm gonna go ahead and knock this down a little bit because I did put quite a bit on it. So I'm just gonna knock it into both sides here so it's not so thick. And then I'm gonna go ahead and proceed to put it directly on the door panel right there. See it going on with a nice finish there. I'm going to go ahead and get all over the door panel with this stuff, and you can already see that it's drying. Don't forget to get into the cracks everywhere that you would normally touch to keep it clean, and the sides too. Now, if you'd like to, you can go ahead and wipe that off as well. You can buff that right off, just like that. And that door panel is completely done. All right, guys, here is the front of the Model S, and we're gonna go ahead and put a little bit more of the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on my rag here. I'm gonna turn it over first. And this time I'm not gonna put quite as much on it. I'm just gonna put a couple little stripes here. Should be good enough. And now let's go ahead and apply it to our seats, but let's put the seat forward a little bit so you guys can see it better. And we'll go ahead and start. Get it worked into the towel a little bit, and go ahead and start conditioning the seats on the plaid. Actually go up a little bit more here. And flip it over and do the bottoms. I'm going to take my dry cloth now and go ahead and buff the whole seat out. And the front seat is done. I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity to do some protectant now on other parts of the front here. Yes, let's go ahead and get the protectant. All right, I am using standard protectant on the rest of the stuff here on the plaid, the stuff that is not material. This is not Chemical Guys, it was not sponsored. So this is just my stuff. I'm gonna hop in and finish the rest of that part that I can't see, but I am gonna do the dash with the Chemical Guys. All right, we're on the other side of the Model S. We're gonna go ahead and put some leather conditioner on our rag and do this other seat for you guys. We're gonna go ahead and wipe it into the rag so it doesn't splotch a lot. Move the seat forward a little bit and go ahead and apply. And I'm going to go ahead and rub that into the dash. And now I am going to get this underneath of the dash here. Now you guys just saw me clean the whole inside of this Tesla Model S Plaid with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner, but we got to take this one step further because we need to show you guys how to use the leather cleaner. So what we're going to do with the leather cleaner today is we're going to turn our attention to our club car precedent over here. We're going to clean all the seats and then condition them with the leather conditioner. So one step at a time, let's get busy now with the leather cleaner on the club car precedent. We're back in front of the golf cart. You guys can see we have the Chemical Guys leather conditioner and the Chemical Guys leather cleaner sitting so fresh here. This time though, we're going to go ahead and clean the seats with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner, and per the instructions, you shake well, you spray the leather cleaner on a microfiber cloth, and then you wipe the leather cleaner into the surface to remove the dirt. Let's go ahead and get our microfiber cloth out, fold it up, go ahead and spray some of the leather cleaner on it. And we'll go ahead and clean this leather. Does have a little dirt coming off of it. And that's all there was to that. And we'll flip it to the other side because there was some dirt on that seat. This cart is out in the garage all the time, so it is going to get dirty. All right. That is the leather cleaner for the front. Now let's go ahead and get a clean cloth. We'll put a few stripes of leather conditioner on the cloth, and then we'll go ahead and condition these seats. And you can see it soaking into the leather already. Flip the towel over, put a few more in it. And the top seat is done. Let's move down to the bottom seat. Flip towel over again. I put way too much on that. That will be enough for the front and the back. I'm going to put some of this on this other towel for the back. Let's go ahead and do the bottom seat. All right, the front of the golf cart is finished. Let's do the back now. We're back at the rear of the golf cart, and we are going to start with the leather cleaner. Let's go ahead and spray some on our rag here and wipe down this top seat. Be careful of the tiny Tesla. And that is clean, that just needs to dry. I'm gonna flip my rag over and do the same to the bottom. That will get all the grease and contaminant off the seat and clean it and get it ready to be conditioned. Top's already drying, bottom is done, and this rag is also done. The top is dry. I've already got some leather conditioner on my towel. I'm gonna go ahead and rub that into the seat at the top. You can see that's plenty. I had a bunch on my rag, and I'm just gonna let that dry however it wants to dry. And then I'm gonna flip my rag over, put a little bit more on the back, and go ahead and rub the bottom seat as well. You can see that it takes all of 2 seconds to do the seats on this golf cart. And now the bottom seat is done, and if you want to, you can grab a dry rag and wipe off the excess. If not, you can let it dry naturally, but you can buff it out like this. And that is that. Back out here in the garage, and you guys did just see us clean and condition the seats on the 2014 club car, and you can see how good they came out using the approved methods by Chemical Guys. We went ahead and cleaned all the seats first, and then we followed it up with a nice coating of the leather conditioner by applying it to our towel first, and then going ahead and rubbing it on the seats afterwards. We want to go ahead and thank the Chemical Guys for being so gracious and contributing to Supercar Street Racing. Guys, do us a big favor. We'll put links down in the description for this. Make sure that you order everything from the approved links from Supercar Street Racing. You can order anything you want from Amazon through our links, and it helps us out greatly. In this case, we might put an affiliate link for the actual supplier that gave us this. Go ahead and order it from them. It'll do them a big favor as well. And check out the Chemical Guys products down in the description and pick yourself up some. Now let's throw it over to the 4K production studio with Brad and see how you can get this stuff online. You guys just saw me out in the garage taking a look at the Chemical Guys premium leather auto conditioner and leather cleaner, and we are so proud to be partnered here with Premium Auto to bring you these two products today. Now the leather conditioner is awesome. I used it on the interior of the Model S Plaid without doing the leather cleaning first, but I did use the leather cleaner on the Precedent golf cart. It came out awesome. I love this stuff. You can see right here on the screen our partnership with Premium Auto, and here is the actual Amazon link for this stuff, but I am going to put Premium Auto links in the description. So go ahead and order yours through the link and help out Supercar Street Racing greatly. We're going to get out of here right now. It's almost dinner time and I haven't had anything to eat, but please support the channel, like and subscribe, and we will see you next time. Today we have a package from Amazon right here for the thrift store iMac. Let the upgrades begin. But first we got to shut this guy down, and he is just stuttering here with no RAM. 2 gigabytes from the factory. There's iMovie. Let's shut this guy down and see what we can do here. Spent the last like 3 hours copying videos from the phone, which are so big that there's no way they're gonna play. That's why we're shooting this video in 1080p, even though this guy doesn't even support 1080p. I think their resolution is 1680 by 1050. We got something here to help this computer. While this shuts down, let's unbox this bad boy. This new packaging. Ah, yeah. Right here we got the Hdmi QE. Bring computer new life. RAM. Should have 8 gigabytes here of the same speed RAM. This thing started doing the enroll again for the school district, and it's irritating. I'm going to have to fix that. But let's take a look at this. Should be 2 4 gigabyte DIMMs here. Make sure you destatic yourself before you touch this and you destroy it. 4 gigabyte DIMM. And another 4 gigabyte DIMM here. And so apparently, by the way, I got shocked really bad by this thing the other day because I forgot that it was plugged in when I started working on it. So let's unplug that first. Now you should be able to just pull this tab. Oh, no, that didn't. Ah, yeah. Okay. That worked good. So what you do is you pull the little plastic tab here, and the DIMM slides straight out like this. And you'll see it's keyed. See the slot there? Now our other DIMM should match this. If it doesn't, we have a problem. And it perfectly matches. So yeah, so then you just take your new DIMM and slide it right back in the same spot. Push it in and put the plastic tab back the way it was underneath the RAM so you can shut the door. Again, you just pull that plastic. Kind of a pain to get out after you do that because, of course, we are removing it with it angled the wrong way. Here's our new dual whatever ring RAM stick. Slides right back in the same slot. And then this bad boy becomes a new man. Oh, that didn't feel right. There we go. Alright, so before we put the cover back on, we're going to make sure she boots off. And if she doesn't, the RAM goes back. Simple as that. That's why I bought it from Amazon. Paid a little extra. Let's see if it chimes. Nothing. Did the power cord come out? Yep. All right, let's see. Oh, I hear it. Started right up. Let's see what it says when it boots. So far, so good, my friends. Everything about this Mac should be different. Went from 2 gigabytes to 8 gigabytes, so definitely a big increase in RAM. So we got the SSD, which is literally miles above what was available when this came out. It wasn't even a thing back then. We've got 8 gigabytes of RAM, which is not officially supported by Apple, but we're not using an officially supported device anyway. I mean, this thing is what? Let's see, 10, 13 years old now. So it's a relic of the past. So we go to when it loads up, and I'll tell you how much faster it is once we see how fast this part goes through. It's always normal for it right here to just spin for a second. But it's already noticeably faster, booting up like way faster. So we go to this and we go about this Mac. And we have 8 gigabytes. Let's look at the memory. Yes, yes, yes. We have 8 gigabytes of RAM in our $22 thrift store Mac, guys. Peace out. I hope you loved it. What's going on, everybody? I don't know why I'm so excited, but it's Monday and I'm headed to the gym. And I got some news for you guys. I just sold the car. Again. That is true. It happened. I got a deposit on the car on Friday, and I got about 85% of the money today, and I will get the rest tomorrow, and then the car will be gone by Wednesday. So I sold the SL65, which means that I am buying something else. And I don't know what yet, but I have my eye on some really cool stuff. Some Nissan GTRs, twin turbo Lamborghini, and twin turbo Corvette, some really cool stuff like that, a single turbo Supra. So I just wanted to post this quick update, let you guys know that the SL65 is sold. Stay tuned. I'm going to post another video as this thing gets loaded up into the truck. You guys have a good one. Peace. What's going on, everybody? It's Friday in Florida. Confusing weather. Wants to be cold one day, hot the next day. Nobody knows how to act. So today, who knows? Could freeze, could burn up. Little update on the carbon fiber, and then we're going to reveal it. So I've been waiting for this carbon fiber from Italy it took exactly 1 month to ship carbon fiber pieces from Italy from a forum member via Correios, which is, I believe, the Italian post office. And finally got this stuff, been tracking it over a 30-day period and been freaking out because thought it was stuck in customs. But it did get here, finally. Had an appointment to get it put in because I wanted a professional to do it. So, because the door panels had to be taken off, and I also wanted to do the door speakers at the same time. I have had some Infinity Kappas, not the new crappy ones. I have the old school ones from 2008, brand new in the box that I bought about a year ago, and I have not put them in yet. So my plan was to do everything at once. And so I brought everything to Audio Design and Custom Graphics in Jacksonville. Long story short, they had the car for 2 days, charged me like $500, and had some bad news once I got to see the car. So The next thing you're going to see is the nightmare that I've been going through for about a week and a half now with this carbon fiber that I bought from a forum member who has not responded to my emails since I complained about a few things with the carbon fiber. So headed to the auto parts store, pick up some more Plastidip. I'll update you after that. Headed into Advanced Auto Parts to get some Plastidip, and I'm going to show you guys kind of what they have here, what kind of selection here in a second. Taking a look at what they got here cleaning wise. Looking for some engine cleaner and shine. I don't even know if they carry that anymore. Still looking. Where's engine clean? Alright, I'm gonna locate this. Be back. Alright, I've looked all over the place for engine clean, but I did find the Plastidip. I'm gonna get a bottle of this. Got everything I needed from Advanced Auto Parts. So I'm headed back home. Gonna do the big carbon fiber reveal, except for this line that I don't know if I'm going to be able to get around. So I'm gonna pull a U-turn here, which I'm not supposed to do. Found a bunch of stuff in the auto parts store for a project that is coming up. I've actually got 3 projects in the works, some how-to videos coming up. The first one though for today is the carbon fiber reveal. That's coming up right now. What's going on, everybody out here in the garage? I'm gonna take a look at the stock parts with you guys first. So these are the stock interior parts. You can see they are made of wood. Those are the door panel pieces there. This is the center console piece here. And whoops, hit me right in the head. This is the factory shifter without keyless go. And that is the factory cup holder, going to be explained, and the ashtray interior, which I'm going to explain in a moment. So let's take a look at this by putting the top down here. And you can't put the top down in the SL65 with the trunk lid open. So phone tried to pair with the Bluetooth on the joying and it stopped my video. But anyway, trickle charger is plugged in, so I can't shut the trunk. Unplug that. Close the trunk. And now we should be able to put this down to get some more light. There goes the roof. If anybody's wondering how that roof works, that's it. German engineering. Go figure. And it says retractable roof closed. Alright, let's take a look at the carbon fiber pieces and the nightmares that I have had. First of all, most of the carbon fiber pieces were warped. You can clearly see that right here. It does not fit. It's warped right here. It fits pretty good. You can barely tell, but it bothers me. I'm a stickler. Also, one of the carbon fiber pieces, door panel pieces, was scratched. I think it's that one right there. Yep, there's a scratch right there. That might be able to be buffed out, high-speed buffed out. Now, here is the biggest issue that I have. Very big issue. This center console does not fit at all whatsoever. Here's the problem. Not only was it warped very badly, it's also cracked right here, right across this, which is hard to see, but it is cracked throughout the clear coat right here. It doesn't push down all the way on this side. It's hardly noticeable, but it is there. because the whole entire piece is warped. There are no screws in it because you can't push it down enough to get the screws in the side, and 2 of the bolt screw tabs were broken off from the box, literally out of that packaging that I just showed you. This is the new shift knob. This is the best of everything that came. It is not damaged. It has keyless go on top. However, I do not have keyless go in my car. So basically it is a nice nice looking upgrade, but this button does nothing, as you can see. So there you have it. Center console carbon fiber replacement for the wood. Door panel carbon fiber replacement for the wood. And door panel carbon fiber replacement. Yes, I have contacted the person I bought this from 4 or 5 times and they stopped responding to my emails. I was going to show you guys the biggest issue here, and that was getting this cup holder back in, and it still is not right. It is wanting to I literally had to remove the cup holder completely, that big cup holder unit, take off the front pieces and glue them to this plastic silver piece, which is then glued to this, and I barely got everything back in, and it is kind of janky looking, and that bothers me because my interior is 100%. What I'm going to have to do, unfortunately, is get a new center console piece at some point. This one just sucks. It's terrible, and I can't get the seller to respond to me. I should have bought it brand new, but I saved $700. The only thing that makes this deal worth it is I got the shifter, which is normally $250. I got everything for $1,000, but it took a month to get here. There was some miscommunications because he doesn't speak English. So that's the story. That's what happened with the carbon fiber. We're going to see you guys again pretty soon. I've got a nice little project coming up regarding this interior. Coming up today on Unboxing and Reviews. This is fine. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we are here in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio for another unboxing and review. And today we have the TUMSUG mini chainsaw, and I am so hyped for this. I was so excited when I found out about this product that I immediately ordered one and wanted to show you guys. So here we have it right here on the table where we're going to be doing our unboxing. So let's take a look at what's inside the TUMSUG, which is a great name, by the way. Mini chainsaw box. Was a little bit damaged right there, but no big deal. And inside here we see right here right now we have a beautiful hard plastic case. Now this guy was only about $48. There is a coupon right now available, and I will put a link in the description for this dude. But let's go ahead and get this all the way unboxed. And there is the TUMSUG mini electric chainsaw, looking so fresh in its box. And I love that it has this nice hard plastic case with it to protect it when you're not using it. Let's go ahead and open this and see what's inside. And right here, right now inside the case, we have this beautiful user manual here, which has a picture of the chainsaw on the front. Moving deeper into this packaging, we have what appears to be a extra chain and a screwdriver, a cleaning kit, and probably some chainsaw oil. So that's cool. It comes with an extra chain apparently. Moving forward more into the box, this looks like the power adapter for the charger, and wow, it feels like it's hollow. Very, very light. Not much to it. Moving forward, we have this lovely, you even get a pair of gloves with this. Pretty cool. Inside of this, I'm assuming we have our actual chainsaw. And yes, there is the TUMSUG. Beautiful mini chainsaw, looking so cool. I love this thing already. And it does have the chainsaw guard here. And where the battery goes is back here. and there is a lock right here so that you can't, you have to push the lock before you can actually do anything with the chainsaw and pull the trigger, I believe. Yeah, so you push it from the right side and then you can actually pull the trigger. Moving forward into our box again, and we have, even comes with a set of safety glasses, which is kind of crazy. Think about that, how much stuff you get for $38. Now this part of the box is damaged. Looks like it was dented in, but no big deal. And then inside of the safety glass condom, we have these beautiful, lovely safety glasses that were included at the low price of only $38, which is pretty insane. They give you these nice safety gloves, which make your hands smell like ridiculous nuclear waste. And then 2 batteries, not just one, and this is a 21 volt device, guys. They give you 2 batteries. So it looks to me like there is no charger. Looks to me like you charge it with the actual device. So let's verify that now. Or do you actually just charge the battery itself? Interesting. So I'm not sure about the charging on this because I thought maybe you just charge the batteries. Ah, you do. So inside of the battery thing, there is a little adapter connector right there. So you literally just plug your adapter here directly into the connector. So I have a plug over here. Gonna go ahead and plug this in the wall and see if we can get our battery started to charge. So right there is the plug, and you just plug it straight in. And I don't see any indication of charge except for on the actual charging adapter. There is a red light on now. So that is now charging. So what we will do next, since we have taken a look at everything that's inside the box with the chainsaw, we're gonna take it outside and see how this thing actually performs. Little update here. Each one of these batteries took less than 30 minutes to charge, and I don't know if they already had a charge or not, but just wanted to let you guys know that that was the case. It wasn't very long to charge them both, and then we'll take them outside and see what they can do. Go ahead and load our battery on here. They're both charged fully. Oh yeah. Let's get this thing out there and see what it can do. But first, as we drop that, we must go ahead and put on our brand new gloves. And our safety glasses. Okay, these berries that like to grow on this tree need to come off. And traditionally I use loppers, but let's see if this can handle taking off these palm branches. We have 2 or 3 of these that need to come off and 1 dead branch that needs to come off. Let's go for it. Now these have gnarly stickers. All right, it hopped a little bit on it. I don't know if that's my fault or what. Okay, if you get it closer down to the bottom of the blade, it works better. Perfect. No problem at all doing these palm leaves. I actually kind of chews them up though. Probably because they're so light, but it does work. No problem. And the chain came off. We're back in the SCSR beautiful production studio with Supercar Street Racing, wrapping up our review of the 6-inch mini chainsaw. And let me tell you something, that thing absolutely rips. I highly recommend this. We took that thing outside, we tested it on both regular palm branches and also regular tree limbs. I did knock off the chain one time, but that was my fault. If you push too hard on the thing, it is going to break the chain. I am going to put a link to this in the description of the video. Please click that link to buy this or anything from Amazon, as we get just a small amount of commission off of everything. As you saw on the chainsaw unboxing here, it comes with everything for about $45 to $48. You get the chainsaw, 2 batteries, the charger, the gloves, and the safety glasses. It's a really good deal, and I highly recommend it, so go get yourself one right now, and we'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. Having a little fun. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. That's what we do. With the E85. Alright, so cruising along at 85 miles per hour in regular, not even sport mode. Probably give it a little bit of fuel right here and see what happens. About quarter throttle. Pretty fun car. It's really, really, really easy to drive really, really, really fast in this car. Even compared to some of the faster cars I've had, this guy can get up like in no time. Oh, look at this little guy like passing somebody. Hey dude, passing the Infinity. I don't see any cops on ways. Might be fun to go crazy. Pretty fun. I never drive like this, by the way. This is rare. Like back in the old days I did, but I just kind of feel like, you know, there's probably no cops because I can see them all ways. And there's a nice open road. My exit's 2 miles away. I feel like I can punch it a couple of times. Speed limit 70. This I-95 north, past north of Jacksonville. Past the airport. This dude's in the Kia is about to get it. He's doing, you know, 85-ish. Got a little bit of room here. Punch it. Like 115. Kind of scared to go any faster than that, like without some room. My exit's here about a mile away, so I'm gonna back off this time. All right, so exited with no drama. It's like quarter throttle. Got to speed quickly. Keep it right there. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing channel, welcome back. Brad here, and today we are taking a look at super long hair. It's getting out of control. Gonna have to get this haircut soon. But hey, I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about switches. So these are standard switches that you would find inside of your house. And I wanted to kind of show you the differences in the different types of switches. And we're not going to go too far into the more complicated wiring of the switches, but I want you guys to be able to at least install a standard switch or understand how a standard switch works. Now, there are obviously multiple types of switches out there on the market to accomplish different things. The most basic switch that you guys are familiar with is a standard switch that is not a three-way switch. Single pole, single throw, I think is what it's called. It literally has two screw terminals on the side. This is one in the Decora style. You can get them in obviously dimmer styles here. This is also just a single switch, and it's got, for the black wire, it's got 2 terminals on the side, so you would feed the neutral wire up to the light in the ceiling, and then the black wire is what breaks the circuit here. And so here we have a standard rocker style Decora plug. Here we have a dimmer style Decora, but notice it doesn't have a switch. So this guy is switched by flicking that dude down in that direction. And then just 2 wires. The ground looks like it has been eliminated from this. I mean, if your house doesn't have a ground system, there's no reason to ground the switch. I mean, it's not going anywhere. So this has been deleted. This guy here is a 3-way switch. This is a Lutron LGCL153PL. You can tell it's a 3-way switch when you look on the back, because it's got 3 wires. Check out the 3 wires. It's a 3-way dimmer with a activation switch. Here's another 3-way switch. Notice it has 3 wires plus the ground. This one is also a dimmer with a rocker panel activation switch. This is the same as this guy. I have 2 of those. These are 3-way switches. Let's talk a little bit about what a 3-way switch does. So a 3-way switch allows you to control a light from multiple locations. So you would have one of these, say, at the top of the stairs, and a second one at the bottom of the stairs. And then you have the complicated wiring, and also sometimes one has to be on while the other one has to be off. Like, it's just, it makes it difficult. Now with smart switches, all that is not even necessary anymore. With a smart switch system, you can have the same type of switches on both sides. It doesn't matter like which one you turn off or on, because they both will turn off or on. You can just say, turn the stairs on, and it can switch both of them on. No big deal. Like, it makes it so much easier. It can control 3-way switches, it can control single switches, it can do all that stuff. So, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about the different types of switches now in this graphic coming up.
So for this next shot, I have another nitro cartridge.
He had Bubba down on the ground like
470 Nitro Express.
Really?
I'm using a 500
Bubba, you gonna stand for that?
470 Nitro Express.
6 o'clock in the morning. My sleep schedule's so wacky, it's like, just don't sleep a whole lot. But I'm headed to the gym. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and get this over with today so I can enjoy the rest of the Saturday. But yeah, 6 o'clock this morning. Saturday morning, wide awake. Gotta make my energy drink though first, guys. Out here, going to the gym. Don't want to rip the car too hard, it's not even warmed up yet. But I will up here when we get it a little bit warmer. So yeah, the car's going into Sam's Automotive. I hope to do like a little video of those guys, because I really enjoyed going over there and meeting them, and they checked the car out to see there's a slight oil leak. I actually have 2. There's a slight oil leak on the back of the valve cover gasket. Valve cover gasket's leaking in the back of the valve cover, and also the oil pan gasket is slightly leaking. Like, we're talking, it might do a drop over a month's period, but yeah, so those guys are getting replaced. Well, just the valve cover this time, because it's super expensive. It's about a 6-hour job, and they don't sell just the gas. They sell the gasket, but you don't ever want to do just the gasket. You want to do the valve cover as well, because it has an integral PCV valve that fails, which I already hacked my PCV valve together. So he's doing valve cover gasket, and while you're in there, it's free labor to do coils and spark plugs. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the coils and spark plugs replaced. And that's on March the 2nd, man. So like a $1,500 purchase for this car. All right, guys, just leaving the gym, workout for Saturday morning. Gonna go home and cook some healthy fake eggs momentarily. God. Got him on the ground, dude. Oh, Bubba's like, really? Look at Bubba came back for more. I think Bubba digs like the playtime. Oh! Super ran. Bubba, did you dominate? No, they just play. Oh, let's go on YouTube, bro. We're YouTube famous. Everybody's gonna be like on the next video, where's Cooper and Bubba? Alright guys, so I decided to just, instead of putting a graphic up, to do some shopping with you guys and show you some of these switches that are available. And so let's just go for electrical switch. Let's see what pops up here. Okay, so here's a first good example of a regular standard electrical switch. Now notice it says single pole, so it has just one screw on two screws on one side, and then your ground screw, so your hot wire goes here. Hot wire in, hot wire out, and that goes up to your light box in the ceiling, or even to a receptacle if you want it to be switched by this switch. Now these are the old school type of switches, these old small off-on guys. Now if we go further down here, here is a Decora switch with a rocker plate, and notice, let's see, yeah, this is just a single pole as well, so this works just fine for just turning a light switch off and on. If we flip over here to three-way, here's the same version of this switch, but it is a three-way version, allowing you to turn this light on from two different locations. So we'll have more wires in the back in order to do that. These are all contractor packs here, so they come with a ton of them. If you wanted to change out all your switches in your house, you could do it with just a contractor pack. And then here we got some more single pole stuff. We got a push button style here. Some more of the Decora stuff, some toggle switches that have nothing to do with electrical. Here we have a three-way single pole dimmer. So this is actually, if you notice the wiring on the back, this is for doing dimming from two different locations for the same light. Notice the wiring here. So that's a three-way dimmer with a little toggle. Now let's take a look at some dimmers. Electrical dimmer. Alright guys, so here we got a smart dimmer. Now notice this is a Casa smart dimmer. Notice it says needs neutral wire. Most of these smart switches need a neutral wire to function properly. However, there is one type that does not, and it is a, I believe Lutron Casita has one, and I do have one on my pool light because my pool light does not have a neutral wire, and it works just fine without it. And there's just enough current in that hot wire to make that work without neutral. It's really cool how they made it work. But this is a regular Casa smart switch that works with Alexa and other smart devices. And it shows you a wiring diagram on the back. and this guy probably uses their app to interface. I think I have a Kaza in here somewhere. Most likely it uses their app. If it doesn't use their own proprietary app, then it uses SmartLife to connect. So here's another type of dimmer. That's another 3-way dimmer switch with a toggle off and on, so you can set it to whatever manual light level you want, and then you just toggle it off and on. This is Z-Wave, so that's a different type of technology for doing smart switches. It needs a hub. Here's a Lutron Diva LED dimmer. So this is designed specifically for LEDs so that they don't flicker, but a lot of times it really has more to do with the bulb and less to do with the switch. Here's another dimmer, 3-way LED dimmer that we can see here. And here's your Lutron Casita wireless, which I have some of these in the house. They work great. Some other smart Wi-Fi dimmers here as well. So as you can see, here's just a regular dimmer switch, single pole or 3-way Lutron with a rocker. So you set it at one level, you click the switch off or on to turn it off and on. Here's an old school rotating dimmer. You don't see those much anymore. Yeah, so you know, if you need assistance with, oh, here's one that does fans and lights. If you need assistance with figuring out a switch to put in your house to replace your existing switch, my suggestion is to open the plate, wall plate, see if it has 2 wires and they're both black, and then a ground, then that's your single pole. If you've got more wires than that, you're running a 3-way. In other words, if you have another switch that you can control the same light with, that's a 3-way. So I appreciate you guys checking out this little shopping trip here, and I'll put links in the description. All right, guys, thanks for checking out that little graphic about the different types of switches that we have and what they do. And now I'm going to show you guys how to actually wire up a standard single switch. This goes from the wall right there right up to one single light bulb, and then that's it. So remember I told you guys it has 2 wires here. So this isn't going to be a complete demonstration because I don't have the rest of the wiring from the box. But one of your black wires here, the non-neutral wire, is going to connect to one of your terminals on the side of the switch. Remember I told you guys in the last video, you got your workman pliers here. Got your workman pliers. You strip back the end of the wire with your wire strippers or your workman pliers. Strip back like 1/4 of an inch. Take your workman pliers, bend a nice little loop like that in the guy. That guy's ready. You got your switch right here. Doesn't matter which screw it goes on. Only thing that matters is whether you want your switch to be on when it's indented here or whether it's indented there. That would be the difference in where you flip the switch over and orient it. Remember what I told you guys, it always goes in the direction of the screw. So the screw is obviously, this one is going to be clockwise. So we take that guy there and we wrap it around that screw there. Get our standard Phillips head screwdriver. Tighten that dude up till it's tight. Once it's tight, make another turn. Just like that, ready to go. So now you're going to say, well, what do we do with these other 2 wires? Okay, so the neutral wire here, the white wire, goes to the neutral bundle inside of your electrical box. It uses wiring nuts, which are right here. We got wiring nuts in here somewhere. We did have wiring nuts in here. So it's just a standard wiring nut that connects all there's some right there. There's some wiring nuts, drop something. So those neutral wires all connect together in your electrical box. The ground, super easy. So I took my workman's pliers here, And I bent the loop there. Now the ground on the switch has a little guard to keep it from coming out. Throw that guy in there. Use your standard screwdriver and you put pressure on that with your thumb and tighten that up and then give it a good extra turn. So you've got this. Now the other hot wire, the other black wire here goes up to the switch. All right, so you're gonna have at the light in your ceiling or lamp or receptacle, you have a neutral wire up there, and then you have this coming out of the switch here. There is going to be a black hot wire running up to your ceiling box for your light. So that would go to this bottom screw right here. So take the wire that runs up to your light box and hook it to that bottom screw, and then tighten that down with your screwdriver here. Remember what I told you guys in the last video? Always take your electrical tape, which I have some right here. And now, of course, this is sticking out of your wall box now with all the wires connected. Take your electrical tape and run that guy. Take your electrical tape and run it around, probably easier starting on this side, the exterior where your screws are. This will save you some heartache when you turn the power on if you happen to have a short, and it will look a little something like that when you're done. You can match the wire down, and now this guy is ready to go back into your standard wall box. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we are taking a look at my old 15-year-old racing videos. This is part 2 of a I don't know how many part series until we get through all of them. So let's take a look today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to part 2 of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos on YouTube. Now, all of these videos were shot with my single turbo Supra, 1990 3.5 hard top Supra with a single turbo that made anywhere from 600 to the wheels to almost 815 to the wheels. And I think we got some bangers today because I have a few of them already pulled up for you. So let's start with this one. So this one says Street Racing, Bolt-On, Ford Cobra, and it doesn't even make sense what it says, which is hilarious. It says Bolt-On, Ford Cobra, and even compete with 67mm single turbo Supra. I guess I have to fix that. But let's take a look and see. And actually, this is my buddy Leo's car, and he was the guy on YouTube that had the car sounds with your mouth video that was really famous. But let's see. Oh, actually, no, this is Tony's Cobra. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, I had to replace the music in this one. Let's see what happens here. So there's my old 67mm setup. And there's no audio because I had to remove the music. This is before YouTube started doing all the copyright stuff. But I spun hard on that one, it looks like. Interesting. Looks like we got a good start on this one against each other. Back in the day, those Cobras were pretty stout with just like pulleys and a tune and all that. Looks like I pulled them on that one pretty good. That's the Dames Point Bridge, I can tell already with those cables. So it looks like he pulls out a little bit on me, and I never get it back, and I missed 5th gear as well. I wish this had the audio. I remember it was really good, but YouTube said something about copyright and I just had to replace everything. Yeah, the car would definitely, on the top end, it would usually get everybody, you know. So it looks like I pulled on it pretty good there. And I think that was it. I think John, my buddy John with the Evo, was actually recording this. And if we go back and look at this video again. So yeah, this car was making around 490 to 500 wheel horsepower, so not a slouch at all at the time. So I only had about 100 more wheel horsepower. I believe I was on pump gas at that time, but yeah, pretty interesting video. A lot of these Cobras back in the day wanted to run me. Now we have this next one that says old school chromed out Gixxer 750 versus 950 single turbo Supra. And I remember this one. So this bike was a Gixxer 750 SRAD. They're not anything crazy powerful, but I remember this. I actually had someone had a good camera for this race. So let's take a look and see if make sure there's no copyrighted music or anything on this guy. All right, so this next one I remember, and I had to start this over because it has some profanity in it, but this is actually a 750 SRAD, so not anything super fast. And I do remember we had a decent camera for this, but of course, downloading these videos from YouTube, the quality has come down quite a bit. But I just cut out like 30 seconds worth of solid curse words because I know I'll get nicked on the advertising revenue. But let's see what happens here when my 67mm Supra takes on this modded Gixxer 750 SRAD here. Make sure we stop it at the end in case there's profanity. Looks like we got 3 bikes tagging along here too. I don't remember this. There we go. So it looks like we're just going from a roll. I don't know what speed we're doing. Yeah, it was hard for a bike that wasn't at least a liter, you know, size to pull that car. So yeah, so just a little bit of a bike racing video there, which is pretty cool. Now this one, I remember this like, okay, so in Pasadena, I believe this was, my buddy lived in Pasadena, somewhere in LA, and this is my buddy's car and my car parked right next to each other. There was this turboed I think it was a 350Z, and he actually called me out, and we both videotaped it, and then afterwards he talked a lot of smack about the race, saying that he beat me and all this other stuff. It was ridiculous. It wasn't even really a race, but let's check it out.
Come again. You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please.
This is actually my buddy's Supra.
Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator. Quiet the dogs out!
Yeah, we probably can't even have that in there.
I need NOS. No. My car topped out at...
Ah, no, this is just my buddy's Supra. This is not the guy with the... Or maybe it is the guy with the 350 later on. This is my buddy's Supra with stop fuel and a single. Still pretty stout. Again, the video quality is absolutely terrible. Yeah, there's some cursing in this we're gonna have to go past. It's actually a 350Z. I don't know why I put 300ZX, mistake. Yeah, so I can't play this part because it's got tons of profanity, but this is my buddy racing the 350Z Turbo. And then me versus my buddy in his Supra. Stock fuel, I think he had like a 67 millimeter. Can't remember. I gave him the hit on this one. I'd say we're about 150 to 200 wheel horsepower difference. There we go again for round 2. I don't know what comes up at the end, but yeah, we're not going to go ahead and make that profanity happen. Alright, so this is a Trans Am. I'm trying to see. Yep, music was replaced on this one too. This is a pretty quick Trans Am running 150 shot, so. Yeah, all these videos I had to remove this had Du Hast on it. I remember this specifically, being upset about having to remove the audio. This car was pretty stout at the time. If you were around 500 wheel horsepower, you were doing good at that time. So here I think is the best race out of all of them. And I would pull on him on the top end for sure. I always had terrible tires. Never got good tires on that car. I suffered with just bad tires. I don't know why I did that. Had BF Goodrich, I think, comp TAs. This is my buddy's Evo 8. Me with no boost controller turned on. Probably was about 350 horsepower, the Evo. Not to the wheels, just I think straight up. Alright, so let's take a look at another one here. That was all I queued up, but alright, so this is actually a really good one. This is Tracy from Speedfab, which is now closed. This is his Turbo Hayabusa on low boost and me. This is a banger.
When we were a motorized bicycle company,
right after the ad, we'll take a look at this. So this is a guy who did a lot of work on my car back in the day. This is Tracy from Speedfab. I think he works at Stage 6 now. I don't know. I saw him on there the other day. But yeah, let's see what this is about.
The power of dreams.
Dang. You got shocks, pegs, lucky.
Nice Busa.
You ever take it off any sweet jumps?
You can barely see what's happening in this, but he just absolutely walks me. All you can really see is lights. And goodbye. It literally is just a bunch of blocks. You can't see anything. But that's him walking on me. And 170. Absolutely no chance of taking this.
You got like 3 feet of air that time.
Yeah, that's cool. Alright, I think we have time for one more. Let's see. Volkswagens can cheat emissions, but they can't cheat and beat a 800 horsepower Supra. Let's see what this is about. We're gonna go past all this because there's bound to be profanity in it. Okay, so let's go back to this so we can just see. Alright. Yep, so we were racing a GTI with upgraded turbos, fuel system, and the stock block at 22 pounds. And I had cams, 67mm turbo, and 850cc injector. Let's see. So this is me on low boost. Can barely make out a Volkswagen there, huh? Obviously, that thing was no match for the Supra back in the day. Even though the video is horrible and you can't see anything. It really was bad in the beginning, honestly, even though this is a copy of a copy. And I think that's going to do it for part 2. Those are some interesting videos. I hope you enjoy watching them as much as I do. And then we're done with this. We'll reflect on my Kings of the Street video, which is actually really good. But guys, thanks so much for watching Supercar Street Racing. We will see you in the next one. All right, this is day 64 of the keto diet. Let's see. 143.6. And I started at 169. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have something kind of special because this is going to save you guys with home theater systems a lot of money if you'd like to enhance the bass on your home theater system or just your regular audio system inside your house. Supercar Street Racing here, and today we have the Blaupunkt digital bass processor. This is the EP1600X, and what this guy is designed to do is enhance and process your low frequency sounds and create bass maybe where there is inadequate bass or lack of bass. Now, the first thing we notice right away about the Blaupunkt EP1600X here is that it is named EP1600. Now, that is a good case for proving that the Blaupunkt unit is a clone of the Epicenter, which costs about 6 to 8 times more than the Blaupunkt EP1600. Now, taking a look at the box here on the EP1600, we can see that it says that it is a digital bass processor. Now, notice one thing about this. This is actually designed for a vehicle, meaning that the power input on this is 12 volts, and it comes with a bass knob here to adjust the bass level on your Epicenter EP1600. Now, taking a look at the back of the box and the side of the box, right here it says Bass Note Restorer EP1600. On the front we have the maximum input level of 15 volts. The maximum output level is 13.5 volts, and the signal to noise ratio is 130 decibels. On the back, it has some of the same information, tells you the total THD, total harmonic distortion. It sits at 0.003%. Less than 60 dB of balanced input noise rejection. It tells you that it's got 10,000 ohms of impedance, and it tells you that it needs a 150 amp power draw, and that would be at 12 volts. However, it recommends a 1 amp fuse. The house units are 4 to 5 times more expensive than this car unit. Now, why on earth would you want to take a car bass processor and use it on your home theater system in your house? Well, it's quite simple. The car bass processors do the same thing as the Behringer, the PV, and the DBX units for your home, and those do subharmonic synthesis and bass enhancement. But this was a total of about 40 bucks for the actual unit and another $10 here for the power supply. So this is just a standard 12 volt power supply that plugs into your house. This particular power supply has a place where you can connect leads to it, so it is perfect for a car audio environment where this guy will just have a screw to put 12 volts and a ground and a remote turn on into the device. Now we're going to take a look at what we have for the house that accomplishes the same thing. All right, guys, we are here in the audio closet taking a look at the Behringer EX1200 Ultra Bass processor. This guy right here is very, very difficult to find, and when you do find them, they pop up around the $250 to $300 range. I do have 2 of these in the house. I have one in my home theater room, my legit home theater room, and I have one here feeding the whole home audio subwoofer system which consists of 3 subwoofers and is growing by the day. So what this guy does is it does a digital subharmonic processing, and it actually enhances the bass just as the Epicenter and the Blaupunkt will do. However, this is designed for the home, so it has the 120 volt input. It has a number of adjustments here under the digital harmonic processor. It has frequency, dynamic punch. It has a bass mode between ultra low and punch, a bass level, and then also it has a limiter here, a bass limiter, and then it has a adjustment for satellite speakers if you actually want to power your satellite speakers with this guy. Not power, but process your satellite speakers. You can do that as well. So that's the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX 1200 subharmonic bass processor. Will pop up online every once in a rare while. If you really want to do a home unit, this one is cheaper than the DBX, like 120, I think is the model number on the DBX, and does the same, if not better, processing. And then your third choice would be the PV unit, which I have had a hard time finding at all online. Now that we've taken a look at our home subharmonic synthesizer, we're going to take a look into the box of the EP1600 by Blaupunkt and see exactly what's inside and how we're going to be making our connection. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Blaupunkt EP1600X here, and here's a good look at the box. Look at the back of the box, the side, and the front of the box. This has not been opened yet, but you can see this is called the Digital Bass Note Restorer, and the EP is a good homage to the Epicenter, which is what the original manufacturer was who designed this type of technology for the car. However, the Epicenter is over $150, so we opted for the Blaupunkt so that we could test a lower model unit. And going right in here, see if you can talk to Blaupunkt, you can get a free car charger and USB cable. So they want you to do a review to do that. So we do have that review here, and also we will make one on Amazon and get our free charger. And now, okay, so we accidentally woke up the TV there, but here is the manual that comes with the EP1600X, and it shows you how to install the device here. Shows you setting your voltage for the size of the speaker. We have a 10-inch Polk subwoofer. Shows you signal connections here from your head unit. We are actually connecting it from our receiver there. And then it shows you the functions. Shows you the input, the output, the dash remote control, the power connector, and the para bass controls. And that is how you actually set up the device there. And then on the next page here, we have what's inside of it. And then we have connections and wiring once again for showing you how to do the power part. So this will require 12 volts and a ground, which we will provide with this power supply here. And then also it will require a turn-on wire. So that will be also 12 volts. And then it has your troubleshooting steps on the back. Next here, it looks like we've got a bass knob here. Take a look at that. And we will mount that somewhere, don't know where yet. Somewhere convenient, or just set it and forget it. But there is the included bass knob, and it looks like it has an LED as well. And it looks like it works off of a phone style connector. Then we have a little power block adapter here. Looks like for doing the power, it looks like it pushes in the side, and then you put your wiring in there. And yes, we have a phone cable. I think they're called RJ11s. Pretty lengthy phone cable. If you were in your car, you would run this from the unit in the back of the car all the way up to your dash, and then mount this control here, and you would plug each end into your your EP1600X. I wanted to call it a DBX, but yeah, it just plugs in just like that and then runs to the actual unit in the back of the car. We're gonna go ahead and unbox the 1600X from Blaupunkt. And we're going to use this box for a nice stand for it as we open up this box and take a look at this fresh, never been opened device here. And you are saving around $100+ by doing it this way rather than going with an epicenter. You're saving maybe $200+ from going with a Behringer, which are very hard to find, the Ultra Bass. And you can find the DBX subharmonic synthesizers, but they're up in the $300 or $400 range. And we're talking about for your home. Inside the bag here, we have our EP 1600X looking all beautiful and brand new. Came in a nice EP 1600X condom, and hopefully this lights up. And if we see here, we got our wide and our sweep. Those are the bass adjustments. That's actually how you adjust for the subharmonic synthesis right here. These two guys right here. And on the side here, looks like we have our balanced inputs, and it looks like you output here to your subwoofer, so you need a stereo input to drive this, and I believe we have that, and we will need an RCA cable to go out of this to our actual Polk subwoofer down there in the corner, and we will end up mounting this somewhere, maybe behind the dresser. Maybe we can mount it up nice and screw it onto the back of the dresser, as it is a permanent fixture here. And then what we do here is we have our power supply that I purchased, and I will give all the specs for this in the description, but this has a nice adapter on the end where you can actually connect wiring here. So we'll have to get a little wire to run from here to the box here, the Blaupunkt, and it looks like here our little power plate thing plug goes on. And they do give you a bunch of screws and stuff to mount the device with. So this is how this actually connects. So this pushes in the side right here. Let's see, it might go this way. Yep, it goes facing up with the screws up. And it's a little difficult to push in. There it is, and then you take a small screwdriver, loosen those up, and you put your ground all the way on the right, your 12 volts here in the middle, and your remote. Now, remote is just 12 volts, and that's supposed to be from your head unit that powers this guy on. Now, we won't be able to do that here, so we will just leave the device on all the time. It's not going to hurt it, and that will go right there. So that's a look at the inside of the box and what is in the box for the Blaupunkt EP1600 digital bass reconstruction processor. So now we've had a good look at what's included with the EP1600. We took a look at all the accessories, how all the connections are made, and how we're going to actually interface this with the 5.1 setup here in the bedroom from the project a few months ago. So let's go ahead and get this guy connected and see if we can tweak the sounds. Guys, welcome back. We have our EP1600X here laid out on the table. And my plan is, I don't know if these RCA cables work, but I am going to make a little bundle here with these zip ties. And these will be the outputs. So they're going to come off just like this. Kind of hard to plug in. And then we are going to just kind of bunch these together like a normal RCA cable would be bunched together. Pretty sure these RCA cables are okay, not 100% sure. But you can see I'm just making them into a pair. Now this will feed the subwoofer. So this is out of the device and into the subwoofer. And then we have a set of RCA cables coming from the receiver sub output, feeding the Blaupunkt EP1600X. So all we're doing now is making this little group of cables, and then we're going to make our power cables next. After we're done with this, we will cut these little tabs off of the zip ties. I'm really big about wire management, so this is why I'm doing this now. And grab my scissors over here that make it easier to cut these guys off, and we will have our finished signal wire. So all we did, just a brief overview, was just make it a little bit easier to manage these two separate RCA cables as one bundle, stereo, left and right. And now we need power, ground, and turn on. So we have quite a long cable on the end of this power adapter. We have our power cable I just robbed, and we will go ahead and cut the end off of this guy because one end goes to the power adapter, the other end goes to the plow pump. And so we have a little bit stripped off there at the end, or separated, and we take our wire strippers and pull off a little bit of wire. There's not very much wire in there, however, it does not need to handle a lot of current. Not even an amp, it's more like milliamps. So this side will be kind of pulled back too much, but this side will be for the plow pump, and we actually can go ahead and connect that. So we're going to use red as positive and red with black as negative. And I don't like that we have to put the wire directly in here without any kind of like pin, but I'm going to double up the wire. It's thin. So I'm just folding that over. And we have ground on the very left, but I'm gonna do the 12 volts first, so we just need a little screwdriver in there. And we got the power wire in there, and then we tighten down the screw. The screwdriver stripped, so it won't really tighten that much. Yeah, it won't even loosen. The screwdriver's busted, so I need to go find a new screwdriver. All right, I found my much better screwdriver here. And we need to loosen this up, and of course it will not stay for some reason inside the screwdriver. Loosen that guy up. Put our wire in there and tighten it back up. I really don't like how loose that is. I'm gonna do that again. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a little bit of wire hanging out. I guess there's no chance of those shorting out at this point. Now the other side, we have to be mindful of positive and negative connection on the power adapter. So let's go ahead and strip a little bit back for that side. All right, I'm just wrapping this end up with some electrical tape just to kind of give me some self-assurance that this is not going to short. So I already wrapped one inside between the wires. Now I'm just taking one over those exposed terminals. And that is good enough. Let's power it on one more time. Make sure it works. Immediately we have power here. And so now all that is left to do is test it. All right, gentlemen, we have, and ladies, we have our EP1600X powered up, and we have connected actually have not connected anything to anything, but here's the output of the receiver. We're plugging it into balanced input there. And then the cable that we created goes to the back of our subwoofer. Usually should power off the sub because it will probably hum. Okay, it didn't really make that much of a complaint. Now I don't know that these RCA cables are good. That is going to be part of the testing here. And now we can get our TV on and maybe see if we can create some bass here. And we're going to put on something on Prime Video, which probably something with good low frequencies. We can go ahead and test the Blaupunkt EP1600X. So I'm looking for a movie here. And here is Tomorrow War, which has bass in it. Let's see if this does anything. All right, let's see if we have inputs and outputs. And it is loading. You guys can't see it. It's up on the screen here. Okay, do hear bass coming out of the sub. Let me see if I can find something here with actual bass in it. Okay. We have our adjustment here. I noticed the Blaupunkt logo lit up on that one. Yeah, it looks like the more level we have, the more the logo lights up. All right, so we got the manual out again. So it says the bass response in a system is affected by 4 acoustics of the vehicle, location, speakers, enclosures, and the music you're listening to. And it says the sweep control allows you to select the center frequency, the frequency most affected. The Y control then allows you to adjust the shape of the filter centered on the sweep frequency. So I'm assuming sweep, we want to go lower for lower bass. So that would be a lower frequency than
what's your status?
All right, so this is going to take some experimentation and some tweaking to maybe adjust the levels coming out of the receiver to get the adjustment correct on the Blaupunkt. But as you can see here, we have our subharmonic synthesizer connected and working in harmony with our Polk audio subwoofer down there, our 10-inch sub. It is working properly. I highly recommend this already. I love the difference in the sound quality. Guys, I completely forgot to update on the bass control. We did not hook up the bass control, so we're going to do that now. Here we've got the phone wire for the bass control, and it goes right on the side here. And then it connects to this little potentiometer here, which we can mount wherever we want in the room. And it just plugs straight in. And it has a nice blue LED. Pretty bright though. So let me go back to a section with bass here, and we will play with this. Now we got this on minimum. That's max. You can see now the Blaupunkt. You can see now the Blaupunkt logo really. That is your bass control knob. So that's how the bass control knob works, and it actually just fell right off. Wasn't plugged in all the way.
Get the hell out of there right now.
Notice the blue light coming on for the input. So that's quite a bit of a difference from the stock bass with the Blaupunkt EP1600X. All right, guys, just a little final update on this video. I did end up just putting the EP1600X right here on the corner of the dresser for now. The best mounting spot would be behind the dresser, right back there, and then I actually took a screw out of the back of the receiver and mounted the bass knob there because it doesn't really need to be changed much, but it came out really clean. Now, I'm noticing a little bit of thumping on my subwoofer. I don't know what that's from. I've got to look into that and see if it's this causing it, but every 10 or 15 seconds it's making a thumping sound. Let's see. Let's see if it does it now. Okay, this is not doing it now. It's definitely the Blaupunkt input. Something is causing like a ground loop or something like that. It definitely could be where I have the power plugged in, but there's a little thumping. Let's see if it stopped. Nope, there it is again. So something is causing a little interference with the sub. So I got to get that sorted out. But yeah, that's how it ended up on the Blaupunkt EP1600X. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll get the ground loop problem sorted out and let you guys know what happened. Hey guys, my name is Brad. This is Supercar Street Racing, and this is my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid with Hardware 4. And you can see on the video right up here on the screen that I gave a tour of this car almost a year ago when I bought it. So I've lived with this car for almost a year. I have a lot of updates for you guys, how I feel about certain things, how many miles are on it, and what would I change if I could change anything about buying this car brand new. So welcome to the channel again. Let's get right into it and let's get busy. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. My name is Brad, and if you don't know me, I hope that you'll consider subscribing to the channel and liking this video. And this is the Supercar Street Racing Garage. Right here next to me is my 2023 Model S Plaid with Hardware 4. Now the video up there you see playing is my tour of the car when I first got it, and I had done a few modifications to it. But the goal of this video today is to do another walk around of the car, tell you guys what I like so far in the first year, tell you what I didn't like, and how many miles do you think are on this Model S Plaid? We're gonna get into this car today on Supercar Street Racing, so let's go. So I bought this car about 1 year ago, and the first thing that I wanted to do with the car was put some mods on it. And of course, the first mod that makes sense for the Model S Plaid are the wheels. Now, the first modification to the Tesla Model S Plaid were the wheels and tires. These are BC Racing wheels, and they came right from modbargains.com. I always trust modbargains.com with my wheels and tires for all of my cars. And these are Michelin Pilot Sport 4S in 265/35 ZR21. I went ahead and opted not to get the 21-inch wheels directly from Tesla. I saved the money, bought my own wheels and tires, and I've been super happy with this combination. And there are no modifications whatsoever to the brakes. These are the stock Model S Plaid brakes with red calipers. Now up here in the front of the car, we have several cool modifications. The first one being the carbon fiber V that fits right inside this nice pocket right here. This thing actually gives a really cool look to the front of the car, and it is also accented by this matte black Tesla logo here on the front. And then down below, you can see we have the carbon fiber front splitter here. It was fairly expensive, but it was an actually really good fit. And all we had to do was peel off the 3M tape and push that on. And this thing has stayed on with absolutely zero problems and gives the car a way sportier look up front. And also notice here that the headlights are wrapped in satin, which also gives a very cool look. Now moving to the side of the car, we have two other modifications here, and the mirrors are folded in, but here are the Model S Plaid camera covers in carbon fiber. They just fit right over the existing cameras here, and they give it a nice sporty accent. And then moving up, we have the carbon fiber mirror covers for the car. And double check when you go order, they are specifically designed for this year, make, and model. And I'll put a link in the description to the carbon fiber bits that are on the side here. Stepping to the side of the car right here, you can see that we have the carbon fiber handle covers for the Model S. And these are pretty cool because they just stick right onto the handle that comes on out. And they are a perfect fit, and they add a little bit of carbon to the side of the car where there is a lot of satin, and it does kind of offset the texture right here. All right, we're around the back now, and you can see the back is 100% stock. This is the factory rear wing. This is the factory rear wing, the factory Plaid badge, and everything else in the back is 100% stock, just like it came from the factory, except for the wrap. We are inside the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid now. And I want to talk about some of the things on this car that have happened over the past year and how I feel about the car now that it's been over 1 year of ownership. Now, I did buy this car down in South Florida. Someone had put an order in on it and didn't pick it up, so I was able to go down to Cocoa Beach and grab this car. Now, this car is black with black interior with carbon fiber, and it does have the yoke, which I absolutely love. A lot of people don't like the yoke, but I have found it to be kind of interesting and fun to drive. Now, I did pick up this car with almost no miles on it. I did trade in my junk rip-off Honda Accord. If you guys remember, I got ripped off by a guy on the internet, and I did trade that in. I headed down south to Merritt Island where the Tesla dealership is and picked up my brand new car. Now, when I first got the car, I had no clue how to drive it whatsoever. And so the process of buying this car was really super simple. I walked in, I gave the guy my plate, and he went ahead and did the trade-in for me. Then I walked out with my new Model S Plaid, not even knowing how to drive it. I asked the guy a couple of questions like, how do I get home and how do I charge? And then I was just on my way in my brand new car, super nervous. All right, when I left Merritt Island, I had 69% battery charge. When I got to Jacksonville, I was still at 29%, so I went straight to the supercharger. And to this day, the car has never been on a supercharger since then. I always charge it right back here at home. So I got the car back to Jacksonville and went ahead to the town center and charged it up while I had lunch over at Bono's. And I haven't had to take this car to a public supercharger since, or any other public charger. Now, immediately from the factory, the car had a few issues that we had to get taken care of. For one thing, the sill plates on both sides were kind of stained up, but the passenger side was the worst. It almost looked like it had a footprint on it permanently. I did call Tesla and make an appointment. It took about 3 weeks, and they came and replaced this sill plate. And the next thing that did go wrong with this car was the carpet in the back had a stain from the factory, and they tried not to cover it, but something else happened on the carpet, and they did eventually replace the rear carpet. Not the actual carpet, but the actual mat. Now, the car has been also in service for two other things. The rear charge port door was defective, and the guy who came and put it in brought the wrong door and tried to make it work. and it just looked terrible. It wasn't lined up at all. So they got the correct door and they did replace my charge port door. Now, last week I had a really strange issue with the infotainment system here. So after the software update, the LTE would not connect anymore, which is the cell service for Tesla. I tried everything. I tried the reset method on the steering wheel. I tried a number of other tricks, but service ended up coming out and I had no idea there was a port under here for service. He connected his laptop and in less than an hour, I was back in business on LTE service. Now I'm gonna go ahead and go over to the car menu and go to service. Okay, now I'm over here in the car menu and I am at software, and here is a picture of what the mileage is now, and I'm gonna throw that up on the screen right now from the app. So that's right, the car has 1,747 miles on it on its 1-year anniversary. Now I drive this car on the weekends only. I haven't taken it on any big trips except when I bought it. So that's why the car has remained in low mileage state. Now let's talk about the software. I did not purchase full self-driving, but about a month ago, I was gifted a 60-day trial of full self-driving. So I have been enjoying that, and I have it until May 1st, 2024. And I might consider buying it if I really enjoy this experience. Now let's talk about some of the performance aspects of the car, and let's start with the steering. Now the steering and controls are all managed right here. You can set the car to be in a nice slow mode, or you can go all the way up to plaid mode. And if you're going to the track, there is a track mode where you can customize things like power to the front and rear and the brakes and everything like that. But the steering and the pedals are great. I love the way they are responsive, and they are very, very good. Now to the suspension, which has its own setting right here. The suspension is awesome. I usually keep it in sport, and I do keep the Model S all the way down as far as it will go. I do not have lowering links, so I'm not really into those, and I'm worried about rubbing, so I'm not gonna get those. But yeah, the suspension is really good. It is very sporty, and the car handles amazing. So let's talk a little bit about charging. We do charge with the dryer circuit back here, which is 24 amps, 240 volts. And all we have to do is, after we get back from breakfast or driving around town, plug it right in there and make sure the dryer isn't on and drying clothes, or it will flip the breaker. And the car usually takes around an hour or two to get back up to normal charge. And I do set the charge limit to 90% as recommended by Tesla, since I don't drive the car every day. Now, we already talked about autopilot, which I do have like basic autopilot, but right now I do have the full self-driving, and so I have been enjoying full self-driving and learning how to work it for about the last 40 days. The lights in the car are really awesome. This 2023 model has redesigned front headlights with self-leveling, and they are laser headlights, so they are very good, and the eyesight is very happy for them. Navigation system has remained solid, have not had any issues with it, and I also put Waze up on my phone so I can see if there's police around. But so far so good with the navigation system and full self-driving. Okay, on the software we're up at 11.1, and we have 12.3.3 of full self-driving. And so not a lot to say about the software. I probably had 10 or 15 software updates since I bought the car, and the only issue I ever had was with the LTE modem stopped working on the last update, and that is now fixed. Now on to the upgrade. I have not subscribed to full self-driving or bought the full self-driving for $12,000, but it is on my mind. I'm thinking I want to evaluate all the way to the end of the trial period and then see if I really want to go ahead and spend that amount of money. Now on to interior modifications. I do have a couple of modifications here. I have the carbon surround for the charging port, which makes the car look a bit more sporty. And that is all of the modifications I have inside of the Model S Plaid. But I do want to get the carbon fiber seat backs. I think those are awesome. Moving to the inside of the Model S Plaid, you can see that for a 1,700 mile car, this vehicle looks exactly like it should for 1,700 miles. I still have issues with the sill plates becoming stained, but other than that, there are no major issues with the interior here. The seats are holding up very well. I am careful with the bolsters, and the same thing in the back here. We don't have any issues whatsoever with quality or things getting worn out prematurely. The screen in the back is still working great as well, where the back people can control their media and their air conditioning system. And so the interior of the Model S Plaid has held up just as expected to moderate use. And being that I don't drive the car very much at all, I expect it to keep on holding up as I detail it once every 2 or 3 weeks with some good interior ceramic coating spray. All right, that is gonna wrap up the tour of the 2023 Model S Plaid, 1 year of ownership down. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. Please like and subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you again next time. Put it in the comments if you have any questions, and we'll see you soon. Guys, welcome back to the channel. It is Monday, and today we have something special. A upgrade to the editing rig. Studio A is getting an upgrade today. I did not realize that I could have went up in processor speed from what I have. I thought the motherboard was too old to do anything with, but actually this is an AM4 Ryzen 9 5950X, and that is going, there it is right there. That is going into the editing rig today, along with some Cryonaut liquid metal grease here, thermal grease. We're gonna get that out of the box and get it installed today on Supercar Street Racing. Hang out with us. In front of me on the table here is a AMD Ryzen 9 5950X, as you can see, marked on the box right there. And it is time today to take a look at this and also this nice Cryonaut thermal compound. What we're doing is upgrading Studio A. Studio A has a editing rig with a 5900X processor in it. This will be a significant upgrade to the 5900X because it has more cores and it is way faster. So this should upgrade the outside Studio A quite a bit and help prevent some of the issues every once in a while with lag and not being able to scrub the timeline and things like that. I'm hoping this is a big upgrade for that. We already upgraded the RAM to 128 gigabytes as well out there, so this will be the second part of the upgrade. And also, we do have to remove the water cooling block from the old CPU to get it out. I have done that before because I did it with the old CPU when the water cooler actually died. So what we're gonna do today is get my editing PC out. We're going to put it on its side in the studio and take out the old processor and hopefully put in this Ryzen 9 5950X. Okay, we did do a project over the weekend with a golf cart battery, so I have all my tools here that actually need to go back outside, and I will need to get a screwdriver, a regular screwdriver, for taking out the water block. I'll let them go. All right, we got the Ryzen 9 right in front of us, ready to be unboxed. Should be pretty quick and easy to unbox this. There's the actual processor. There's the Ryzen 9 5950X right in front of you. So that's it. There's not really much to look at inside the box. Let's get the Cryonaut open. There's a tube of Cryonaut thermal grease, and it has a verification code as well to let you know that it is 100% real. And a little paddle. It says to put a little drop 3x3 on this processor and spread it evenly. So let's just apply it with a little bit of pressure and evenly. So that's what we will do. We have to go disassemble the PC outside though. Let's get outside and get this thing installed. And we're booting up to Windows. Let's open up CPU-Z. See what we have. Ryzen 9 5950X right there installed. 16 cores. Let's look at Task Manager. There's the CPU, there's the 16 core processor. Hey guys, we're back in Studio B now. We spent some time in Studio A upgrading the editing PC out there. That PC originally started with a Ryzen 9 5900X. I wanted a little bit more power out there, and I did find out that I could upgrade my CPU to what's on the screen here. This is the Ryzen 9 5950X. This is the fastest AM4 processor available. You can throw this in any motherboard that supports AM4. AM4 is a DDR4 specification motherboard, so you have to use DDR4 RAM with it. And you can see right here, it does have a 16 core architecture, and it does have 32 total threads. Its maximum boost clock is 4.9 gigahertz, and it's based at about 3.4 gigahertz. It has 64 megabytes of cache. Its TDP is 105 watts total. It is unlocked, so you can overclock it. It uses the AM4 socket, and of course it supports Windows and RHEL and Ubuntu. It does not have any graphics built in, so you will have to have a graphics card if you go ahead and get this. And right here on Amazon, you can see that it is $308 right now. If you're looking for it, 308 bucks is about what I paid for it as well, and it was shipped the very next day. Now, I did do some testing on this in DaVinci Resolve Studio, and it is quite a bit faster than my old CPU. And I know a lot of the stuff is graphics card intense, but a lot of the speed change stuff in DaVinci Resolve uses all of your CPU power available, and I do a lot of speed changes in my editing, so it really helped in that area as well. Even the general performance of the actual PC itself was noticeably faster with the 5950X instead of the 5900X. I'm gonna put a link to this in the description if you guys wanna go ahead and get a Ryzen 9 5950X. Please order it from our official link in the description. It helps us out greatly. When you do that for us, we get a few dollars here and there. Please like and subscribe also. It looks like we're gonna hit 200,000 subscribers probably within the next day, so that's gonna be awesome as well. And we couldn't do it without your help. So we really thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing and sticking with us through all these years and making us great. That's gonna do it all for today with this 5950X AMD Ryzen 9. We're gonna go ahead and get out of here. We actually have a real job. Sunrise is insane. Heading to Atlanta from Jacksonville. Hitting the Florida state line with a sunrise like this. Dang, son. Pretty. In the first quarter of 2023, they sold over a sucky motherfucker ass piss
Video.
All right, welcome back to the channel. Today we got Dukes of Duval here, and then behind the camera, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Wayne.
Wayne is behind the camera doing all the videography today, and we got this brand new to us golf cart we're going to be working on. So Joe, tell us a little bit about what you found here.
Well, obviously the first thing I recognized that the batteries were bad. They were about 7 to 8 years old, which is a pretty decent lifespan for a set of Trojan batteries.
Right.
Typically what you get out of them, but they start to fall off about 5-6 years. So to get that long a lifespan out of them is pretty good. So I knew that was the first thing we need to replace. But this is 36 volt, so you got to get 6 volt batteries times 6, and we knew that we needed to replace them. So just had a guy come over, drop them off. A lot of guys will do delivery service, so just called them up. They came right over to help me just remove the batteries. Typically they'll help you kind of reinstall the batteries, but in this case, once we removed the first battery, which I kind of knew was going to happen, it was going to be ugly underneath. So
we're going to have to show you guys the clean. It's on. We're going to have to show you guys the cleanup here. That's coming up in a minute. But let's talk a little bit about what this is right after this. All right, we're back once again with this.
Oh, it's a 2001, I believe, 36 volt Easy Go that I scored from a neighbor that just moved away. He unfortunately went to a community that doesn't allow golf carts. Okay. Which I almost told him that he needs to not move there, but he's dead set.
He's going anyway, or his wife's going to go without him.
And he made me a deal that I couldn't refuse, but I knew that there was going to be some problems with it, including the batteries, which was going to be the main thing. Okay. My hopes are it's just the batteries that are the issue. Some of the cables for the batteries are corroded and pretty bad, so I'm going to have to replace those. I have extras. Awesome. But for the most part, most of these golf carts, especially Club Car and Easy Go, they're pretty indestructible. Like, you can't kill them. Like, the only thing you're replacing on them most times are batteries, tires, and sometimes some of the brake parts, but we will see.
What I really like about the golf carts is in general is that there's so much room to work on them usually. The problem is with the batteries, there's not a lot of room, and when you get down in the battery compartment, it's pretty cramped up. And what you guys are going to see here in a minute is probably going to blow your mind. It might be the thumbnail. The amount of acid in the tray here for the batteries is insane. So what we need to do today is get that battery acid washed out. We're going to make it inert. We're going to clean up the engine bay. Call it engine bay, battery bay. We're going to paint this thing and then get it ready for these brand new Trojan 6 volt batteries. Now, I don't even know if they do a lot of the same golf carts today with the 6 volt batteries. Do they still even do these?
No, I think it's pretty much 48,
they've done away with that.
48 volt is pretty much, I mean, you might be able to find some, but they're 48 volt now.
And you're going to see also that the traditional lead acid battery is also kind of going to the wayside for lithium now. So a lot more manufacturers are offering less lead acid and more lithium because of the low maintenance, the long life, the output's better, the shelf life is better. Everything about them seems to be better. They're sealed. There's no acid in them at all. So let's take a look at the battery tray though now and show these guys exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and before we say that, a couple things. One, I like most people are kind of on the brink of wanting to get lithium, but the price just still isn't right for me. Right. So for this cart and the price that I pay for these batteries, it just made sense to continue to go with a flooded battery. I think that probably the next set of batteries I put into a golf cart will probably be a lithium battery. A little bit of work sometimes to make that conversion. So in this particular case, I didn't want to like pour my heart and soul into doing that. I just wanted to replace them. The other thing I would say about this particular golf cart, which is made by Easy Go versus Club Car, is that they're made with regular metal in a lot of their parts. To me, it does rust, and it's kind of a turnoff. So I'm a Club Car guy. My main golf cart is a Club Car, and so what you'll see is the effects of having lead acid flooded batteries with the overflow of the acid that happens and trickles over onto the metal, which causes some pretty good corrosion and other issues. So we'll see that in just a second.
And I think like in the future, we might be able to convert this guy over here, this golf cart, to lithium. And when we do, I think we need to do a frame off restoration on this thing and like paint it and do all the stuff.
That seems aggressive. This car's in great shape. We'll just do a simple lithium change out on it. So yeah, let's get it done.
All right, let's get it going. Dukes of Duval here with his new golf cart. And you guys need to see this is what happens. So when you put water in these things, the water boils over as the battery makes
as it's
voltage.
Yeah, as it's charging. And
as
with
it's
that,
charging.
some of the acid releases simultaneously.
And so look at this. So this stuff right here, I guarantee you don't want to mess with it. I had it on my garage floor. It soaked into the carpet, and then it got into my clothes, and it burned my actual skin from my clothes.
Yep.
It'll put blisters on your body.
Yeah, so earlier when I was taking the batteries out or getting ready to start, this sits on top to hold it down, if you want to point it down here.
Sure.
And the second that I went to just kind of mess with it, it completely came off. So this took these bolts, these hanger bolts or whatever you want to call them, and completely corroded them to nothing.
So did you order hanger bolts already, or do we have to?
Nope,
Okay, cool.
Already ordered these.
Okay,
we can
great.
keep this because the plastic doesn't go bad, so we'll reuse this. And then, so the plan is to go through this thing and completely get all this off of here.
Okay.
And then we're going to neutralize the acid, and then we're going to come back and we're going to probably sand it down a little bit, and then we're going to spray paint it.
Okay.
Hopefully get a good coat on it, and hopefully see if we can prolong the time that this battery bay has, because over time it'll eventually get so bad that a lot of people have to come in here, cut this out, and replace the whole one, and that's just a pain. So,
all right. So what's our first step? We need to roll this thing outside somewhere where we can get this stuff out.
Yep, exactly.
Or are we just going to spray it out with a spray
just gonna
hose
spray it
for
out
now? Okay,
yep.
Cool. All right, let's do it.
Yep.
All right, so we're getting suited up here for surgery and inspection of the
battery cavity.
Battery cavity. So we're getting our gloves on here because, this stuff is very toxic to your skin and to your respiratory system. You really kind of want to wear also breathing protection. But what we're going to do right here...
That's only for people that were born after 2000.
Right. If you're born before 2000, you're good.
You don't need any of that.
You're a lot stronger in the lung area.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do right now is brush all this stuff off and then sweep it up and put it in a bag and dispose of it properly because it's battery acid.
Yep.
And if you see, it's going to come right off, but when it does come off, we're going to also be able to see that the frame is corroded. And that stuff
might need to get something else to scrape.
I'm thinking, yeah, we're going to need a scraper as well. I didn't bring one. Do you have one?
I got everything.
All right, cool.
All right, so we kind of knocked off the top layer of this pretty thick stuff, pretty nasty. We've got quite the pile of acid debris down here, and now we're going to go back with this stainless steel brush and go ahead, and this wire brush I should say, and try to knock some more of it off.
Let's do it. I'm getting away unless you got a mask.
That's good enough. Okay.
All right, we're back out here in Dukes of Duval Garage, and we have a whole bag full of goodies here that I brought over to work on the golf cart.
More importantly, look at all of this corrosion.
And so this is what he knocked off of the, and it's hard to imagine that came out of
the battery tray.
Battery tray, right?
Easy go. You got to figure this out.
So we're going to send this to all the small children in the neighborhood. That cleaned right up, so that will be put in a plastic bag and be inert now. And then we brought over some stuff. We got some baking soda to make the acid inert. So we'll put that with water, mix it up with water. I bought a spray bottle to put that in. And some black paint. It's engine paint. So we're gonna knock all the rust and acid, inert that thing, and then spray it black.
So, Brad, do you want to? I can pull my spray nozzle out. We'll just spray it. I mean, spray nozzle, my air nozzle out. We'll spray that out.
This is a family channel. You can't pull your spray nozzle out.
This isn't OnlyFans. All right, so now we kind of got it. The top layer, we grinded it down pretty good. I think from this point, we're just going to blow it out with the air chuck, and then from there, we'll see if there's any other bigger spots that need to be addressed. But after that, then we'll neutralize it, which hopefully will be pretty quick, and then let it dry, and then we'll paint it.
Sounds good to me. Let's get to work. All right, we're gonna take our spray bottle that I brought over.
Already prepped and ready? Full?
It's not full. We got to fill it up with some baking soda and some water. Now the trick is we need a little funnel to get the baking soda in there.
Yep.
And then we'll put some water in it.
Ratio is here? Or?
Yep, I got to check my phone, so we'll be right back.
Need what, 16 ounces maybe?
Probably.
27 fluid ounces.
Okay.
So you do the math on that.
I don't know how to do math.
But
I went to public school.
We'll just put in what we think.
Do a lot.
Yeah, that's
the best bet. It's going to come out in clumps. You don't have a real funnel?
I'm sure I do somewhere. But this is good because we just throw it away when we're done.
True. All right, so we're pouring the baking soda right now, and we're going to just pour a generous amount in there because, you know, it's so much per pound, and we have a small 27 ounce spray bottle. And we're going to make sure we got enough to, we might have filled up the hole.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to put some water in there,
what was
shake
the
it up.
again?
Something per pound, I don't remember.
Oh,
that's plenty.
Okay, that's
the whole box, so I guess we're good.
No, that's not the whole box. All right.
Yeah. And now we'll fill this up with water.
I'll be back.
All right, so Joe just filled this up with water.
Yeah, look at this.
And
look at this.
Watch this, because this is what baking soda does to battery acid. It instantly starts neutralizing the acid, and this is why you do this when you change your batteries.
Wow.
Check out, it's almost like peroxide going on your skin or whatever.
Now, here's the thing.
Look at that. Look at that go.
I think my spray nozzle's clogging up here.
Oh my goodness, your nozzle's clogged. Look at this.
Yeah. Look. There it goes. Breaking.
Whoa, that's working good, I almost said. This is killing it, dude. All right, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and Wayne is also joining us, and Carter. And so we've let this thing sit. Yes, and you. And we've let this thing sit for a minute, and look at this. Where are the... Yeah, we need the lights. All right, Joe, look at this.
Yeah, pretty impressive that it's eating up a lot of the rust.
Carter, look at this. Look at
That's
this.
so cool. Nasty.
Now watch, he's gonna just knock the... Yeah.
It's really easy.
Right? So, look at all that come off, and that's after 2 applications of baking soda and water. It's taking all the rust off, all the acid off.
Back up.
You guys already know this is going to be perfect when we get done. So the next step here is we're going to get the air compressor out again. And this isn't a regular air compressor. Look at this thing, man.
I mean, it's not
a beast.
It does a trick.
We're going to blow this off now. Try to get it dry enough to paint.
Oh, that's ready to paint.
All right, guys, we are back out here in the garage, Dukes of Duval's house, and we have prepped this as best as possible. Now we're just going to spray and pray.
Yep.
Oh! And we're about to paint this. Oh! What? All right, all the nonsense just happened, and then we are about to spray this guy with paint. So I think we're just going to pray and spray.
Yeah. You know, I was just going to say, they make a product, and we're not trying to do all this, called OSFO, and I believe that it will turn like, it's a product that will turn like rusty metal to galvanized by just like painting it on or spraying it on or whatever.
Really? That's kind of sick.
It actually is pretty sick, but we're not going to do all that. I would call this the aerosol overhaul.
All right, so where are we going to paint this? We can't paint it on your driveway because we'll just paint your entire driveway black.
We're not. I'm going to buy some cardboard or grass.
Grass will just grow back, so should we just pull it right over there?
Yep.
All right,
this is not a major cleanup.
So, what kind of paint is that, by the way?
2 times Ultra Cover Paint and Primer Rust-Oleum.
So it's flat black, so I think it's going to look good.
Yeah, listen, nobody's going to be in here looking anyway, so it's just to stop the corrosion, right?
Right.
All right, here we go.
Yo! That's going to actually turn out good. Alright, so we got this thing drying, it's ready to go. This stuff dries in 5 minutes, so we're going for round 2 right now. Second coat of paint will be the final coat, and then I actually have to go have some fun.
Yeah, so we'll pick up on this tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You want to finish it tomorrow? Yeah, we're not ripping this thing tonight. What do you think about this whole story?
She's my CEO, and I believe everything she says.
What's happening, guys? It's freaking Friday night. I got this bottle of wine right here, which I haven't touched because I saw something that inspired me and had to try it. So the other day, you guys saw me Plastidip my emblems because they're chrome, and I got some black wheels coming. I haven't revealed what yet. That's coming soon in the next video. But tonight, I'm gonna show you how to Plastidip your orange side markers and dark tint them out. Stay tuned, that's coming right now. Alright guys, what you're going to need for this project is some blue painter's tape, some masking material. I just use like regular old newspaper or plastic or whatever you have, and just a regular old black matte Plastidip right here. You can get it at Home Depot or any auto parts store. And this is the light that we're going to be working on. See this orange side marker slash turn signal? So kind of lucky in this case, right here around this light is a tiny little crack. So I'm able to get the tape right inside that crack. If you don't have that, you're going to have to kind of mask it off, or you can try a heavy coat around it and see how it peels. It might peel on that line. Stay tuned for what mine's going to look like when I tape it off. Alright, I got the side marker masked off. Notice I got a good mask all the way around it here. Now, before you ask me in the comments, yes, Plastidip does overspray. I found out when I did the emblems. Came back the next day and there was overspray all over it. So I got it all masked off. I've got my Plastidip here. I need you to do the same thing I did and preheat this can so it's nice and warm. Now if you've used this can before, it might have some Plastidip around the tip here, so just pull that off before you do anything. Then spray a sample there to kind of clear the head. Now I don't have much room here to spray. Try to get this on camera while I do it. I'm going to do one light coat first. Okay, that's all for now. Nice light coat. I'm going to let that dry for 15 minutes and then we'll be back. Okay, the timer just went off, so it is time for coat number 2. Now this coat is going to be a wet coat, and at the same time we are going to remove the tape. When you have tape, you always want to remove the tape while your coat is still wet. So we're going to put a good 3 shot on there. And then we're going to pull the tape. I'll be right back. Okay, I just got done pulling the tape and you can see I didn't do as good of a job with the taping. So I'm going to grab a rag over here from my rag collection. Let's see if this will come off easily. If it doesn't, it will come off when it dries. Yeah, it wipes right off right now. Just like that. Like I said, it will come off when it dries regardless. That's the beauty of Plastidip. If it doesn't come off like that, just use your finger. That was dried on there from the first coat. Now this is going to take 15 minutes to dry and you're done basically. 2 coats is enough for me on these. I don't want to go crazy on this part. So I'm going to show you the other side, which was actually already done before. I wanted to make sure I had it good before I did a tutorial on it, but there's how it came out. I think it looks so much better than the orange. Now ideally they would be the color of the car, and they make a whole strip for the European car that doesn't have a side marker in that color, and that's what I really want. But I think that looks better than clear side markers, honestly, with the black factory insert there and then black wheels coming. So that's how you Plastidip your side markers on your car. We'll see you guys next time. Bye.
The feeling of a bike coming by at 200 miles an hour is a visceral ripping of the air as it flies past. You can see this 200 mile an hour pass, the exhaust coming out the dump pipe on the left side of the bike. He blows my camera sideways. are very few things that rival the sensory overload associated with the burnout. You've got the smell, you've got the smoke, you've got the vibrations. It's awesome. People love burnouts unless they happen to be wearing a law enforcement uniform or something like that. Burnouts are necessary for drag strip runs to heat up tires. Generally on the street, you don't really need to do anything like that, especially with roll-on races. So burnouts are just for pure pleasure.
That's what we like to see.
The impressive thing about these burnouts are the fact that they start at about 40 miles an hour. So this black Supra has enough power to break the wheels loose at about 40 miles an hour, both wheels. Gets a little sketchy sometimes. Being careful about the rider in front. It's majestic seeing the smoke just pour off the wheels in the back and disappear behind the car. Keep in mind there's a camera bike back there. Burnout was seen by an officer perched at the side of the road about 5 miles away, so we had a little talk afterwards. Everybody drove away and lived happily ever after.
.3.5 Supra hardtop, very rare. There's only a few hundred hardtops made in that year. Running 74mm innovative turbo, 1000cc fuel injectors, and I have 264 cam springs and retainers on the stock motor.
You guys might want to take another 100 yards just so that you're comfortable right where you want to be when you take off. It's nice to roll at your speed and just set your gear where you want to be. So about another 100 yards. This is a great matchup. The rider on the ZX-10 is a fairly large guy. But still the ZX-10 managed to squirt away briefly before the 900 horsepower Supra takes it down well before the finish line, and then just adds to his lead as the speeds get up higher and higher, and the ZX-10 begins to lose steam aerodynamically. I think that boy has about 900 horsepower. That was nice. That was actually really good. You just squirted past him, and then he was trying to hold. You're losing, you're gaining ground just a little bit, and then he just took you in.
hour, 28 pounds of boost, which is about 7 psi into my max.
Very nice.
It's probably got another 100 real horsepower.
Oh, you'll need that for the ZX14. That was really good. It was about what I expected in that he took off just a little bit, you chased him down. Once the speed gets high, he's going to run out.
pretty wild.
The Supra allows the Lamborghini a little bit of a jump, knowing that it's got enough horsepower to chase it down, which it does quite handily as soon as the boost comes on.
Super's fast.
So yes, fast?
Lambo's not so fast.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, that's pretty because you go right. Yeah? Thanks, man. You did. Oh, well, if your garage may come down, but I'll send it back up.
That's cool. No problem.
All right.
I was going to close it anyway.
All right.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today we're taking a look at this 8-inch in-ceiling speaker that died who knows when, but the sound has been gone for a minute. First I thought it was just a bad connection on either the switch side or the speaker side, but I grabbed my test speaker and I tested and the actual speaker died. It was a Polk 8-inch in-ceiling two-way speaker. I did order a replacement speaker, and I am pretty sure if we walk out here, we might get a miracle. Because I saw, yep, I see it. There's the Amazon van. So my speaker is on that van. It's a Micca, I believe, MICCA, 8-inch in-ceiling, about 44 bucks. So today we're gonna get that thing installed and replaced, unboxed, and see how it sounds. All right, here comes Amazon with my package. Yup. He is pulling straight up in front of the house to deliver. Actually, he's going into the neighbor's driveway to turn around, and then he should have my package. And he left and hurt my feelings so bad. Is he like thoroughly confused or what? Nope, he gone. Bye bye. I think he's totally lost. I think he's back and looking for my package. Super hyped with all the air horns on Earth. And he is on the way to the garage. I don't want him to see me because they'll think I'm weird. We have the Micca M8C in-ceiling speaker here to open up. So this is replacing a Polk audio in-ceiling speaker. Wanted to try a new brand. Probably a little more expensive than the Polks, which is probably a good thing. Of course, the more money you spend on a speaker, the better that's going to sound in your home, and the more power handling usually they will handle. So if we take a look here at the box, we can see the Mica M8C two-way in-ceiling speaker. Tells you what's in it. It's got the speaker, a painting template, and installation instructions. And on top, they've got a new product seal to keep you honest. So we're gonna go ahead and open this guy up and then install it. And this is replacing a Polk audio speaker that failed after a certain amount of time. Now, to be fair, this is in the bathroom. It's moist from the shower constantly, so I'm not surprised it actually failed. And looking inside of the box with the Mica M8C, we have a nice little instruction manual here for you guys. And kind of explaining how to mounting of the speaker, mounting it and painting it. If you do so, feel like you want to paint the grills, match, and then let's go ahead and get the Mica, or Mica, however you want to pronounce it, open in typical fashion. For these cheaper speakers, they have a very small magnet comparatively. There is a notification that this was delivered. Now, if we notice here on the back, this is how it mounts to the drywall. They all do this. They have little ears that swing around when you screw it in, and they swing and then clamp down on the drywall. And right here, we notice we have a crossover. So we have a passive crossover. An active crossover would be, you would have a crossover before your power amplifier, so you would only send low frequencies to this speaker. So a passive crossover takes the full range amplified signal from your receiver, crosses it over with the full power output, and then sends the rest to the speaker. One thing of note already I see that I don't like, very small wiring from the crossover to the speaker, and that is something we could remedy. If it has distortion or anything, this could be a good clue as to why. It's a short audio cable run, so the shorter the run, the less the wire matters, but it's probably like 18 to 20 gauge wire they cheaped out on here. If you want to remedy that, you could make a small jumper wire here and put your own higher gauge audio wire. It does kind of sound like something we might want to do. Let me look into that. I might do that right now. All right, I wanted to give you guys a better look at this inferior wiring from the actual crossover. So actually we cannot change the wiring from the crossover to the voice coil because it is permanently wired, and actually the wiring from the terminals. Okay, that's interesting. Huh. Okay, so I'm not sure what this is about, but your inputs go here. Yeah, I've never seen a design like this before. So usually you have into a crossover and then a speaker. It looks like we have, this would be the normal input for the speaker coming from the crossover. That's confusing to me. Oh, I get it. Okay, so here's what's happening here after further review. All right, so what is happening is they are, okay, so they have this crossover actually as a two-way system. Yeah, so this output feeds a woofer, and it is a very, very tiny cable. Funny thing is, this feeds the tweeter. Oh no, opposite. The thin wire feeds the tweeter, the thick wire feeds the woofer. There's nothing we can do here to make this any better. So I brought all my stuff out here, but we cannot do anything to this design to make it any better. They just opted to use very crappy wire on the tweeters, and they used a little bit bigger wire on the woofer. So what we're gonna do now is go ahead and pop off the grill, but I wanna zoom out for you guys. Okay, we're with this now view, and to get the grill off of these, you can either just pop it off with a little included tool, which they give one, which is pretty cheap. They usually have a tool you can push in the grill or put inside the grill and pop these grills off, but the easy way to do it is to rotate the tabs like that. So you rotate them away from where they're in the lock position, and usually, okay, that didn't work either. Usually you can push down, but that does not work. So we need to get our grill removal tool, which I saved from our other speakers. It's right here. And that just literally goes into one of the holes on the sides, if it will fit. And you just pull up on it like that. And this is going to reveal your Mica M-8C in ceiling two-way speaker. Now, take a look. The grill is white. The actual speaker is a gold color, and I think that's deceiving to make it look more expensive than it is. You can see the small magnet here. There's no way this thing's going to do anything amazing. And take a note that this is actually not an 8-inch speaker. This is a 6.25, I think, or 6.5 actually. But the rest of it is actually the mount. So you're not getting an 8-inch. You probably have to order a 10-inch to actually get an 8-inch woofer. Now to get ready for the thing, you go to these mounts, you rotate up and around, up and around, up and around. Now these guys are ready to be screwed in with a standard drill right here. There's 4 points here that you drill, that you get your drill to put them in. But first you use these push-in speaker clamps here to put the wire in. You push it in, put the wire through the hole, and then let go. Afterwards, you go ahead and put this grill in, and I just noticed they gave you a little indentation here to pull the grill off, so you don't have to have, well, actually that's probably covered. You still need this tool, and I don't know why they wouldn't give you one of these for free. So let's go ahead and get this thing into the bathroom and get it installed in the ceiling. We're back in the bathroom, and unlike the other brand speakers, these stay pretty firm. You rotate this thing to get them ready to mount. The other side they tend to move. Here's like the most challenging part for this, and we have to hold the speaker while we wire it up and have our drill ready at the same time. Fortunately, we have this little resting place here, and I have already, well, I thought I did. I thought I prepped the wires to be inserted, but they're a little loose. So if you just get those things nice and tight, the wires, just go ahead and spin them. If you have pins, you can solder and do pins. But I am going to put, obviously, black into black right here. All I'm doing now right here is pushing on the clamp and then letting the clamp go. Make sure all your mounting brackets are rotated, and then we'll see if it actually fits. And it is going to be a close one. This will have to be a little bit. This does not fit, unfortunately. Great. Okay, so this is supposed to be an easy replacement. These are different speakers, so they don't fit. They are just slightly too, so they will not go into the hole. Not only that, the wiring is getting kind of kinked up there because the hole's not quite enough. It's close, but if you try to force it, I promise you, you're gonna break the drywall, because I've done it before. You can't just force this up, it will push the drywall through. And so we are going to be cutting. So connect the speaker and about to make a complete and utter mess. I'm going to get the template so I can figure out how big to cut this. Okay, we went ahead and got our template, our drywall knife. I hate that we have to do this, but hey, it is what it is, as they say, which is the dumbest statement ever, but that's what they say. And this hole
is too small, and that's what she said. So we know we're in the middle, we don't. Honestly, all we need to do is just take off a little bit. Since we can't center this guy and keep it centered, we're just going to take off. Looks like it's about literally just 1/4 of an inch all the way around. It's going to be really messy. It's going to make a lot of dust, and I don't want to be underneath it when it does. But I'm going to start cutting this. That's already going in my mouth. So I'm just trimming off 1/4 of an inch all the way around. And I can see already where the drywall is busted, where I forced the last one in. You don't want to do that. You will crack the drywall and break it. Once that happens, you are patching dry. I'm just going all around the edge and taking off just a little bit. 1/4 inch less. But you can see right here the drywall is already cracked. If you do that too much, it'll just break. And then you'll have a repair job. It's always nice to just cover stuff up. I'm getting covered with, speaking of getting covered up. Covered dust. These are some of the most messy things to put in. You have a little way because you have a lip. You don't have enough where you can go crazy. So take off a little bit. Remember to keep your knife straight. I make that mistake all the time. And your knife has to be up and down or you're actually cutting an angle into the drywall. Okay, so we made a complete mess. I'm covered with drywall dust. And let's see if that is closer to fitting. I've done probably 1,000 of these in my time. Okay. We're still not there. Looks like it's still not quite there. Oh, that's not good. All right, so we're still not there. Take a little bit more off. Now that paint and drywall is coming off. Make sure you try to take this off uniformly. Again, keep your drywall soft, level, meaning don't tilt it to the left or to the right. Cut a little bit off, and this is more difficult when you're going from a smaller one to a bigger one. You have nothing to put your template in the center to measure. That will work. That'll work. Still a tight squeeze, but I'll go ahead and call that a success. And find my wiring. Black is on the left. When you do wiring in your attic, by the way, leave tons of extra wire for yourself. Don't make the mistake that I did on some and have just enough, or like maybe an inch or two. Spend the money, get good wires, and also leave yourself way more than enough slack to get this done. You'll regret it if you don't. We have that ready to go. And of course, I don't have my drill. Hopefully this doesn't fall out. Don't fall out, please. Don't fall out, please. Don't fall out, please. Don't fall out. Don't fall out. And then you just take your drill and screw in the 4 screws until they clamp. Or don't clamp, like that one. Let's see if these clamp. Okay, so this clamp didn't work at all. That one worked. That one worked. That one worked. And that one finally kicked in. So there is our speaker installed. And then we take our cover plate, or speaker grill, try to call it a cover plate. Sometimes these are a bit hard to get in. Sometimes I have to bend them. But the key is getting them even on all sides. And I've fought with these for 20 minutes sometimes because of just this. It doesn't quite fit. And then you have to bend. Make sure it's like even on all sides. Oh man, my arm is burning so bad. You might have to bend the grill to get it in. Let's see if we can get some non-copyright music. Alexa, play non-copyrighted music on Audio Echo Dot.
I couldn't find any non-copyrighted songs. What other music do you want to listen to?
Alexa, play songs with no copyright on Audio Echo Dot.
Here's some music by no copyright on Amazon Music.
Alexa, raise the volume on Audio Echo Dot. Okay, it's on. Play. Alexa, raise the volume on Audio Echo Dot. Fit and finish is really good, as you can see. And I'll let you guys up here. That's what it looks like. I'm gonna go ahead and stop and zoom out. All right, we're back playing hopefully non-copyrighted music. Got good bass, good treble, good frequency response. Fit and finish is really good. You can actually see the gold through. I don't mind that. I kind of think it's cool. This one is black. This is I think that's an old school pile or polk. While this one is a newer one, you don't see the actual tweeters anymore. Alexa, stop the station on Audio Echo Dot. All right, so in conclusion, the Mica is actually, sounds pretty good. And I also am going to be putting a subwoofer in both of these rooms in the ceiling here. And in my outer bathroom, I want to do 2 10-inch subwoofers. And that's going to be it for today's video. The Mica will be in the description if you guys want to pick it up. And I hope you enjoyed this video. I'll talk to you guys soon. All right, we have
I have to eat bacon, cream cheese, mustard, macaroni and cheese, and bacon. Let's go.
You're definitely gonna be sick. That cream cheese is.
Man, this is a crazy thunderstorm. It is blowing and wind is going crazy. There was hail at some point. It is just nuts out here today. Look at that. All right, we're over here at Joe's house, and he finally got modern and got a backlight for his TV, but he tried to order fluorescent, but they only had LEDs, so he was like, okay, I'll upgrade.
Ski, the ding around there. Bring it down, baby. Unleash your power to see. Ski, the ding around there. Bring it down, baby. Unleash your power to see.
Here we are inside the Tesla, about to watch a video about me buying the Tesla. Pretty crazy, and we are watching it as it premieres on YouTube. I love this car. Alright, we got the new double gang outlet inserts for the home theater system. On this side we have regular power, we've got USB type A, and we have USB type A there, and then over here we have Ethernet cable, which we're not using, and then a HDMI cable. We've already pre-wired, so we have power here, we have Ethernet here, and we have HDMI, so all we have to do is put the power in here, wire that up to the back of this, put the Ethernet right into there, the HDMI right into there, and then the TV is updating for the last hour at least, and it's ready to install another update. Let's get this here installed. And I'm gonna do power on the left, so I'm gonna do power right there. I'm gonna do HDMI and Ethernet right there. And I got my screwdriver over here ready to go, and all my tools. So all I need for this is my Phillips head screwdriver and my workman's pliers. Whenever you wire up this, when you wire up an outlet, neutral is always on the left, so the white wire always goes to the left. This is an odd one because they're usually on each side. In this case, they are all on one side, so we have to see which one is neutral and which one is hot. Okay, so right here it does say white, and then right here it says hot, so white is always neutral. And so when you connect this to the outlet, you always want to go in the direction that the screw tightens up. So when we undo the screw, you see how it goes to the left like that? So it loosens to the left, counterclockwise. So when you put the screw back in with the wire, you always want to go in the direction of the tightening. So for the white, you just take your workman's pliers like this, and you do a loop like that. And then we'll go ahead and do this one too. But they're both going to go clockwise, so to tighten. So those are ready, and then we'll do the ground too, I guess. So these guys are ready to go. Loosen the ground. I'll do the ground first, and then sometimes you have to actually hold the wire while you put it in because it will tend to back out.
So if you keep pressure on it like that, so that's the ground. Just like that, and just kind of hold pressure on it while you tighten it. It helps to have like a regular screwdriver too. And then believe it or not, these electrical connections can actually get loose over the years just from the electricity. So it helps if you really torque them down with a manual screwdriver. All right, so that thing's ready to go. Now, all we have to do is put it in like that, and it should have screws. I like to leave them loose though, so when we get the wall plate in, we can move this around if it's not squared up with the wall plate. Okay. On the way. I'm the worst at this stuff. I really can't. I'm not good at getting the wires back in the box. Kind of force them in there instead of doing like what electricians do, which they fold it like a certain way. I can't do that. All right, now we got to get both of these straight to put the faceplate on. So we're going to loosen this up a little bit so we can go left to right. I can tell already this thing is like leaning towards you. Yeah. So I leave it a little loose, and then I let the faceplate kind of tighten down way better. These will pull up to the faceplate. I have them really tight though because I was trying to get them straight. Yeah. All right, so the next step is power down here. So I'm just gonna pull out this, and I have power already run down here. All I have to do is connect it to the power strip. This should have power at that point, or either blow up my house. So this has no indications of power on, it has no LED lights, nothing like that. So I think the best way to test this is just get my phone charger. Okay, so we're gonna plug the phone in right now where you guys are actually recording, and we know if it starts charging. Okay, so the phone started charging, so we have power, this thing's good to go, and we're ready to mount the TV. What do you think? All right, Patricia's here helping me, and today we are putting this 75-inch Amazon Fire TV on the wall. But first, we have to actually install our Govee DreamView LED kit. And over here on the table, we have the Govee DreamView. This is designed for 65 to 75-inch TVs. So there is a certain pattern that we have to install this on. So we have to get out the instruction manual and check how we're supposed to install this. I have them in the bedroom, I have them in the studio, so I've done it. But I only did it correctly in the studio. I think I messed up in the bedroom. So there's a strip. These are 3M stickies to help keep the LED strip from coming off. That is the actual controller. So we put that somewhere back here where we can reach it. Yep, okay. That's where it starts. And so there's a certain pattern we have to go in, and we're gonna have to get the manual out. What's in here? Let's get the manual out and see how we're supposed to actually install these.
Nick.
Deal?
Deal.
Okay, let's go.
Ready? Tell me when I'm close.
We're close. My side is on.
Mine on?
No, back. Go back some.
Mine on?
You look like you were.
Mine on, no?
I can't see it over there. Hold on. Don't move.
We gotta go all the way your way too, by the way.
Yeah, there we go.
That's it. That's it?
No cords.
That's kind of money right there. Patricia just satted the TV and we connected it hardwired. So it's Ethernet. There's no Wi-Fi on this at all. And you can see we have like a good connection here. So the next thing we have to do is set up our Govee DreamView. We have the camera there. Now we have to take our setup kit. So they give you these little setup oranges things and you put them there. So you put them on all the quadrants. And then you go to the app, find the DreamView, and set up DreamView. So let's do that right now.
Yes.
All right, we're out here in Mexico again, scouting out a location for a high-speed pull here that I've never done. So we're scouting this long bridge in Mexico to see if there is any police parked anywhere. So we're scouting this long bridge in Mexico to see if there is any police parked anywhere before we come back down. And there is a dude riding some kind of weird something on the other side. But so far, this Mexico bridge is pretty good for a short pull in Mexico. We'll see what happens once we get to the other side, but I'm looking for Mexican police officers parked on the side of the road here, and does not appear that there are any parked here, so we'll try it in Mexico. All right, we're coming over the top of the bridge now, and there should not be any reason why right here on this stretch right there we can't open it up a little bit and maybe get out by ourselves. There's a nice, probably quarter long, maybe a little bit longer than a quarter strip over here where it goes uphill a little bit, but this car doesn't take long to hit top speed, so we'll see. I've never done it, and this is a abandoned road in Mexico that it's really easy to get up to speed on, so let's see what happens. Today, our sponsor on Supercar Street Racing is a returning sponsor. Red Star Tech, who we've worked with a few times already, was so kind to send us this presentation clicker here for PowerPoint. This presentation clicker is so cool. It has multiple controls on it that allow you to provide a control for your presentation. It also has a presentation pointer, as you can see right there. And it has triple action controllers here. Holding these buttons down in various different ways will allow you to do different things on the controller right here. This thing is plug and play, and it works with almost any operating system. You don't need drivers or anything like that to make it work. And it does cool things like volume and blanking the screen. What's really cool also is it has a little storage at the bottom for your USB adapter, so it makes it easy to carry around in your briefcase and then just pull your little USB Type A out from the bottom and plug it directly into the machine you're going to be working on. Now, Red Star Tech has been a longtime sponsor of the channel now. We did some earbud reviews for them last time, and now they brought us their presentation clicker to check out. Please order it directly through the description in the video and support Supercar Street Racing and Red Star Tech with their presentation clicker. More online here from them in the Amazon link. I'll put it in the description. Thanks again, Red Star Tech. All right, guys, we are right in front of the Tesla Model S Plaid track package. I wanted to go over this with you guys because basically when you have a Model S Plaid, it is limited to 160. However, I hit before the limiter kicked in, and if you get the Model S Plaid with the track package, you can order it right here. It says right here it's $20,000. Or you can just get the carbon ceramic brake kit, and it is unclear in the writing here if you can get it with just the carbon ceramic brakes, because it says top speed 200 achievable with carbon ceramic brake kit and proper wheels and tires for those speeds. Now, if you get the carbon ceramic brake kit for the Plaid, you have to have the 20-inch and 21-inch wheels, and I believe mine would probably work because I have 21s. It does come with Supercar 3R tires if you get the wheel and tire package. However, I would just get the carbon ceramic brake kit so I could unlock the 200-mile-per-hour top speed if I wanted to go 200 at all times. So here it is, and right here on Tesla Model S Plaid, it's shoptesla.com, and you can see right here, if you click carbon ceramic brake kit, it rings up at 15K there. If you drop this down, you click track package, you get the carbon ceramic brakes, and you get these nice wheels and tires with it as well, and they install them at the actual dealer. And then it says also you can monthly payment this guy. Let's see what that says on this. Yeah, they want you to use a firm. You can actually pay a super high interest rate to go ahead and get your Tesla Model S Plaid equipped with the Model S Plaid track package or just the carbon ceramic brake kit. And right there it tells you a lot about how the carbon ceramic brakes work. They feature continuous fiber technology in 3D matrix and tells you what they come with there. They're 2x4 10x40 carbon silicon carbide front rotors, 2x4 10x32 rear rotors, and then you get the calipers as well. You get the integrated caliper mounting parking brakes and brake fluid, and you get the firmware updated, which does give you the high speed as well, the 200 mile per hour. And it puts the package on at the Tesla service center, so that's kind of cool as well. All right, we're not gonna want any traffic anywhere near us when we do this, so we're gonna let this go by and then flip a U-turn at this light here. Okay, we have let traffic kind of go for a minute. We have a straightaway right here. I'm gonna just do a roll-on pull and see right when I round this corner and see what we can get the car up to. And hopefully there's no Mexican police officers on that side. So let's roll into this now. That's full throttle. That's 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 160, 165, and that was the top speed. 165 is the speed limiter. I hit the top speed, and now we are coming off and on the brakes, which are terrible. I smell the brakes. That's the first time I've ever hit the top speed. I believe it's 165. And then this car has awful brakes, so I didn't push them too hard. And that was it, guys. That was about 30 to 165. All right, I double checked online. The top speed of this car is 162 miles per hour, and we did achieve that just now in the deep South Mexico terrain. And you can see it didn't take long to hit that top speed, and that's the first time I've ever gotten it up to that fast. So that's the fastest I have ever gone in this car, and it was kind of fun, you know, to see what this car can do. Now let me show you guys another option for carbon ceramic brakes, but you do not get the unlock firmware, so that's the one thing you won't get. All right, the last thing I wanted to show you guys here is another option here, like from T Sportline, and they do offer this Brembo Gran Turismo kit for the Model S and X Plaid. It is $54.95. You can select different options here, and they do go up or down. That one says unavailable. The GT is unavailable. Only the GTS is available. It is $54.95 right now. That gives you another option. It does come in a bunch of different colors as well down here, as you can see. However, this will not unlock the top speed if that is what you're after. Just simply getting these big brakes from T Sportline will not give you the Model S Plaid top speed. You have to have the firmware also unlocked in order to do that, and you cannot get that done by anybody that I am aware of. I think that you can only get it from Tesla. So if you're looking to get your top speed unlocked in the Model S Plaid, you will need to get the official track pack from Tesla, and that is right here under Model S Plaid track package that we looked at a minute ago. You will spend $20,000 for the wheels, tires, and brakes, or $15,000 for just the carbon ceramic brake kit. We have another option right here for you, and that is the Unplugged Performance Model S Plaid Superlight Carbon Ceramic Front Big Brake Kit. You can see this runs up to $9,000, and this is just for the front. They do have other kits available, but that one is the performance brakes for the Model S Plaid. When you click on it right there, there are some other options. You can get larger rotors for just the front and the rear, or you can go ahead and get the full carbon brake kit, which is right here. $91.95 for this. Your options here are big brake kit or replacement brake pads. If you choose big brake kit right here, you can choose your caliper color, red or black, and then you can choose your brake pads if you want racing or street. And it looks like right here, right now, that is going to be around $8,400 is your total if you would like to go ahead and get the Unplugged Performance Big Brake Kit. Racing Brakes also makes a big brake kit for the Model S Plaid. We are on racingbrake.com showing you their options here. There is a $16,000 carbon ceramic brake kit there. There is a $7,000 one there. There is an $11,000 one there and a $13,000 one right there. And if we click on this one here, you can see that this is the front and rear kit here. And you can get it oversized. You need 20+ inch wheels to do that. And you can get your brake lines replaced also. So that is probably the best option. If you do this and you go oversized, it is $8,000 for both the front and the rear brakes. Now this also fits the OEM calipers, which is why it is cheaper. If you want everything, you're gonna have to go ahead and step up to go ahead and get the calipers and the rotors together. This one does fit OE calipers as well, but if we go to the $17,000 kit here, you can see that it has everything for $16,960. Front and rear brake kit for the Plaid. It's going to have everything you need to go ahead and get your car up to big brake standards, and it is cheaper than getting the track package, but you do not get wheels and tires with it. The Tesla option for the Plaid is $15,000. This is $16,960, but you are getting some of the best brakes made. I had these on my SL65 AMG, and they were absolutely awesome. Way cheaper than that for the AMG, but of course you're paying for two. You're paying for the front and the rear, and you're paying, of course, for the Plaid, and with all of the inflation that we've been having lately as well. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video. We'll be doing some more stuff like this with the Plaid, racing some things and things of that nature. So hang out and please like and subscribe. We'll see you guys soon. What's happening, guys? Supercar Street Racing. It's been a really long time since my last upload. So here's what's been going on since the last time that I posted, which was back in February or March. It's been a very long time. So I sold the SL65 to a guy who is in the Air Force. He's actually going to be stationed close to my parents' house, which was interesting. And so since that time, I've been looking for cars. I looked at Toyota Supras, Nissan GTRs, E63S AMG. Still got my
hat here for dedication. So I did find a vehicle and I made a deal with someone and I will be picking that car up on Friday. I am driving to Virginia in a one-way rental car and to pick up my new vehicle. In order to get my garage ready for my new car, I had to make some changes because I have not had two vehicles since January. February. Ended up selling my truck as well. So here is my other vehicle that I acquired. This is a 2011 Honda Accord, and I picked it up with, believe it or not, 13,000 miles on it. It's in very good shape. So I've been driving that while I was looking for a new car. I had my yard stuff all right here. I did relocate that again back to my shed so I can make room for the new car. Still have some of my old car parts. I've got my ramps, my battery chargers. I still have the whole entire stereo system that I'd never put into the SL65 AMG Mercedes. And I am ready to pick up my new car on Friday. Super exciting. And I have all this ready for it right here. I'm going to also be putting my parts in here. Right now it's so poorly organized. Just a mess in here. So I'm going to redo all this. Get that ready for new car parts. And so I will be vlogging on Friday as I drive in a rental car to Virginia to pick up my new car. And I will be posting at that time. See you guys. Have a good one.
Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. My name is Brad. We're out here in the 4K production studio today, and it's looking so fresh and fly because we just added some cool lights back here from Lumery. But today's video is not about those lights. It's actually about a different kind of set of lights. Marina was so kind to reach out to Supercar Street Racing and see if we wanted to work with them on their shop light. Now these shop lights are pretty cool. You mount them in your shop. They are linkable. You can put more than one in a line and they plug into each other. They sent us 4 of these and we're going to transform Rich's garage today. So hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing. Today on Supercar Street Racing, we have a very cool project lined up. Barina was so kind to reach out to us. They wanted to know if you guys would be interested in their shop lights, and I think you will find a use for these. So I told them I would love to work with them. Now, it won't work for my garage because I don't have enough power in my garage. My power is at the limit. Can't add them there, and I already have cool lights above the Tesla. I have those hexagonal lights out in the garage. But I did have an idea for Rich's house because Rich needs better lighting in his garage. So Barina was so kind, they sent us 4 of these awesome lights to check out. These lights are each 4 feet long, hanging up from your shop or on your ceiling if you want to mount them there. They are 5000 K color temperature. Now what that means exactly is when you get into the 5000s, you're into more of a bluish color temperature. 3000 is more of a warm white, so that is kind of typical for indoor light. 2000-ish K are very warm white. These are going to be approaching the cool blue spectrum of color on their Kelvin rating. 800 reviews, and they have a solid 4.8 star rating. Now I took a look at these lights already. They do have a pull string for them, but what I'm gonna do is I am gonna wire them up permanently in Rich's garage and also hide all the wiring. You're not gonna be able to see the link wiring going between the lights. I'm gonna do that up in the garage. They have a little keyhole mechanism for mounting the lights themselves as well. I'm going to use that on the ceiling of his garage and just use drywall inserts and the little screws that come with the insert. It also came with a bunch of mounting hardware. We're gonna do a little unboxing of these next, but I wanted to go ahead and tell you about this whole project and what these lights are all about first. Now you can hang these lights from a chain just like that picture shows right there. We're gonna mount them directly to the ceiling. They are very light. I don't think you really even need drywall inserts. They'll probably stay up with just a screw into the drywall, like a drywall screw. No need probably for heavy duty mounting because they are LED, so there's not a lot of weight to them. They come in 1, 4, 6, and 10 packs. So depending on how many you need for your shop, you'll see that in a link in the description. These guys have a huge amount of output too. 10,000 lumens is pretty bright. 4 of these in Rich's garage is going to be absolutely awesome. Now the power cord is 59 inches long. If you were wondering, that's how long you have between each light. But you can always put your own wiring in. You can either cut the plugs off and do whatever you want to that, or you can just run an extra extension cord between lights. Now it says you can link up to 3. I'm gonna try 4 and see what happens. I don't think it'll be a big deal, we'll see. This ad up here also says that they are lasting anywhere up to 50,000 hours of illumination. They do give you a ton of hardware to go ahead and mount your Barina lights, and I'll show you guys that when we do the actual unboxing here momentarily. Now let's throw it inside to Brad. We'll get the unboxing done inside the house and show you guys what comes in the Barina lights. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing dining room here, and I'm taking a look today at the Barina 4-foot shop light. Barina was so kind to send us 4 of these, and we're going to be installing them up in Rich's garage. I haven't gone over there and looked at it closely yet, so I don't have a definite plan, but I did order electrical wire to go ahead and install these the way that I think they should be installed. And I'm going to do it in a clean, nice way that they don't have in the actual manual or recommend to do, but I'm doing it a different way. Now, I already did crack open the box here, the Barina, and I have one open in the background. You probably already saw it, but I want to open this with you. So it just comes in a big cardboard box like this and is well packaged and enclosed in a nice plastic condom here. They give you a bunch of accessories right there with it. You cut the cardboard off the end here. It comes right off. Use the knife right there, it comes right off. And then the whole entire light, we don't need that really going, is enclosed in plastic. And the cool part about lights is they have a plug on the end, and they also have a plug female on the other end. My only complaint about these lights are that they're only 5 feet on the power cable. So if you have more than 5 feet between your lights, these will not reach to the next light. And that's how bright it is. It's incredibly bright. And it's 6500K, so it's the upper level of bluish white. Look how bright that is, guys. You can see it is. I have 4 of these. That's going to be insane in Rich's house. There is a pull string right here that turns it off and on. We are not going to be using that. I'll probably just leave it there or remove it somehow. You can also use chains to hang these if you want to. I'll open up this package in one moment. So basically you can use anchors or screws or anything you want to install these. Or look at that, it's shining through the table to the ground, glass table. But you can see here there's a keyhole right here for the screws. So you basically put your screws in the ceiling, the right length apart. You would slide the light either left or right to make the screw work there. Now they do give you all this extra hardware. They give you a bunch of hooks. They give you these type of ceiling hooks. They give you drywall inserts. Yeah, you can see we got all the hanging hooks. We got some drywall inserts. We got 2 screws. Those go into the key right here. I'm going to use these at Rich's house probably, or some long drywall screws. This is very light. It's not going to come off the ceiling. But that's a good look at the unboxing. Look how bright. The Barina shop light, 4-foot. Now all we have to do is get busy and install these. You guys just saw these awesome Barina lights being unboxed. We went through the whole box and checked out everything that came with them. They give you a lot of cool mounting options inside the box. The packaging is great. It's very solid. No complaints there at all. Now we have to figure out what to do next. Part of that involves ordering some other parts. Now we did order some Romex wire. We ordered some plugs because we're going to be cutting the wires on these and adding our own plugs on the end so we can extend and go up into the garage and not see these ugly wires on Rich's ceiling. So that stuff is on the way. Once that stuff gets here, we're going to throw it directly across the street to Rich's house to start this install. All right, what's up guys? We are out in Rich's garage right now, and you can see we have some portable AC units set up out here so we don't absolutely die. But we're about to start this project, and I just noticed up here, he has 2 different places where we can get power for the lights, and it would be switched. We can either do it there or there. This makes more sense because the lights will be in the center more than they will be back here. We're gonna go ahead and get set up for this, but we gotta figure out how to get the lights. My plan is I bought my laser level. I'm just gonna lay it on the ground and point it upwards, and hopefully I can align it with this straight pegboard right here, and that will give me a line. And then all I have to do is measure from the side of the wall in order to line up the lights. So I got all my tools here. I've got the lights right over here ready to go. So I guess the first thing we need to do is start figuring out a position for these. On the back here, they have keyholes. So what we have to do is we have to measure between the keyholes for where our screws go, and at the same time, we have to keep it straight as well. So we'll have to pull a measuring tape from there. Really what I am going to do is use my measuring tape. These are 4 feet long. Kind of want them right here. Right in there will be perfect. I just have to make sure that I get the same distance. So I'm just gonna aim for 3 feet. I'm gonna go right there. Okay, we got 2 of the 4 lights installed. You can see right here. I did pretty good on the measurements. I know that I have to be 3 feet from that wall, and then I have to be 47 inches from the wall in front. So what I'm gonna do now is try to get my laser level. I use that a lot on this. I have it up on a shelf here. I don't know if I'll be able to do that up here. Hopefully I will. That was very helpful. All I did was measure the distance the line is from the wall on each side. And if it was the same, that means it's a straight line. And so let's go ahead and get this moved over. And then the second part of the equation is wiring, installing electrical boxes above them, each one, and then running Romex wire to this center light right here for power. So let's get everything moved over to the other side of the room. Okay, we just finished installing all 4 lights, and yes, those 2 will be underneath the garage door when the garage door is open, but there's not much I can do about that. There's not a lot of space to put lights under here, and there's no way really to do it when you have a garage door. I have the same issue at my house. After this, I'll be up in the hot attic. So that's the next step. I've got my tools. I'm just going to drill a small hole. Got my paddle saw here. I think 1/2 inch is plenty. Might even be able to get away with smaller than that and forcing the wire through the hole. I don't want to go too big. Perfect. Just like that. No. Oh.
These nuts. Got him! Got him!
Don't open. Dang, you almost ripped one of the lights off the wall. All right, I just got out of the attic where it was very hot. I finished all the wiring in the attic, and now I only have one thing left to do down here, and that is tie into the existing circuit here. I left a pigtail right here. All I have to do is cut that wire and put a little pigtail on there, and I'll be totally done. Let's get to work on that right now. All right, I was able to finish the whole entire project. I wrapped this up just now, tested everything, but I wanted to show you guys. So let's go ahead and close this. Now just the light that's on now is just the LiftMaster light, so not much light in here. But you can see all 4 of the lights there. If they want to, they can pull the chains off or cut them off. And then here is the finished product. And that is nice. It is very, very bright, and it is perfect for Rich and Trish now. They are gonna love this, I think. Now, the only thing is, of course, when you open the garage, these are blocked, so that's the way it looks, and then all you have to do now is just let them check it out. You ready to check it out, man?
Yeah, man.
All right, I'm gonna let you do the honors. All you have to do is your normal switch.
Normal switch?
Yep.
Whoa. Whoa. Wow.
Good, man.
That's bright. Yeah, man. Woo. I'm gonna open the door so what it looks like.
It came out good,
I
man.
don't even need that one anymore right there.
I was gonna take this one out completely, but I just left it there. The little bulb one. Yeah.
All right. I mean,
yeah, it is. Still even get light over here on your workbench and all that.
Yeah.
Perfect, man.
Yeah, man.
Cool. Well, let Trish check it out sometime too. All right, cool. I'm gonna go get in the shower.
I don't blame you, man.
I'm sweaty.
Hell of a damn job.
You guys just witnessed the whole thing. We were across the street over at Rich's house. Rich was not there, but I went ahead and wired up and mounted his brand new lights. I lined them all up perfectly by measuring from each wall to make sure that they were lined up properly. And I went ahead and cut the plugs off of each one of them, and I ran all the wires in the attic. That way, when Rich turns on his regular lights, all of these lights will come on, no problem whatsoever. They're really bright. I showed you that at night, how bright they get inside of Rich's garage. They're very convenient, very strong, and I highly recommend you pick some up from the link in the description. All right, now that we have taken a look at installing the Barina light, there's only one more thing left to do. Let's toss it over to me, Brad, and see where you guys can get these on Amazon from the link down in the description. Please like and subscribe. Buy everything from our product links. Hey, what's up guys? It's Supercar Street Racing once again. You got Brad here as usual, and we're in Studio B right now with a very cool project. I know you guys saw that. It was awesome. I went over to Rich's house directly across the street and I did install 4 of the Barina hanging lights for him. I installed them directly on his ceiling and then I wired them up so that when he flips the switch on, they do come directly on. It's really cool. It came out really good. They are super, super bright. Right in front of me, you can see the 6500K lights right here. That's what we got. They are 10,000 lumens each. So we have 40,000 lumens up inside of Rich's garage now. I love the fit and finish of the lights. All you have to do is plug them into each other in a daisy chain. If you can hide that wire up in the attic like I did, you can also do that to make it cleaner. Or you don't have to, you could clamp it up to your ceiling as well so it doesn't hang down. But yeah, go ahead and check out Barina and get yourself some of these very cool shop lights. I have a discount code for you guys. If you go to the link in the description, Supercar Street R is the code, and that will save you money on the Barina lights. Or you can click through my affiliate link on Amazon as well. I'll give you 2 options down in the description to buy yourself Barina lights. Now they do have more than one kind. Check it out. They have also ones with motion sensor, so that's kind of cool. When you walk in your garage, it would just come right on, or your shop if you wanted to put them in your shop. So go ahead and check out Barina. I'm going to leave a link. Thank you for liking and subscribing as well. We have over 200,000 subscribers, which is very awesome, but I do need more, so keep up the good work, guys. Keep on watching the videos and liking and subscribing, and we will see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Is 2 parts. It should slide in, but it is a tight fit.
Hey, that's what she said.
All right, in front of me you see the whole home audio, and then we have our power cable right here. You can see, guys, here that this is coming from my phone. I'm putting the LED strip through. The last piece of the wiring puzzle did come in. Now this doesn't mean that we can crank it and do everything because our WIM has not arrived yet and it won't be here until the 24th to the 27th, I think is the delivery date. We have the wiring ready for that. However, everything else can be wired and hooked up right now. This stuff that came in is 2 parts. One is for the output of the Behringer Ultra Bass to feed the distribution amplifier to feed sub down to the subwoofer in the closet and also to the subs in the house. So basically we're gonna come out of the Behringer here. It's got a single output. We got a male mono 1/4 inch phono plug to dual female RCA, but we have male to male RCA couplers right there. So let's get this connected up real quick. On this guy, we basically come out of sub out. All these professional products either have XLR or phono. And then we're really just going up here, literally right there to audio in. So I don't know if I'm gonna tie it up yet. I'm gonna look real quick. we got our cable plugged in. We do have a zip tie ready to go, and we got our male-to-male adapters on this. This plugs into our distribution amplifier where it says audio in, and then we'll tie the cable up really nicely right here with this little zip tie that I put in. Okay, we got our cable all connected up. We're coming out of our Behringer Ultra Bass. It's mono here. It splits to dual mono to go into the distribution amp. The distribution amp's gonna feed the sub down here and also feed the wall plate to both of the other subs in the living room for whole home subwoofer audio. That part is done. The other two male-to-males are for feeding the WIM, which then in turn outputs to our Juke multi-zone audio amplifier here via this cable right here. The input to the WIM will be either DOT or any other number of things. It can be anything really. For now, to test the audio, we won't have subwoofer. We don't have our sub out connected yet from the WIM. We can't test the sub. We can connect all of the speakers up though, and we have everything else ready to go. We can put our sub down there, slide everything in, and see if it is going to actually work like it's supposed to. So let's get this thing slid in there. So this thing barely fits. Barely fits. It does not fit unless you take off the base shoe and the trim completely. The base shoe has to be gone from both sides. The trim has to be gone from one side and the base shoe. It should slide in, but it is a tight fit. And once the trim goes in, it's not coming off. I want you to see how close this is. That's how tight it is. Look at both sides. And it's even tighter down here because of the trim. See, the trim's on the way right there. Otherwise, this thing would slide right in. Oh, it's still touching. That's how close it is. Oh, look at that. Fit. Oh, let's go, dog. Now, all we have to do is plug our stuff in. We have everything tied up really nice, right? So the subwoofer will hide this. We have power. Now this is network. Our switch is not on, so let's fire up everything. Make sure our switch links. We got power there, we got power there. Switch is booting up. Looks like we have 2 out of 3, which makes sense because our WIM is not connected. Now this is our house sub. We have some extra cable here we can put underneath. Just like that. Sure, just goes right underneath and you can't see it. This is the LED power for the LED strip. And then this is sub in for the sub. Let's go grab our subwoofer and get it in here. Actually, before we do all that, let's see how close we are on our speaker inputs. 1 and 2. So these just do plug in just like this. So I kind of guessed where these were gonna go. And I'm just making sure they were in and they weren't in all the way. Now I'm firing up the Juke. All right, so that's all the wiring going into the walls. Now there's still an LED strip that's got to go in here. It goes on the trim, it goes around the edge here and faces into the closet, but that's what it looks like without. And then the WIM will go right on top here. Okay, I just tested everything. I probably plugged something in wrong because a couple of the zones were wrong, but I just remapped them in the software. No big deal. It doesn't really matter what zone goes where. They're all labeled correctly. I probably just put one of the plugs in where it wasn't supposed to go. So all that's working and it sounds awesome. Next, subwoofer. I'm gonna go ahead and move this in here and install it. The Polk audio sub installed at the bottom. The only thing I'm worried about is rattling. I don't know what I'm going to do if that happens. Maybe put it on some sort of soft cushion. I had no choice. I didn't want to put the bottom shelf in, but you can't not put the bottom shelf in. You have to put it in. There's absolutely no way around it. It's part of the base, so you can't take it out. Other than that, it's great. Everything looks good. After I test, this thing's ready for action with the WIM, but right now I tested Bluetooth from my phone to the Juke amp and it works perfectly. Looks pretty good too. I like the way it came out. The closet came out awesome. Very clean, white. It's gonna look so cool when these LED strips are around the trim. It's gonna go all the way around the trim right here, where that lip is, right there, and down this trim here, and it should light up the closet really nice along with that LED strip right there. Guys, we got the WIM Ultra in front of me, and I hope it's pronounced WIM. It looks like WIM or WIM. And this is a digital hub for all your music. It is a preamplifier only. This does not have any amplification in it. It does high-res audio, Spotify, Tidal, Chromecast, And of course, if I say this, it'll wake up, but you know what that is from Amazon. And then on the side, it says it looks good, sounds great, your magic home theater, and it's simplified and it does effortless multi-room audio. I am super hyped for the WIM Ultra sitting right here, so fresh and so fly in front of me on the table. And on the back of the box, it just says Dolby Audio and HDMI, and then tells you what actually is included in the box. Now this is for the whole home audio closet to wrap up that project right here. I've been waiting on this, but this deserves its own video. It will have both. It will be in my audio closet video, and it will also go into its own video for the WIM Ultra. So let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. I am super duper hyped for this. Unboxing the WIM Ultra is as simple as just pulling on this little plastic tab right there, and the box is now open. Now I have pre-wired everything for this, even power, so that I don't have to pull my audio shelf back out. I will show you that, guys, that momentarily, but this box should just lift off now. Let's see. And now the WIM Ultra is looking so fresh and fly in front of you with no box on top of it. It is completely naked. It is gray, as you can see right here with the peel set. It is inside of a entire condom here. Let's get it out. First thing I notice is the weight. It does have some weight to it. It came out of the box just like that, and you can see how stylish it is, and the connections on the back and on the front. There looks like a headphone jack, a control knob, and there is a screen there. But anyway, that is the WIM Ultra. You can see there on the bottom it says Dolby and HDMI. There's nothing on the side. It's just a nice, I think it's called space gray. And on the back we have input, output, just regular analog RCA cables. We have a phono input, a phono ground. We have a subwoofer out, which I'm super hyped about. We have a coax out, so this is digital coax. We have a trigger out, not sure what that is for. We have optical toslink out and in. We have HDMI ARC in. This is an input, not an output. We have a Ethernet jack here. We have a USB jack here, and then we have our power right there on the back. So that is what the inputs all look like on the WIM Ultra. Deeper inside of the box, there is a WIM Ultra manual here, pretty thick. It is also available for PDF download, and then right here they give you some sort of cables. We need to open up and see what's inside. Now they didn't even have to do this, but they provided an HDMI cable, a very nice one actually, a nice RCA cable as well, and also a Toslink cable. Unusual for them to include an optical cable, but it is right there. Now this is labeled power cable, voice remote, and phono ground adapter. Let's get this thing unboxed as well. We are here in front of the whole home audio closet. You can see that we are pre-wired here for our brand new WIM. All we have to do is plug it in, and we have everything we need right here for it, sitting so fresh and fly right in front of us. These two little male-to-male RCAs are for our analog adapter on our Juke amplifiers. Those go directly here, and that's the output of the WIM. Let's go grab the WIM and get it set up now. Okay, we did get our WIM connected. Everything worked perfectly. We have our output of our WIM feeding our Juke whole home amplifier. We have our output of our dot here feeding the input of the WIM in case we want to use that. We have the subwoofer output going to our distribution block right there, which feeds that sub and also the house. We have our Ethernet plugged in here. It is a Cat 6 cable, and it goes to a 2.5 gig switch right down there. And then we have our power cable right here. This thing is connected. All we have to do now is hide the wiring, and we're good to go. We can test it. The WIM is fully booted up now. You can see the screen cycling with the nice screensaver in the back. You can see the button lit up there. Look how good it looks. It may not be quite centered there. It's just as deep as the Juke. So there's a good look at the finished product here with my shelf all done. This is the remote for the RGB lights that go there, and once this trim goes back on, there is smart Govee LED strip to go around the trim, which should look fly. But now we need to go into the app and see if we can look at our WIM on the app.
All right, we're back in front of the WIM, and you can see right here that we are playing Soma FM Sinfera, and I love this station, but I can't play it for you guys. I will get a copyright notice. So we're listening to Sinfera, and we do have an audio volume control right here. We also have our remote that we can work with to raise the volume and do other things, or command by voice. We could do voice commands if we want to. But yeah, we can't play any of this music because it's copyrighted. We will have to play some no copyright music for you guys. Okay, when I start the video on the camera, it does mute the volume on the playback for Bluetooth, but you can see, guys, here that this is coming from my phone, and it was playing the audio in the house from my phone. So that's how you do Bluetooth, and so far so good. I'm going to show you guys a lot more of the features of the WIM when I have a few more minutes to keep videoing. I got a little update for you guys now from right behind me in the audio closet. I've been doing a lot of work on this, and I am proud to say that the end is near. Now, I took a lot of extra time to do everything I wanted in this closet, and I spent extra money to get premium audio cables and all the gear that I wanted to make this thing look fly. So let me show you guys where we are right now with this. So last night I did put in the WIM and finished all the wiring on the audio closet, and you can see right here from top to bottom what's going on, and we will go over all that separately. But right here at the top we have the WIM, we have the Juke Audio full home amplifier, we've got our Behringer Ultra Bass, a audio distribution amp for the subs in the house and down here. We've got our DOT, we've got our Ubiquity switch, we got our power conditioner here from Panamax, and we have our Polk audio sub. We have our power right here for our LED strip that's going on the trim, but right now our next mission is to get all this trim reinstalled and painted and touch up the closet walls where it did get messed up. So we're going to be doing that next right here on Supercar Street Racing, so hang out with us. All right, today we have a couple of things to do. The trim is not all the way in. We're going to be putting the trim in. We did mess up the paint on the walls a little bit, so we're going to be patching that. And we have to caulk and paint this trim as well. We're going to go ahead and paint this whole section right here. Since we're going to paint this one, we might as well paint that as well, I think. Go ahead and get this trim reinstalled, get it nailed in with my brand new nailer over there, my finishing nailer, and then see how we touch this up and make it look good again. All right, guys, a little update. Someone recommended wood putty for me for these holes, and it's absolutely awful. I hate it. It doesn't dry for 7 to 14 days, by the way. So I went ahead and used caulk, and then I used regular drywall mud on top of that, which I will then try to sand, but I put that putty, painter's putty in there, and it was terrible. I'm gonna let that dry, but while that dries, I'm gonna go ahead and do my Govee LED strip. So the LED strip is gonna go right behind here. So super easy to put in. Let's go ahead and get that, because there's a slip all the way around, and I put power right here. So we'll have our little controller right here, and then it'll kind of be hidden. So let's grab our LED strip. So here's our 16-foot LED strip. The first thing I want to do is get it out and see if it actually is big enough to go around this whole thing. And if it's not, I need to start higher. So I want to see where the start point and the end point is. Let's put it at the very bottom. Oh my God, we got plenty. Putting the LED strip through the side of the rack so that I can hide it behind the rack. Okay, here's my plan. Power's right here, so strip's on. I'm gonna put the controller at the very bottom, tie the wire up nice behind here.
All right, guys, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing amazing living room. The compound is fresh and fly today because we have finished up our project for the audio closet today. And I want you guys to take a look at what we did. I just finished painting the wall after I painted the trim as well. All this trim was painted and all the trim was painted around my home theater curtains right here. And now the project is done and I'm thinking of a fly sign to go right here above this that displays something. What? I don't know yet. Maybe something related to Supercar Street Racing or audio or something like that. But you do see inside of the theater closet that we do have our WIM at the very top, the WIM Ultra right here, the remotes for the LED strips that run along the side, the Govee LED strips. We have our remote for the WIM. We have our Juke Audio 8-zone amplifier, which supplies audio to the whole house. Down below that, we've got our shelf. There will be a link in the description to the shelf. A little bit of a pain to put together, but once we figured it out, it was probably operator error. Underneath that, you can see the shelf comes with its own LED strip that is circulating into different colors. We've got the switch right here, the Ubiquity switch. We've got our DOT. I don't want to say the name because it'll wake everything up. We have a 4-port audio splitter for our subwoofer signal. One goes down here and one goes to the rest of the entire house. We've got our Behringer Ultra Bass EX1200. We have our Panamax power system here, though this does do conditioning and keeps the voltage steady and all that. It has some cool lights on the front as well. And we've got our Polk sub down here, and that rounds out our project for the audio closet. It came out awesome. The closet looks so much better. It's so clean. There's room to do, if you wanted another shelf up here, you could do a shelf. There's a lot of room left in here to do whatever you wanted. But I am so thankful to have you guys on Supercar Street Racing. To support our channel, you have to do a couple of things. You need to like and subscribe, and you need to also buy all of your products through our Amazon affiliate links. And there'll be links to all this. Look at this, it's touchscreen. How cool is that? We'll do a whole video on the WIM, but this is awesome. Like, I love this thing. It's a preamp. It's high quality audio. It's very nice. It does Bluetooth and internet streaming and all that stuff. And so you need this in your life ASAP. Guys, please like and subscribe. Buy all your links through us. And we're going to have to get going now. We have a lot of stuff to do today. We got to watch football. Jags are playing today from Las Vegas, but we got to get out of here. We're going to go straight out that front door and just keep walking as far as we can. Why? That's corn. Somewhere in there are cows. And we are in Mississippi today. And I'm going to show you guys my sister's unique house and some of the cool features of this place on Supercar Street Racing. Come along and check this out. Now you can tell already stepping on the porch of my sister's house that she has some unique things out here. Very unique taste in art and furniture, and she collects some really cool things. But I've spent some time on this porch playing guitar with the corn right across the street and the beautiful plants. And you can see here, this is just the beginning of some of the coolest things you'll probably see at a house. Now let's go inside. Hey dude. What are you doing, dude? All right, we step inside the house, and of course, there's some really cool older vintage pictures here. I don't know exactly what they are. That says Guadalupe, so that's Mexico. So yeah, some really interesting old photography here. And then of course we are from New Orleans, so down here we have some very cool Mardi Gras stuff there, and we have Bo the cat. And then moving up here, there's some very cool antique lamps here. A very old antique, it looks like an armoire, or I guess you would call it a dresser, more like, and not an armoire. And then on top of that, some vintage photography, and I don't know the significance of this, probably isn't one. The cat is trying to open the door. You're not getting out, dude. Some interesting palm leaves here, a candle, and then some shawls adorning this. and some more old photography back here, but a very cool old dresser here as you enter the front door, and some older looking ornate lights. And then on my right here, some pretty cool artwork. As you can see, it's multi-leveled. Might be hard to tell on camera, but this is levels of paper or some kind of material. This is one of my friend's artwork, Andre. So he painted this of a local artist. Okay, so my sister is really into Day of the Dead stuff. So you're gonna see a lot of skulls and things related to Day of the Dead. And up here, we do have a cool picture. Looks like painted by Anthony Hart, and then a picture of my sis and her boyfriend there. And then down to some interesting artwork here. There's a diver's bell here. There is some kind of old, I think that's a trombone. There's an old cigar, a Puerto Rico tiny ukulele there, and then knickknacks on the top. And to the left of that, a old vintage microphone with some Mardi Gras beads, and an old, looks like a Mardi Gras trumpet, honestly, is what I think it is. And then a cool old piece of furniture underneath this. Looks like it's just like some sort of chest, and that is part of the living room there. Now let's move over. And this guitar is Paul Thorne. It has tickets on it and it's autographed, and that is pretty cool. If you guys haven't heard Paul Thorne, go ahead and check him out. And there is his Catfish Alley poster, and then a picture of him and my sister, and some other Paul Thorne stuff here, and then a cool little poster here, artwork by Paul Thorne. It is signed by him. And then a lanyard from his concert, and some other cool rock and roll related. Maybe he played in Clarksdale at the Deep Blues Festival. And then down here, there's some Eddie Hodges stuff. Looks like an Eddie Hodges record, autographed, and a old resonator guitar, which I have played this several times. It's kind of interesting to play. Some kind of, looks like a ray, manta ray or stingray skeleton there. And then we've got an interesting little table right here as well. On this table, there's a bunch of knickknacks, a bunch of automobile-related stuff, some airplanes and stuff like that, some more Day of the Dead, picture of my sister's boyfriend with the president, and just a lot of cool little knickknacks. And then some art up top, looks like Mary art, and down below, a dog and a suitcase and some old antique, looks like antique buckets and an antique suitcase right there, suitcase. And then some walking sticks over here to round out this wall of coolness. Okay, over here on the side by the antique fireplace, you can see some more cross-related art. She really likes crosses and the Day of the Dead stuff. And an antique piece of furniture down there. An old antique chair, so a vase, an old phone here. Some really cool artwork, some more religious artwork. More cat interference. And then up here we've got a nice big painting, and on top of the mantle a bunch of cool crosses and candles. And then down here in front of the fireplace, a bunch of cool little candles on a metal antique table. Very cool. Some more religious artwork there. Another cross here, which is pretty cool. You guys can see that. And more candles. And some more art in the corner here. There's a corner shelf with some interesting things on it. Few little knickknacks here and there, some more crosses on the wall. And then over here in the window there is a case full of antique cars, a Buddha here, another old piece of furniture with a cool candelabra thing in front of it, and another really old antique chair there with a chandelier above the window. And then this ornate piece of iron here with some things hanging on it, and this couch with these nice pillows. You can see this really old cool suitcase here, an antique book on top, and then here is a signed Meatloaf autographed microphone, a cool Eminem dude with a saxophone, and then an Elvis. And you know, we just visited the birthplace of Elvis yesterday, and there's Elvis with his microphone chilling on top of this old piece of furniture here. And then another old table with some things inside the top. And a skull on top with a Mardi Gras hat of some kind, it looks like. Side, there is a pretty cool piece of artwork up here, a bunch of candles, a bunch of old dishes, antique dishes, all the way down this I guess you call it an armoire or a cabinet of some kind. And then on this side, some really cool, colorful curtains. Another Day of the Dead type skull. Old bowling pins too, which is very cool. And then in the corner, on the corner shelf, miscellaneous. It's like a glass skull from the Skull vodka. Really, really cool artwork here. Really cool antique tables. Another pretty cool hanging mirror with some, and she's also a cat lover, if you couldn't tell. The cat's staring at Patricia. And then this, another cool little skull. And these hanging cat ornaments are awesome. Look, these are cool. And then rounding out her cool living room, she has some more neat artwork right here. And then, of course, more cats right there. And an awesome shelf. I like this piece of art here. It says odd on it, and it's got the little Barbie doll head. More religious stuff there. And then all the way down the shelf here, some interesting books. And a really old vintage guitar here with some signatures on it. Okay, in the kitchen here you can see some really cool antique stuff here. A dulcimer, or a dulcimer, some artwork up there, a neat old phone, and then of course a bunch of skulls and random. There's a llama here for your mama, and then grouper legs. We're in the foyer area, and this whole foyer has a lot of cool things in it related to rock and roll and some cool artwork, bunch of wine bottles, really old wine bottles, and then up there, signed guitars. They are Charlie Daniels, ZZ Top, Glenn Campbell, Eddie Hodges, B.B. King, and the Greg Allman signed guitar, all up above the door here, along with some old glass vases, old wagon wheel. Up there, there's a Christopher Cross signed guitar and some Elton John artwork down here on the side. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. Top of the steps here, some more. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. And more music-related stuff. And that is a Vince Gill signed guitar right there. And let's take it on upstairs where there's some really interesting artwork. A couple of signed guitars right here, along with a cool metal guitar guy and a bookshelf. And then an old music stand. Right here we got this rock and roll guy that used to be a suit of armor. Now he's all dressed up for Mardi Gras, and he's got his rock and roll record. Some old books over there, a really cool old guitar with a bunch of stickers on it, just some more random cross artwork, and then of course this cool doll, which is so fascinating. It's like a doll in a wheelchair. This is what happened to baby Jane. I like it. I think it's awesome. And then here in the chair, nice old metal chair with an old helmet in it and another skull. Really cool old door with a voodoo thing on it, and of course more cats. And I love the horse decoration here. This is 11 Spoonfuls signed guitar here. This one is Reba, James Taylor here, and then next to my mess over here, because we have taken over the upstairs. We love this thing. It's like a frog body with a doll head with a foot in the mouth. It's so cool. Over here, Star Wars memorabilia, drums over here, an alligator head, some cool books and dolls, Curious George stuff, Snoopy stuff. And again, I've taken over this area with my suitcase, but very cool mirrors and a shelf here with different types of kind of Day of the Dead stuff. Interesting artwork here. The top here, that reminds me of The Oldest View. If you don't watch Kane Pixels, you should watch The Oldest View. He is very talented. And then interesting baby head inside of a thing. And then again, we took over a lot of this area, so it isn't messy because we have a blow-up bed chilling in the back here. I thought this probably makes it interesting lighting. And then below it, there's a candelabra here with some cool old candles with the fleur-de-lis, because we are from New Orleans. And some interesting artwork here, an old telephone, some art. Same over here, some art there. Some more art up here above on the wall with the disco ball making interesting light in the background. Okay, going out into the backyard of my sister's house is kind of where craziest backyard happens. This is one of the most tropical backyards I've ever seen. Take a look around here at my sister's backyard. She has this place all decked out with flowers and plants of all kind. Beautiful flower beds and the pool. Every square inch of the backyard has some kind of cool flower, plant, or art. And we actually are going to be installing some LED curtain lights out here today. Moving to what we came here for, she does have a pool here with plants all the way around it. You can see how beautiful it is. They take care of this with a lot of attention and care, and it's a lot of work to get these things taken care of and watered every day. It's an oasis back here. Check out this array of plants, flowers, trees. It even goes all the way back here. There's a big space back here, and they have the banana plants. Every flower you can think of, and then this beautiful pool here. Artwork, that one is missing its head, but still. And so yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little insight into one of the coolest places I've been to. One of the most beautiful backyards I've seen, and this is in Mississippi. Check out that, guys. Just amazing. And I hope you guys enjoyed this, enjoyed a look into this beautiful house, beautiful backyard. And we'll see you guys again soon. Thanks for joining us. Like, subscribe, please. So this is part 2 of the Avon review and install video. So yeah, so once again, recapping, the wiring nightmare, getting the wires back in here is ridiculous. I did not get the camera working, the rear view camera working, because I ran out of time and I didn't know whether I wanted to use the wireless receiver that I bought or just go for the wired unit. So I don't have a backup camera installed yet. I really want to get that working. It's sitting in a box at my house. I paid extra for that, and I paid extra for the wireless backup camera. So it's got a transmitter that goes in the back and a receiver that goes here. But the cool thing is it fits in your factory BMW hood latch, so it looks just like your factory latch, and it's got a camera in it. So it's very, very cool. All right, now let's talk about how this unit works by shutting off the car. So let's turn the car off. So the car is completely off now, and the way this unit is supposed to work is that when you power your car on, it should power up the Android nav, or you can set it to power up the factory BMW nav. Well, mine does whatever it wants. So mine will power up the Android nav. At some point, it will power up the factory nav when it wants to. So let's see what it does now. So we turn on the power. Yep, there's a good example, which I'm going to send Avon this video because they don't believe me. But it powered up the BMW navigation instead of the Android nav. And one time it'll fire up the Android nav. So what you do now to switch to the Android nav is you hold down this menu key for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, and it switches. Now what you didn't see is you didn't see the boot logo and everything for the Android. When you boot it up, it says BMW. It has a BMW splash screen that you can choose. And then it has the Android logo, and then it boots to this menu. Now this menu is changeable. You can change it to look like the brand new BMW NBT, and I believe the one right after NBT. I don't personally like that look. I like this screen. I don't care if it looks like BMW. I think the BMW one is very ugly. So as you can see here on the top level, let me turn this light out so we get a better view. We have, get that focus. We have our splash screen here, and we are in the Android nav. Now, this is what's interesting, is the iDrive control works. See how I can go through the menu? Now let's talk about a little bit of the things that we have here. We've got the music player, which is basically an MP3 player. We have Bluetooth, which is a Bluetooth interface for your phone. Now, the one thing is that the Bluetooth interface does not work with torque, and that is one of my biggest complaints about this unit, is that you have to use Wi-Fi. I've tried a USB cable, it does not work. I've got the USB adapter for OBD2, it does not work with torque. it will not connect. So here's my issue with this. Why would you have to use Wi-Fi when you want to connect this to a Wi-Fi hotspot and have internet all the time? It makes no sense. So they really need to get that fixed. It's my biggest complaint about this unit, besides the bugs, is that Bluetooth does not work with Torque. You have to use their Wi-Fi OBD2 adapter. Back to this. You have navigation. Now the interesting thing about navigation is that you can set it to whatever navigation you want, and I have it set to Waze. So Waze is awesome. Just the best app ever. So if you hit nav, now I forgot to show you guys, this is a touchscreen. That's another thing. This is a touchscreen. So if we go to menu and we hit nav, it goes to nav. Now here's what's cool also. If you hit menu here, it goes back to the menu. If you hit nav here, it opens up your nav app, which is pretty damn cool. Let's go back to the menu though. And we can use the back arrow up here to do that as well. And here's a little Android app switching box, which means you can switch between the open apps. There's our Bluetooth is on and our Wi-Fi is turned on. Over here, some of my apps. I've got Gmail on, Malwarebytes, because I had some issues with malware. And so let's look at File Manager. File Manager's ES File Explorer is all it is. So you can work with your different file systems. By the way, this does have an SD card slot. This is going to end. We will move on to part 3 of the Avon video. Alright guys, we are off on an adventure right now. We've got an hour and 43-minute drive here to get to a restaurant that we're going to, on the way to pick up a brand spanking new vehicle. And I'm not going to tell you what that vehicle is right now, guys. You got to wait just like I do, and we'll get back to you with an update as we get closer. Alright guys, we are almost to our destination, about 13 miles to go until we get to Cocoa Beach, Florida. Super easy, fast trip, and I will update you guys once we get to the final destination. Guys, a little update. We have arrived in Cocoa Beach at our Airbnb, and it is super nice. As you can see here, we have everything we need and then some. And if you look out back here, we've got a pool and we're on the water. Absolutely beautiful. So yeah, we're in Cocoa. Looks like the weather's gonna break down a little bit and get wet, but took a nap, about to head out, grab some dinner, and get a drink. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. In here at whatever, what is this place called?
Island Bar.
So we're at Waterfront Bar. And we were just talking about YouTube and how to create a channel. And if you look over here, we've got this wonderful view of the water here. And so we're sitting here having vodka. And we're talking about Teslas and the fact that I may or may not have just bought one tomorrow I gotta go get. So by the time this video's out, they know about the Tesla. So yeah, so this is how we make videos. And then
cheers. That's my husband.
That's her husband over there. So we're just sitting here having fun. So we'll talk to you guys soon.
See you soon.
It is an absolute must to get out here and get an hour of walking done. It's not optional if I can help it, even though I got maybe 5 hours of sleep. I don't know. I think I fell asleep at 11 and woke up at 4:30. Typical when I have alcohol. But I am out here in Merritt Island doing my hour walk. When I am done, I'm gonna go find brunch or breakfast, have a keto breakfast, and pick up the new car at 11:30, hopefully, if everything goes like as planned. That's how you start your day. And there is the Lighthouse Christian Church chilling right there with the rainbow sign, right across from a school, I think. I had to record this. This is my absolute favorite house of all time. I am so digging the lighting on this house. I want my house to look exactly like this. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I know about the soffit lighting, but this guy has like these sconces on the garage. So they got, waiting for cars to go by. So they got 2 single car garages. On each side they have sconces, but the coolest thing, I would have probably done warm lighting in the soffits, but the coolest thing about this place is the door lights. Those are, on each side of the door they have the LED lighting. Place is awesome. Love it, love it, love it. They got the security cameras installed, brother. Yeah, man, cool. Guys, we are here. So now you know that I bought a Tesla. And
your destination is on the right.
It's probably that one right there on the end. That looks like that might be my car. So, yeah, that's probably my car there on the end. Let's check in here. We are out here checking out the new car. The only thing I don't like is it has the Pirellis instead of the Michelins. It's got the P0s instead. And it just looks crazy. I think this is my second brand new car ever. So this is it, guys. 2023 Model S Plaid, black on black with carbon fiber interior. I have not been in the car yet to check it out, but that is the car. Registration is sitting on the dash, and we are just waiting to trade in the beater, which is right over here. All right, so he is working on the trade-in right now, taking the plate off and all that.
Figure out how to check that down there.
Yeah, you just turn the key on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
which, because it says like the miles per gallon and all that stuff.
Oh, push the little. We are inside of my new Tesla Model S Plaid. It is unbelievable. Literally can't believe it. And we are headed to Jacksonville, and we have 74% charge. We're gonna make it with 14% left, and that's all we have to worry about. And I do not know how to drive the car, so no clue what I'm doing here, but I am about to drive, and we've got cameras. It is absolutely strange to drive a yoke. It's like, actually the turning radius is so good it doesn't even matter. But yeah, we're driving in the new Model S Plaid, guys. I can't believe it, I'm hyped. And we're gonna go back to Jacksonville. Little update, guys. We are in the Tesla Plaid headed back to Jacksonville. When I left, it said that I would have 15% battery when I got to the supercharger. However, now it says 26% battery, so that has steadily been increasing. I have the driving mode on chill, the steering on chill, the acceleration on chill. Everything is in chill mode. So it looks like we have plenty of battery power when we get to the supercharger, and we'll go ahead and top it off because I don't have a charger coming until Sunday. So if I do want to drive it again, I'll want to get some power into it. But yeah, a little update. I found out how to play music, so I'm playing internet radio right now. And the only thing I don't like so far is you can't listen to phone notifications while you're listening to like internet radio and things like that, but that's just normal stuff. You're either on Bluetooth or you're not, so that's the way it works. And we'll give you guys another update at the supercharger. We just left the supercharger and it was charging at, I don't know if it was on purpose. He said that's a Generation 1 supercharger, so it's slower than like a newer one. So that's kind of normal for that one. It took about, I don't know, an hour and a half maybe to charge to 100%. And yes, I am charging it to 100%. Tesla's website says to do that, even though some people don't. It says charge all the time to 100. So I did it, It was $29 to charge for whatever range that is, 100% will give me. I won't be charging hardly ever out in public unless I travel, which I don't do very much because I will have a level 2 charger at home on the 30 amp dryer. So yeah, we're headed home now and that's it. Nothing else to report. You ready?
Yep.
All right, so we've never even felt this before, so let's see what's up. You ready?
Yep.
Let's do it. Okay, we're gonna hit it from just a roll. Ready?
Yep.
Here we go.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Holy. Holy shit.
Wow.
It's not real.
I told you, you feel it in your stomach? Like, oh, wow.
It's not real. Is that crazy? Dude, is that the craziest thing you've ever felt in your life?
Was I really seeing 119?
Yes.
Wow.
Now you see why this is the fastest production car made?
My God, it's like
there's nothing that even comes close to
it was
this.
seriously like taking off in an airplane.
More. I think it pulls more. Gee, and that's a roll. I mean, that was a slight little roll, but I've never launched it. Dude, was that cool? That's the first time I ever felt it. So the brakes are a little sketchy in this thing. They're not the best in the world, so you got to be careful about being on 120 and then like trying to brake really fast.
Yeah, I noticed that just then.
I didn't get on them really hard, but they're not great. Everybody does like carbon ceramic brakes, but yeah, so that's a roll. There's 100 right there.
Jesus, that's insane.
What do you think, Joe?
Damn. Ridiculous.
You see why this thing's fun, right?
So ridiculous.
Wow, don't get in trouble. That's all I can say.
Well, the good thing is nobody will hear you. It doesn't even look like you're going fast, you know? You're just fully depress and hold the brake.
Okay, hold the brake
fully
down.
Press and hold.
Now hold the gas all the way down and then let off the brake when it's ready, right?
Here we go. You ready?
Yep.
Preparing for launch. It's squatting. Ready to launch. Now what do I do?
Just let off the brake.
Pedal.
Yeah, foot down. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Jesus
Make sure
Christ.
it's right up in front of you, dude.
Holy shit. Oh shit, that's crazy.
Woo!
Oh my God.
Lieutenant Mitchell, Maverick.
Zero noise, and it was just, dude.
On it.
That was insane. Things are looking beautiful in Northeast Florida today. As you can see out here, we have this most amazing view available of the pond and the pool. And from the sunroom today, we've got this on-foru 10-meter LED strip light for the closet where we made the charging station. We're going to take a look at this, unbox it, see what's up, and let you guys know, and do this whole entire project on the channel today. So hang out, let's chill, and let's go. Out in the SCSR sunroom. And today we've got this on-foru 10-meter LED light strip. And this is for the closet where we installed the charging station. So that closet has no lights, but now that it has electricity, we can go ahead and put a nice light strip. And I contemplated doing a smart strip, but really, honestly, I don't think I would ever use that part. It really just needs a control panel, and inside of this box we have the on-foru, the names are just hilarious, light strip, looking so hot and fresh, and inside of the box we have the power transformer, and I'm actually happy to see it has a pretty long wire here, because what we're going to do is plug it into the outlet in the closet, and then we are going to run that down the side of the wall and up and around, but we want it to be a full U-shaped pattern, and in order to do that we have to put the power control near the bottom, which is a bummer because we'll have to reach down. But what we'll do is we'll put it up a little bit on the wall. We'll put it up a little tiny bit so that we can actually reach that. But it'll be down around knee level. Or we can actually, yeah, I don't have an extension for this, I don't think. I might have one. I have a bunch of like, actually I might have an extension for this, which would be cool. We could actually put this up higher and then extend down and put the light strip on the bottom. But you also get these nice clips here and some extra 3M tape. And of course the light strip has on the back of it stickiness for your enjoyment to stick it directly to the wall, and we will get rid of this stupid sticker. But yeah, here's the light strip. You get the little clips and the screws, you get the power supply, and then this is a on-off type dimmer control that we will show you guys here momentarily. But I think I have an extension for this, which would allow us to put the power up higher and then run down to the power strip down at the bottom. I am an absolute wire hoarder. I have to force myself to throw away things, and I think that I see, it's actually really long though. Yeah, this is so long, oh my God. Yeah, that's exactly what we need, male to female this, but it is so freaking long. Like there's absolutely no point in using that. So we're not gonna use that. That's like a 20-foot long extension cord. We'll have to figure something else out, not that one. Inside the SCSR charging station closet now, and you can see right here and right now that it is very dark in here. We've got just our production lighting here lighting the way, but what we're going to be doing is down here, and of course the GoPro battery is already at 30%, barely used it. We're going to be connecting power here, run over to this wall. We'll just clamp the power wires to the wall there, and then we're going to go up the side of this closet to the top, around, and then back down this wall here, and that will be our closet lighting system. So that is going to take a little bit of work here, and the first step is to get the power wire run and see what it's going to take to run power. We're just going to go straight over here. I hate to do it that way, but that's really the only choice we have. There's no other way to get power to it, so let's get rolling. We have our power transformer here, and unfortunately there's not really a great way to get the power over here unless we go through the wall. I mean, I guess technically we could punch into the wall here and punch out, but I don't think it's worth like actually putting a hole in the wall for this, because then it has to be repaired. So I think the best bet is power transformer below here. And then I think maybe just like, well, the problem is going to be no matter what we do, our control is going to have to be somewhere where we can get to it. So unfortunately, I think we're going to have to start about right here so we can at least touch the control. So let's go, yeah, I mean, it needs to at least be height of hand, so I think right here is fine. And then we'll just have to run the wire in the corner here. Unfortunately, I hate that, but I don't think there's any other way to do this. So let's go ahead and stick our wire there. And they did give us some 3M strips to do that with. They give you like these little squares, so you just stick those on and then you just pull off the backing like this. Sorry if it's a little dark, I don't have great lighting yet, I ordered it. So we're going to stick that right over here on the wall at a height where we can actually get to it when we're ready to work. It's not going to be ideal, but the result is going to be good when we're done. So what we're going to do here is go to the bottom of our reach and then just go ahead and stick this guy. And of course I stuck it crooked. And then we're going to actually run the LED strip from that, and my phone is going off. But you can see right here and right now, this is how we have the controller, and then this will come off of an LED strip and go just like this. And our LED strip is right here, so basically there's so much extra wire here now. But if we go ahead and put this on, we can test it. And there's our LED strip. So you can see right here and right now, I think what we're gonna do is run this wire down the side like that. We're gonna take this off. Gotta get my scissors for that. And then we're just going to go down and start down here. Let me grab my scissors and we'll go from there. And the battery's almost down to go for I don't know about this battery has LED strip and
Hey there. Subscribe to my channel. And also press this bell icon.
I wanted to show you guys the progress over here. So basically I mounted the controller right there, and the wiring is going to go behind it like this and just be hidden back there. And then of course we go up here. You weren't even on it, but there's the wiring on the side. We're going to go ahead and clamp this to the corner and then go all the way down to the bottom with that. See how it goes down to the bottom underneath, and then we will come up here and we need to go get a stool to finish this work. All right, this is our nice, well-lit charging closet now compared to before. Check out the lighting on this, guys. We just have to clean up the wiring over here and tuck it behind here like that somehow. Maybe put a screw back there to hold it in somehow, and then we will clamp everything down to the wall and make it legit, and everything will be fine. Everything fine. Like that, maybe. Maybe not. But we will figure it out somehow. And there is the adjustable light. And that is full blast. As you can see right here, right now, I can finally see what I'm doing in this closet for the first time on Earth. Now let's take it to Supercar Street Racing 4K Production Studio and Brad to take a look at these lights online on Amazon. Let's go. Guys, we're out here again in the beautiful 4K production studio at Supercar Street Racing, and today we finished up our project to create a nice closet to store all of our equipment in, and we did order lights. They will be here tomorrow, and I'm super hyped about that. Real production lights to actually add to the value of the station. And right here on the screen we have a very simple $22 on 4U LED light strip, and you can see right here right now it is dimmable, 3000K, and you did see in the video what the actual color looks like. And they have 2,835 LEDs. They have an adjustable dimmer switch, as you can see right here, and there's not a whole lot to it. You literally just take off the 3M tape on the back and stick it to the wall, and then you provide it with 12 volts of power, and it just is basically an LED strip. Now it does have a 4.5 star review here, as you can see on Amazon. We will be providing you a link in the description to go ahead and purchase this LED strip or any other product that you see. Please click through my link to buy anything on Amazon. Even if it says LED strip, you can buy whatever you want, and it gives me a small credit so that I can continue to bring you quality videos on the channel. So yeah, this thing has 4.5 star reviews. I don't know why. I read some of the 1-star reviews and it was like it stopped working after a few days or whatever, but that's what returns are for. I know it sucks to have to take it down if you have to do a return, but hey, you got to take your chances sometimes. But yeah, please like and subscribe to the station, guys, and then we will see you again real soon on Supercar Street Racing, because guess what? I'm out. Welcome back to the channel. And today, I know you guys are all curious what the heck an OTG is, so we're going to look into it. I mean, that's one right there. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you have Brad here, and this is the blue, and we have the appropriate blue light here to celebrate the blue USB-C to USB OTG adapter here. And that is a OTG adapter because it is called a USB on-the-go adapter. Now, taking a look at this USB OTG adapter here closer, you can see here it has a USB Type-C on this end, a male USB Type-C, and on this side it has a USB, it looks like 3.0 because it is blue, and then it has a female USB-C adapter as well. Now, what could this possibly be for? Well, we're going to take a look at that right now. Guys, here we are in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and we are going to be trying to figure out what the heck this guy actually is used for. And so we are in front of a charger, and now we are taking this guy right here and we are plugging it into the device that we are actually using right now. And I am telling you guys now that it is plugged in. And I am taking this USB-C charger, and now the USB OTG adapter is glowing blue. You can't see it because we're on the phone, and you cannot see that I am plugging in this charger to the end of the USB OTG adapter, and I'm going to tell you guys what happens. Okay, so on the screen, the charge indicator just went on. That is wonderful. So now the phone is connected to the USB on-the-go adapter. OTG means on the go, and it is glowing blue and it is charging the phone. Now let's go take a look at what happens next. Guys, in front of me right here, right now, we have the Kingston HyperX Quadcast microphone, which has a USB Type-C connector right here on the back. If you see through here, right there, USB Type-C connector right on it. I don't know why my focus isn't working properly. We have USB Type-C cables here, so USB Type-C on both ends, and we have USB-B to USB-C here. Let me get these open and we'll show you why. We now have one USB-C cable open, one USB-B to C cable open, and we are going to take this USB Type-C cable, plug one end of it into this super fast charger. This is a 10-foot long cable. Now we are plugging the other end into the USB on-the-go adapter, which you cannot see because it is connected to this phone. Let me get that plugged in now. Sorry for the craziness. I'll stop down and do that. Okay, we have the USB-C plugged into the on-the-go adapter, which is then plugged into the phone that we're on now, so we obviously can't show it. But now, what is this guy for? So this also plugs into the phone USB on-the-go adapter that is connected to the phone, but this end actually plugs in to the microphone here, or any USB-C device right there, which I cannot do with one hand most likely, so let me do that now. Okay, we've got our USB Type-B plugged in, or Type-C rather, plugged into the Kingston HyperX. Now the other end goes into the USB on-the-go adapter. Let's see what happens when I plug it in. Absolutely nothing. It's supposed to light up. This might be upside down. So I read somewhere on the instructions that this only works one way. So let me get that turned over. Guys, we have the, let me turn the mic around. We have this working. It did not work at first, and I thought for sure we were going to have to send this back, but yes, we have the HyperX mic now powered by the phone. Let me go ahead and zoom out. Guys, yes, we have this working. This USB-B to C cable is plugged into the phone. The phone is charging. Yes, I verified it just now. The phone is charging and the microphone should be working now through the phone. Now what that means is we can record directly to the phone and we don't have to go through the PC to record, and we can charge our phone at the same time because we have this on-the-go adapter plugged into the phone right now, and the mic is plugged into the phone. If you do this without the on-the-go adapter, you're basically just draining your battery and you're running the light on the microphone as well off your battery on your phone. So this allows you to do both. So this is exactly what I wanted you guys to see on this USB Type-C on-the-go adapter for any device, and we will take a look at it online now. Hey guys, welcome back to another unboxing and review, and today we are taking a look at this, whatever it's called, a blue brand, whatever blue brand is, USB-C on-the-go adapter, 2-in-1 USB-C to USB female with 60-watt PD charging port adapter compatible, Samsung Galaxy, blah, 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 Google TV Blue. And this is what it looks like. Now let's go take a look at what USB on the go actually is. USB OTG wiki. So it says right here is a specification that was first used in 2001. So basically it just allows your phone or tablet to be a host, so you can use flash drives or mice or keyboards or anything like that on your device. I know it sounds weird, but yeah, they won't plug directly in. Now, I don't think all of them will plug directly in. This microphone here that you can't see, this HyperX Quadcast does work directly connected to my phone with a USB-C to USB-C type cable. Now, the reason that we got the USB-C on-the-go adapter is so we can charge the phone while we have a peripheral hook to it. Now remember, your phone only has one USB port, so how are you going to charge it if you're using the port for something like a USB microphone? So yeah, the USB Type-C on-the-go adapter, it introduced the concept of performing both host and peripheral roles. So wherever two USB devices are connected and one of them is an on-the-go device, they establish a communication link. The device controlling the link is called the host, the other one is called the peripheral. And USB OTG defines roles, USB A and USB B, specifying which side supplies power to the link, which is usually the host. The OTG A device is a power supplier and the B device is a power consumer in the default link configuration. So that is how it works, and that is where USB on the go was initiated. And here is one right there, and it doesn't have a way to charge. So how are you going to charge your phone if you just have that? It needs to have a splitter on it as well. So yeah, you can see here a phone connected with a USB on the go to a bunch of stuff here. They've got a mouse, a keyboard, a charger, and you can even get one that has a HDMI on it, like a hub, and you can display your phone on a monitor. So here's some more information about USB on the go, which I will place in a link in the description. And now let's go back to Amazon and take a look at the one we just got. There is the beautiful blue OTG adapter, is what it says on the box, assuming because it's blue. I don't know. It doesn't say. It's a Asdor. And it has a one USB-C 60-watt charging port, one USB 2.0 port, and it says supporting connecting with USB port for high data transfer, and USB on the go 480 megabits per second. Use it for things like computer peripherals like flash drives, keyboards, hub, mouse, and more. It says it's widely compatible, and it lists a whole ton of stuff on what you can put this guy on. It says it supports 60-watt PD fast charging. I did not verify that on the phone that it was in fact fast charging. I probably should have done that. And it has nylon braided cable here for you. Taking a look at some of the other things you can purchase that are notable. This one right here is kind of the same exact thing. It just has braided pigtails instead of having it on a dedicated box here. Some questions here like, will it work with an external hard drive? It says yes, it will. Want to connect my mouse on USB port and monitor on C port, but this is not how that works. This is not a Thunderbolt port. This is not Thunderbolt. You cannot put a Thunderbolt monitor on this. USB Type-C is not Thunderbolt. A lot of people don't get that. You can have a USB Type-C port on your computer and it will not always be Thunderbolt. You have to have a specific USB-C Thunderbolt port to use that with Thunderbolt peripherals. There are 53 total questions here, and you should go through these if you're thinking about buying this product. And let's go take a look at some of the reviews. It has 4.3 stars, some of the 1-star reviews. Let's see what those are. OTG port stopped working as soon as power is plugged in. That's not the case for me. The lovely microphone here kept working when I plugged power into the device, and it did charge the phone. It does not work with an Amazon Fire tablet, but please remember, Amazon Fire tablets are not Android tablets. They are specific to Amazon. Yes, they use Android as a base operating system, but they do not have a full Android kernel. Just like GPS doesn't work on my Amazon tablet with some speedometer apps. This says does not work at all. I beg to differ. This is not made for freeing up a USB-C port on the computer. Not at all what it's made for. Terrible review. Doesn't charge and transfer data. Mine does. Charge and let the microphone work. Unless there's no audio on my phone, which it does. It did say it was recording through the Type-C port. So let's go back and see if there is actually audio on my clip. We are looking for the clip that I just recorded. Let's see. This should have audio in it. Let's open it up in the video player. It's plugged into the phone. The phone is charging. Yes, I verified it just now. The phone is charging and the microphone should be working now through the phone. Now what that means is verified that this review is garbage. At least in this case it was garbage because mine works fine while it is plugged into power. It does charge the phone and it does let the microphone work. You just heard it. You'll see it on the actual video too. This guy says it was just a charge extender and it didn't do anything else. I beg to differ, so I don't know what these people are having problems with. But let's go to the 5-star reviews. Works as advertised for iPad Pro. Works for a 3D printer. Works for connecting a webcam to Chromecast. Worked with a portable hard drive. I haven't tried a USB stick, but I'm sure it works great. Works for Octave 4. I mean, we could try a USB stick. I have a bunch of USB sticks in here, and I have the on-the-go adapter ready to go. I actually have other things in here as well. I will definitely test that out and let you guys know if it works. I don't know if I have anything on the stick itself. I mean, I guess why not? Let's try it. Okay, I'm gonna get this USB stick fired up and grab the adapter. All right, we got the on-the-go adapter, USB stick. I don't know what's on it. I'm gonna plug it in and see what happens. Aha, we got a USB indicator. But it just says charging connected device via USB, which is not correct. Other USB options, okay. USB controlled by, you can select this device or connected device. Okay, so there's other options. You can actually transfer files, tether, MIDI, other things. I don't know why it wants to charge. USB controlled by yeah, if you select USB controlled by this device, you can then transfer files. So it does work. Does work. Awesome. I'm hyped. It is working as intended. So yeah, the USB on-the-go adapter, there will be a link in the description to this. It is from AZDDUR. Guys, please, please, please like and subscribe to my videos. Please, even if you're not buying the on-the-go adapter, please click the links in my description and purchase your products through them. It helps me and it doesn't hurt you one bit. You don't pay a commission at all. Amazon will pay me no matter what you buy. I don't make money off the channel. I lose tons of money on the channel. And we love you guys and thank you so much for tuning in to Supercar Street Racing and watching this review of this USB OTG adapter. And we'll see you next time. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have the Scar Audio SDR12 D4 dual voice coil, 4 ohms per voice coil subwoofer. It handles 800 watts RMS is what it says. Big ferrite magnet. It's got 2 voice coils rated at 4 ohms each, and the plan is to parallel them to get a 2 ohm load. And it is a 32 to, what does that say, 368 frequency response? Can't read it. But yeah, I've got that there. I've got the enclosure down here. So the mini plan today is to unbox this guy and then mount it in the enclosure so you guys can see the Scar Audio unboxing. Guys, here we have the Scar Audio SDR12-D4 to take a look at here on the channel. And I have opened it once, so you guys are getting gypped this time, but I had to open it. I can't tell you why, because then it wouldn't be a secret anymore. But here we go, opening the Scar Audio. They give you a nice Scar Audio sticker here, which I don't know where I'm going to put it, but they do give you a sticker. And then right here we have a protective cardboard condom on top with a foam condom and then a plastic condom. Taking those off, we see the Scar Audio lovely woofer right here. We're gonna get that out of the box, and there is a nice instruction manual here. And it tells you the square footage that it needs and all that, but we are putting it in here regardless, and we will stuff it full of polyfill, which will give it the effect of having more airspace. Let's get this Scar Audio big concrete. I don't know why I call it concrete. Cardboard condom out of the way, and look at the Scar Audio woofer sitting nicely here on the table in front of me. Let's get it out of the packaging. I have not unpackaged it yet. This will be the first time. We will not put holes in it when we go to screw it in. I promise you I will give my best effort not to put holes through the Scar Audio. So taking a look at this woofer, pretty nice woofer. Not expensive at all. I think I paid around, I don't know, $80 for it. It looks like there's a ring here that comes off, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. So they give you like a, I'm not sure what that's for. I've never had one that has that on it. I guess I need to read the instructions and see what they want me to do with this ring here. Look, I almost put a hole in it already. But yeah, so it's got this ring around here that I'm not exactly 100% sure what that's for. So let me get into the box here and see if the instructions tells me what that is for, and then we'll take a look at the back. So it doesn't really say what that is, and I've never owned one that had this rubber thing in it. I guess it's just a gasket. Let's look at the back of the Scar Audio. I'm not going to flip it over because it'll hurt the surround, but we have the push type terminals there. It's pretty nice. It's painted black on the back. Very, very heavy magnet. And there is a gel pack here for you guys to eat later when you're hungry. And there's one side, so that's 4 ohms there, and then that's 4 ohms there. Taking these two voice coils together would yield you a 2 ohm load on your amp if your amp can handle it. You cannot usually bridge a 2 ohm load and make it 1 ohm unless your amp can handle it, but this is going to be a 2 ohm non-bridged load. And next we will show you guys a good close-up of the Scar Audio front, and then here is the back. You get a good look at the 2 voice coils there and the Scar Audio logo right here on the basket, and the high quality magnet. Pretty heavy guy. Trying to figure out if I could see how heavy it is, but it's probably in the ad, but I don't know, 30 pounds maybe, 25, 30 pounds on that Scar Audio woofer. And now we'll take a look at how we're going to wire them up. Alright, this may be overkill for the amp I have, but if I ever upgrade amps and get a nice subwoofer amp, I want to be sure I have the enough wiring to handle it. I ordered some 12 gauge wire but I don't have any now, but I want to go ahead and get the woofer mounted, but I've got plenty of 16 gauge wire, so I'm going to double up from voice coil to voice coil, then double up from this voice coil to the actual speaker input on the box. So I'm going to grab all the tools to do that now. This is my new heat shrink kit with all the connectors we need for hooking up the amplifier. Came with all these heat shrink connectors and also this really nice crimp tool. So I'm guessing you crimp then heat shrink. I've never used it before, but I'm going to take a look and see which connectors. It's going to be one of these style that are going to go over inside the subwoofer box. I'll show you guys that in a minute. We're going to need female, probably these spade connectors here, and it looks like you crimp up here and then heat shrink here, which is awesome. So I still need my heat gun, but I'm going to go ahead and test and see which size fittings fit inside the speaker box. Here we have the speaker box. I've got the yellow, which would be the largest connector that is available, so we can put the most wire inside. But let's see if those work. Totally. So yeah, we're going to use the yellow connector and put, hopefully, stuff 2 wires inside of that guy right there. All right, let's go ahead and we don't need much wire at all. This will actually work for the voice coils. I found these 2 little pieces, and I'm gonna go ahead and zoom out here real quick. Much better. So these 2 are for the voice coils. That'll be fine. And then this piece I'm going to double up on and use for the connection from the other voice coil to the box for our 2 ohm load. It doesn't have to be that long, but if you want extra to be able to wire up your woofer, you leave extra. So I'm just going to use this and go ahead and cut it. Our ohm meter here. Let's see if I can figure out how to do it. 200 ohms. I think I've got this on the right setting. Let's see what happens. We should get a 2 ohm load. Through this 2.0 ohms, and that is perfect. So those wired in parallel, those voice coils, gives you a 2 ohm load. We have a visitor, Mr. Binks. Hi, kitty. We got our woofer here. He's so interested in this. But our woofer goes this way. And then we got to hook our wires up, and positive is on the top. Positive is on the top towards me. And I am blind as a bat. This is positive. This is negative. Mr. Binks is purring like crazy. Okay. That's that. The woofer is officially hooked up. Now all we have to do is screw it to the box. Ah, there it is. And we gotta try to get it centered. Gasket's a little off. Not that worried about it. There we go.
So there's a good look at our woofer mounted in the enclosure. It is wired up and ready to go. It looks so sick. I love it. Forgot the polyfill. These alligators don't know what the hell to make of my drone over there. Look at my drone. Look at these alligators. I was trying to fly it over their head, but I'm sucking at it. These guys are staring at it like, get out of here. Okay. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic's hot. Plenty of headroom. Okay. So leather conditioner, leather cleaner. Should well apply 1 to 3 lines of product on a premium microfiber. Spread evenly. Massaging the surface. Allow to penetrate. Wipe dry if desired. Reapply as needed to keep leather looking. We recommend using chemical dyes leather first. Okay. Are we rolling? Alright, we're on it now. look like it's on me. Oh yeah, it's way on me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SCSR Compound Garage. And today we have a new sponsor for the channel. You can see sitting right here on top of the Model S Plaid, another tiny Model S Plaid. And then right next to it, our new sponsor, Chemical Guys. And Chemical Guys was so kind enough to send us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner. And Chemical Guys was so kind, they sent us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner to show you guys. We're going to show you how to use this today right here on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid and right behind you on the 2014 Club Car Precedent. There are specific directions for using this stuff, and we're going to show you that today. So hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing while we detail the inside of the Model S Plaid and the golf cart. Need a preview so bad. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. You can see we're out here in the garage with our Chemical Guys leather conditioner and leather cleaner. They were super nice and they sent us this to show you guys. They're trying to get the word out about their great products. So today we're going to give you guys a look at these two products right here in the SCSR garage. Now, there's a certain way you need to apply these. There's a certain order and a certain way you have to do it. So we're going to show you today the correct way to do it because we're actually going to detail the inside of the Model S Plaid. Now, we try to keep this car pretty clean. We barely... What? What's the deal with that? Stops all of a sudden. Stupid thing. Great. Wonderful. Now we try to keep this Model S Plaid really clean. It only has about 2,000 miles on it. And so we drive it on the weekends only and we keep it detailed and nice here. But today we're going to take it one step further. We're going to use the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on the seats. It does not need to be clean, but it does need to be leather conditioned every few weeks. So we're going to go ahead and show you that right now. Now you guys just saw me clean the whole inside of this Tesla Model S Plaid with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner. But we got to take this one step further because we need to show you guys how to use the leather cleaner. So what we're going to do with the leather cleaner today is we're going to turn our attention to our Club Car Precedent over here. We're going to clean all the seats and then condition them with the leather conditioner. So one step at a time, let's get busy now with the leather cleaner on the Club Car Precedent. Back out here in the garage, and you guys did just see us clean and condition the seats on the 2014 Club Car, and you can see how good they came out using the approved methods by Chemical Guys. We went ahead and cleaned all the seats first, and then we followed it up with a nice coating of the leather conditioner by applying it to our towel first, and then going ahead and rubbing it on the seats afterwards. We want to go ahead and thank the Chemical Guys for being so gracious and contributing to Supercar Street Racing. Guys, do us a big favor. We'll put links down in the description for this. Make sure that you order everything from the approved links from Supercar Street Racing. You can order anything you want from Amazon through our links, and it helps us out greatly.
In this case, we might put an affiliate link for the actual supplier that gave us this. Go ahead and order it from them. It'll do them a big favor as well. And we're going to have to get out of here pretty soon, but we're going to take it into the studio first and look at this stuff online with Brad. Ooh, it's hot in here. Go ahead and get pics while it's set up.
are coming to you live now from inside the Tesla, and we have the chemical guys and leather conditioner right here with us to show you guys. And we want to show you how to actually use this as well while we have time. So the instructions do say take your leather conditioner and grab a nice soft towel, and then just take and put a couple of stripes, 2 or 3 stripes, directly onto the towel like this. Take 2. Take 2. Zoom in on this. Okay. Now we do have a couple of stripes right on the towel here to go ahead and start working with. And all you have to do is work it into the towel. And all you have to do is work it into the seats. And then when you're done, if you'd like to, you can actually buff it off and dry it. Or you can and when you're done, you can actually buff it off and dry it. And then you can do a second application if you really feel like it. How? AC fits here. Manage fan was on. That sucks. Hopefully it didn't pick up all the fan noise. I guess in case that was a bad take, I'll go ahead and record that part. All right, we're going to record that part again, just an overview of how you put it on the towel. So yeah, you just take your towel and you put about 2 or 3 stripes of the stuff right on the towel, and then you work it into the surface. We're going to go ahead and start with this Model S door panel right here. It's a lot. There's a lot on this. So I'm gonna go ahead and knock this down a little bit because I've been putting quite a bit on it. So I'm just gonna knock it into both sides here so it's not so thick. And then I'm gonna go ahead and proceed to put it directly on the door panel right there. See it going on with a nice finish there. I'm going to go ahead and get all over the door panel with this stuff, and you can already see that it's drying. Don't forget to get into the cracks. Everywhere that you would normally touch to keep it clean. And the sides too. Now, if you'd like to, you can go ahead and wipe that off as well. You can buff that right off. Just like that. And that door panel is completely done. All right, we need to reset somehow for the seats. I don't know how we're going to get this shot. Just right here. good getting this light is in the shot. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check the shot here. All right, guys, here is the front of the Model S, and we're going to go ahead and put a little bit more of the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on my rag here. I'm going to turn it over first. And this time I'm not going to put quite as much on it. I'm just going to put a couple stripes here. It comes out pretty thick, so should be good enough. And now let's go ahead and apply it to our seats. But let's put the seat forward a little bit so you guys can see it better. And we'll go ahead and start, get it worked into the towel a little bit. And go ahead and start conditioning the seats on the plaid. Overheated. You guys overheated. All right, we're on the other side of the Model S, and we're going to go ahead and put some leather cleaner. All right, we're on the other side of the Model S. We're going to go ahead and put some leather conditioner on our rag and do this other seat for you guys. We're going to go ahead and wipe it into the rag so it doesn't splotch a lot. Move the seat forward a little bit so we can get to it. And go ahead and apply the leather conditioner. And we'll go ahead and do the bottom. You got to work it in giving these seats with ventilation holes, or it looks splotchy. And I'm going to buff that out. And that seat is done. I'm going to get in so I can view the door panel because there's
dash and the center console here. Put my towel over. This time I'm going to try to do some stripes. And I'm going to go ahead and rub that into the dash. Wipe it off after. And I don't have a dry enough towel for this, unfortunately. Moving on to the center console. Now I'm going to get this underneath the dash here. And now the door panel. Lock came out that time. If you roll the window down, it'll keep you from getting it all over the window. But pretty obvious, but a lot of people don't do that. All right. The front is done.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Moving on to the back with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner. We're going to go ahead and do the back doors. Try not to put too much on the right, and it came out a lot already. So I'm going to just take that and kind of buff it into the rag a little bit so it's not so thick. It came out a lot that time. Like a whole lot. And this window won't roll down any more than that, so otherwise I would. All right, we are now in front of the golf cart. We're gonna go ahead and do this take. All right, we're back in front of the golf cart right now, and you guys can see we have the Chemical Brothers. I say Chemical Brothers. All right, we're back in front of the golf cart. You guys can see we have the Chemical Guys leather conditioner and the Chemical Guys leather cleaner, seeing so fresh here. This time though, we're gonna go ahead and clean the seats with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner, and per the instructions, you shake well, you spray the leather cleaner on a microfiber cloth, and then you wipe the leather cleaner into the surface to remove the dirt. Let's go ahead and get our microfiber cloth out, fold it up, go ahead and spray some of the leather cleaner on it, and we'll go ahead and clean this leather. Does have a little dirt coming off of it. And that's all there was to that. And we'll flip to the other side because there was some dirt on that seat. This cart is out in the garage all the time, so it is going to get dirty. All right. That is the leather cleaner for the front. Now let's go ahead and get a clean cloth. That is dirty. We'll put a few stripes of leather cleaner on it, or we'll put a few stripes of leather conditioner on the cloth. And then we'll go ahead and condition these seats. And you can see it soaking into the leather already. Flip the towel over. Put a few more in it. And the top seat is done. Let's move down to the bottom seat. Flip the towel over again. Way too much on that. That would be enough for the front and the back. Put some of this on this other towel for the back. Let's go ahead and do the bottom seat. All right. The front of the golf cart is finished. Let's do the back now.
All right, we're back at the rear of the golf cart, and we are going to start with the leather cleaner. Let's go ahead and spray some on our rag here and wipe down this top seat. Be careful of the tiny Tesla. And that is clean, that just needs to dry. I'm going to flip my rag over and do the same to the bottom. That will get all the grease and contaminant off the seat and clean it and get it ready to be conditioned. Top's already drying, bottom is done, and this rag is also done. The top is dry. I've already got some leather conditioner on my towel. I'm going to go ahead and rub that into the seat at the top. You can see that's plenty. I have much on my rag. And I'm just going to let that dry however it wants to dry. And then I'm going to flip my rag over. Put a little bit more on the back. Hopefully not a lot this time. And go ahead and rub the bottom seat as well. You can see that it takes all of 2 seconds to do the seats. Let me just go quick. And now the bottom seat is done, and if you want to, you can grab a dry rag and wipe off the excess. If you feel like it. If not, you can let it dry naturally, but you can buff it out like this. And that is that. I'll do another out. Do another outro. Above the chemical guys cleaner. All right, guys, you just saw us go ahead and condition the. Take two. All right, guys, you just saw us go ahead and condition the seats on the Model S Plaid. And then we came over to the 2014 Club Car Precedent. We cleaned the seats with the Chemical Brothers. I want to say Chemical Brothers all the time. We cleaned the seats with the Chemical Guys leather cleaner, and then we proceeded to go ahead and condition them with the leather conditioner. If you want to pick up this product, it's going to be down in the description. Go ahead and check it out there. If you want to check out this product, it's going to be down in the description. Go ahead and check it out there. But for now, let's throw it over to the Supercar Street Racing 4K studio and see what Brad has to say about this product. Why was I looking at the light the whole time? I'm going to do that over. I was looking at the light, at the camera. I'm stupid. All right, guys, you just saw we went ahead and conditioned the seats in the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. And then we came over to our 2014 Club Car Precedent, went ahead and then we came over to our 2014 Club Car Precedent. We went ahead and cleaned the seats with the leather cleaner and then proceeded to condition them with this leather conditioner. Go ahead and check out the Chemical Guys. Go ahead and check out the Chemical Guys products down in the description and pick yourself up some. Now let's throw it over to the 4K production studio with Brad and see how you can get this stuff online. Perfect. Motor. It's hot. It's hot. And everything keeps overheating.
Alexa, turn off. Never mind. filter was so clogged on my vacuum cleaner.
fire up the studio.
Dude, that is so fucking weak. How am I supposed to get a chick in that?
No, don't worry, dude. You couldn't get a chick if you had a $100 bill hanging out of your zipper.
Yep.
For a change. Dude, I'm not gonna cave in. End of story, dude. 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 Dude.
Guys, so I was chilling on this treadmill. Saw something in my backyard. Unusual. And I come out here. And there's a dead bird right here. Really strange, but yeah, I don't know what kind of bird it is and what happened to it. But it's been gone for a minute, I think. So, sorry I wasn't even on the thing, but I mean, I'm gonna throw this thing to the alligators. It's 100% gone. So I'm gonna get my gloves on here and get rid of this thing. See what happens with the alligators. Alright, so I think this thing's dead. Yeah, this thing's fully dead. It's stiff. Let's see if he gets it. Oh, he's not interested in it. Oh, he left. He doesn't care. Wow. Okay, that's wait, he's coming back. Yep. He's gonna take it. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. I feel really bad for the bird, but goodbye, bird. He went under with that thing because his buddies were coming. He had one there, and he is gone with the wind. And I see bubbles. He is 100% bailed. He's got it right there, look. He's got it. See if I can zoom on this 8K. I mean, I'm not getting anywhere near him. He's in defensive mode right now because they're all trying to get his food. He's taking it because something else came over and wanted a piece. And I can see it traveling underwater. He's going to come up in a second. But I'm surprised the big one, or the bigger one here, didn't want some action. Real predatorial. He took it under again. And I don't think we're going to be able to watch him chomp down on it. He's taking it over to his little area so his buddies can't get him. Yep, he's got it way over there now. And I don't know how good this video is going to look zoomed in, but that's as far as I can get. He's taking it to his little house. There's some other birds over here kind of eyeing the situation closely, but also his buddy's heading that way. I'm getting eaten by mosquitoes. Yeah. Come on, man, eat it. Or your friends are gonna come eat it. He's just chilling with it now. Let's see if I can get closer with a different lens. All right, I changed lenses to 4K resolution and I can get a little bit closer on him. But he's literally not doing anything with it. He's just sitting there. And I don't know why he's not chomping down on it. He's got it around his mouth. I can't get closer with that lens. Alright, I don't know what he's going to do. I'm going to watch him for a minute. See what happens. And he's got a friend or two out here waiting to see what he's going to do. His buddy's down here somewhere. Right there. But he's still just chilling. I think he's waiting to see if they're going to try to take it from him, or maybe he's not hungry yet. But wow, that was very cool. We might have to move all this stuff out to the shed. All right, we have everything out of there. I got all of the shelves out now. I'm just trying to remove all of these drywall inserts. Oh, there's a stud right there. Guys, as part of the home theater install project, we are going to be ripping this entire closet out and redoing everything. We don't have much storage in the house, so this is kind of a bummer that we have our brooms and stuff in here. We might have to move all this stuff out to the shed in order to have some space in here. But what I want to do is redo all of this from scratch with better power and everything else so that we have a great base to start from. Get rid of this monitor up here. We don't need that anymore where we're going. And so why don't we just start right now and get all this stuff out of here and rip this entire thing out. And you can hear them drilling on the side of the house here while I am in here working. Yeah. This is just our whole entire home audio system in here that we're going to be redoing. And this is just towels in here. That's all we really keep in here. So I feel like we could probably move that down here and not even have to worry about it in this whole
entire area. So why don't we just get busy right now and start working on this and start ripping all this stuff out. There is wiring going to the entire house right there. Those are speaker wires. We also have power and subwoofer going there to the entire house. And my plan is I was going to actually cut the back of the wall out, but I don't think I really need to do that. I think what I need to do is just redo everything we have right here. So let's get busy on this. The first step in clearing out this closet is getting all these towels out and relocating them to a different area, or a lot of this stuff I'm going to throw away and get new towels anyway. It's a good time to purge and get new towels. This stuff doesn't need to be in here anyway. It was a temporary solution, but now I have housekeepers that bring their own stuff over. All right, we have everything out of there except for the essentials, but all this has to come out too. All we want left is just the basic stuff up here. We need to order a new power strip for this whole closet to make better power. We need to replace the receiver. We need to get rid of this stupid monitor. We don't need that. All we're doing is stereo. We don't need a dumb monitor up there like I thought we did. Let's get all this stuff out of here right now. The heart of this entire system is this house audio player. It is an Echo Dot right here, and we are going to get rid of that. These are the remotes for the TV and our Pioneer. That is coming out as well. We are not using this Pioneer anymore. In fact, we are going to throw it directly into the trash bin and replace it with this newer Pioneer system. So let's get busy in here getting this stuff out. Let's get this Echo Dot directly out. Let's get all the rest of this stuff out. Basically, this feeds the house and also this sub down here. We're getting all that stuff out. We're gonna clean all this, paint it, fix it up, do all that. Let's go. Okay, we have most of everything out of here. We have to cut out a lot of these zip ties now to get the rest out. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut a lot of this stuff while you guys watch. We no longer need this because the new receiver has Wi-Fi. The old one did not.
Ha! Got him! Got him!
So we have all of our power wires out. We have all of our speaker wires out. The receiver is going bye-bye, actually into the garbage dump. I'm not reusing any old RCA cables either. Alright, time to get all this junk out too. This monitor can go in the trash can. Literally is junk from a thrift store. You know it's old if it's got RGB. So this is my speaker selector switch. That is for the sub. I'm going to get new cables for this. This is also power for the sub. I'm going to go ahead and let that fall down like that. Network cable no longer needed. That's out. So let's get this power out of here as well. We're going to lose light. Okay, I got everything out of here mostly except for the switch box and a few other little things. There's power that goes into the mirror on the next wall. And then we got all this out of the bottom there. We need power that way too. We might put a box there as well. But I mean, I'm almost want to take this entire shelving system out and start completely over. So I'm trying to decide whether I want that noise in my life right now. But for right now, we need to clean all this up. So we got to get our vacuum cleaner out and go ahead and clean. Alright guys, so the fiber guy just left and now I am here with this daunting project that I am dreading, but I need to get all of this out of here now, get all the shelves out, and I forgot about my subwoofer. I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet, but I'm going to go ahead and get these shelves out as much as I can and maybe try to label these wires at the same time. And also, these are cabinet screws. They're the worst. They're the square ones. Who does square ones? Literally the worst ever invented. Okay, I got all of the shelves out. Now I'm just trying to remove all of these drywall inserts so I can fill later. No shelves are going in here now. Alright, so I got all of the drywall inserts out. All that is left to do now is clean up and then go ahead and patch all of these holes. So let's get a nice garbage bag and go ahead and get all this cleaned up. All right, we vacuumed everything up. Now we just have to clean up the rest with a cloth. This has not been cleaned for years. Welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing here. People going buying golf carts, but today we have the Depot EPAL 24 outlet surge protector plus 6 USB charger to help us with our charging station issues. How many things does this have? A million on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, today we got the Depot 24 outlet. Look at this. 24 outlets goodness on this Depot
surge protector, and 6 USB as well. And so I'm thinking a lot of this for our charging station will solve issues. But let's take a look at what this looks like inside of the box as we open the cardboard condom on this device right here. And first thing we see inside of the box is a nice plastic goodness. All right, I think we can just literally dump this guy out. I didn't even get the table cleaned in time. And break the glass table. Inside we have the DPAL 24 outlet surge protector with a super long cord, which we don't even need that long of a cord. We need a 6-inch cord, but we have a 24,000-inch cord. And inside of this nice protective wrapper, we see the DPAL can actually power an aircraft carrier at this point with all of its goodness. There's all the plugs, 24 plugs, and a stout, thick cord, and 3 lights. Right here, right now, red, green, and yellow. I think it says fault, grounded, and protected. And then we have the 2 USB-C ports and the 4 regular USB, so that will actually allow us to eliminate a lot of those little charging thingies, and we will put this in the closet here in a moment. And it came with this amazing set of screws so that you can mount it. And this guy is a template for the screws, which nobody gives you a template. And what that does is right here, right now, allow you to put this guy, right, if I could grab it right here. And then you can put your screws in. And then also it does this one too, right here, right now. So you can go this way, and it has a template for your screws, like that. All right, so we have the template right here. And that actually allows you to put screws in something and slide the DPAL 24 outlet surge protector right into the screws to make it secure. And it goes this way if you want to use the up and down screws, like this. Just like that, guys. So probably what we'll do next is go and install this thing and see what that looks like on the charging station. The current situation in the closet is not a good one. We have all this stuff crowded on this super old power strip, but there is a solution for this. What we do is get rid of this right now, take out these clamps, remove this power strip, and move everything to the DPAL, which has so much more room. So let's get this thing out of here right now. right, now we have the DPAL surge protector nice and mounted to the table, even though it is crooked-ish. Just because the screws are a little loose, we are going to, right here, right now, start putting stuff back on the table and get everything plugged in. Guys, we plugged everything into our new DPAL power strip, and we still have all of this room left for anything we want. We have like 2 of the actual power outlets consumed, some of the USB Type B, and none of the USB Type C. So we have room to grow here, and we do have a couple of more things we're going to have to charge, so that is perfect. And that is where we are right now with our DPAL, and we will keep adding stuff to this. Guys, we have completely finished this project here to overhaul our beautiful charging table. And as you can see right here, we now have our power strip, which has an amazing amount of outlets on it. And we also have the USB charging ports right there occupied. And we still have plenty of space to add more devices to our charging table. So there will be a link in the description for this guy right here, but already I can tell you the DPAL power outlet strip with USB is pretty awesome. I mean, look at that. Look how many actual devices you can plug in. And what I did was arrange on the table all my devices, and we do have my Amazon Fire tablet there. We've got my old Samsung Note there, which I hardly ever use anymore. We have the capability to charge our GoPro, but I am charging the batteries. We have our USB portable power bank charging right here. We've got our A7 Lite tablet that goes on the golf cart, charging there. Our Bluetooth headphones there, which uses the old school style USB plug. And then we've got our triple GoPro charger sitting there, and you can see 3 lights on that, and it is charged up completely. Then behind that, we do have that plugged into the wall, and the cable managed a little bit. I really didn't do much except kind of put it back there. And then down here we have other accessories for charging and cabling and all that, looking so nice underneath the table. Now let's take a look at this online and a few other options you might have for a power strip. Hey everybody, and we're back in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio here to take a look at some options for a power strip. And what we are looking at first right here, right now, is this first one that I bought for the living room. So this one is $18.99. We can see right here, I purchased it on March the 19th. And it does have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 regular, we can go ahead and zoom in on here, 10 regular, what do you call them, outlets, and then it has USB Type-C and 3 USB Type-A. This one is $18.99. It has 4.7 stars. And as we look down here, it's compatible with just about everything it says. And I have been using this behind the TV and it works just great. No problems whatsoever. And it kind of tells you like the power levels and stuff that it can support here, because there's a limited amount of power available on the USB ports. So it says that it supports the 20 watt USB fast charging over USB Type-C, so that's actually good. Now if we go back and we just do power strip, with USB, here are a couple of more options for you. We've got this one here that has 3 USBs on the side, and then it's kind of a square thing, rectangular thing. We've got this one that I bought. We've got a few more here that look just like kind of like little small squares. And then we've got the big daddies down here that have the tons of different regular outlets and also some USB connectors. Now let's take a look at the one that I ordered for the project that we're doing right now that we just completed. So this is the one that I just got. And seeing right here, this is a DPAL 24 AC multiple outlet 15 amp with 6 USBs. So it has 4 USB Type A. I always call them Type B. I guess these are actually technically Type A ports here if we look. It has 4 USB Type A and 2 USB Type C. And if you look right here, it says Smart USB maximum, I think it says 5.2 amps shared. There's a limited amount of power available for all of the USB ports. There's another good look at that. 1,875 watts. And it shows you the spacing in between the plugs if you have issues with like wide adapters or whatever. And it's got 3 lights on it. Also shows you it's protected, grounded, and there is a yellow fault indicator on it if you have a fault. And I was able, it comes also with a little template for spacing out your screw holes so you can actually hard mount it onto a surface or on the wall. I was able to use that without any issues and mount it to the table. And that guy is currently $19.99, and there is free Prime 1 day on this guy. I can definitely recommend this one as it is the one that I have currently in use in my charging station in the closet. But as you can see here, Amazon has hundreds of them, and here's one right here. Shows you that one actually has widely spaced outlets so they can accommodate like those big huge power brick things. And we got a 2-pack down here for 26 bucks and some other options here of long traditional type 1s. So anything you could possibly be looking for as far as a power strip goes, you can find on here. I will put a couple of options in the description for you guys, and that's going to wrap up another Supercar Street Racing project. We are so glad that you guys have joined us. Please support the channel by clicking through any of our links in any video to buy anything from Amazon. Not just what you're looking for currently, but anything, because we make a commission off of that and it helps support the channel so we can do more things like this. We hardly make any money off the channel, not even enough to support the actual channel. But we love you guys. Have a great day, and we'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to the channel, and what I have right here in my hands are 2 drones that were bought from AliExpress. We're going to be looking at both of these today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, sitting right here on top of the Supercar Street Racing mini bike, we have the S116 drone and the E99 Pro drone, and these were both bought off of AliExpress for under $70. We're going to see if one is better than the other, get them out, charge them, unbox them, do everything fun today, so hang on. Now, one of these drones was more expensive than the other one. I believe the bigger box was more expensive. I'll have to go back into AliExpress and update you guys at the end of the video. But the goal here is to see if we can get decent quality out of both of these drones and finally have a drone for Supercar Street Racing. Now let's go ahead and get these things unboxed. We have the E99 Pro right here, and we have the S116 here, and I don't know why they both say Dion on them in multiple places, but they do. Not sure what that means, but we're gonna go ahead and get these opened up. See, it says Dion on both, or Dion. Let's get these opened up and see what's inside. I'm hyped. They came kind of damaged, but the box was just damaged and hopefully not what is inside. And so inside of the S116, we already see a nice carrying case for the drone. And looking further into the carrying case for the S116, let's see what's inside. All right, now we are inside of the carrying case for the S116. We do see some instructions right here. There's an operating guide right here. Then we have another user guide here, so I don't know what the difference is between these two guys. But there's this one and this one. Look inside, that side is in Chinese, I think. And then here are the actual operating instructions for this guy. Let's put that aside. Looks like they gave us some spare rotor blades, just in case. Four spare rotor blades, a USB cable, and a small screwdriver included. And then here is the actual drone. Good look at the top and the bottom. There's the camera. And I don't see any plastic peel on the camera, so no peel satisfaction for you. But I do see this. Interesting. Not sure what that is. I'll have to get into the manual here in a minute. And then, I'm guessing this is the battery. Looks like that is the battery. It does have a yellow sticker over the ports that put it in the drone. And then it did come with a, let's see, this says obstacle avoidance. So don't know what that's about. We'll have to dig more into that. But yeah, that is what's inside this as far as the actual drone and parts. And then we have our nice controller here for it. There's a good look at the front of the controller and a good look at the back. Let's see what kind of batteries this guy uses. Oh, it doesn't. It's rechargeable. So yeah, we'll dig into this a little deeper here momentarily, but that's what is inside of the S116 drone box. Now we have the E99 Pro right here. We'll take a look and see what's inside, and we do have another nice case here with an E99 sticker on the top. Go ahead and get rid of that. Get this guy opened up and see what's inside it. All right, so we have another controller here. There's a good look at the actual controller with the two antennas. Feels really cheap though, really light, really cheap. Not sure if this has batteries or what, or if it's rechargeable. I don't see a charging port. I see a back door on it. Here is the actual tiny little drone. And that is going to get some peel satisfaction. And my thought is it unfolds like that. It says Drone Pro on it right there. And there is the camera. Now this one looks significantly cheaper than the other drone already and feels cheaper. And at this point, I don't know where you put the batteries or charge the battery. Ah, there's the battery right there. So again, these are just flip-in rechargeable batteries. There's a little antenna. And then inside of this bag, we have what appears to be, actually I don't know what these are. I'm not sure what those are for. They did come with some one spare blade, three spare blades, four, a little USB charger. And then here is the user manual. And it also has a supplemental thing to download and install the RC EFP app. And I'm not sure if that one uses the same app or not. But then here are the instructions, and they are in both Chinese and English for you. And then that is it. That is all that is in the box here. So let's figure out getting these guys charged. Now that we've gotten a good look at what's inside both of these boxes, we're gonna go ahead and get these guys charged up. Let's do it. All right, we've got both of our drones here. Let's go ahead and take the battery out, which I already did on this one. And here is the actual battery. And then on this one, the battery is right here. And then we just need two little USB power adapters. Any USB power adapter will work. Or if any device you have has a USB type A, you can go ahead and use that. Now I do have some brand new USB power adapters here in my hands. There's one and two because I started running out of these. So I bought some for LED lights. So there's a second one. And then we have our little cable here that it came with somewhere. Here is one cable. I'm gonna go ahead and put this back over there. Get this out. And we'll plug this in right here to this USB type A USB power supply thingy. And that would be the one, I guess it doesn't matter which one. It does have the old school style of adapter though, the old school USB, not the new one. It doesn't have USB type C. And it is plugged in and there is a red light on that one. Let's get this other guy plugged in and charging. So here's the other cord. And our other USB-A adapter to whatever type of USB that is, I forgot. And we will plug that right into where? Oh, there it is, blind. And it goes right in here. And we do have a red light on the back indicating that these are charging. Now let's figure out if we have to charge our handsets. All right guys, so we have the controller here for the bigger drone. For the S116, I had to go get another cable to charge this one. And I have another USB adapter here. Go ahead and plug that in. And we have one of these multi-cables. So the other end goes on the side of the drone right here. Just like that. And we do have a red light on indicating, I believe, we are charging it. And now this guy, I cannot locate where you charge this. Maybe this is not rechargeable. Let's look at the instructions. So I'll go ahead and open this up. Kind of annoying to have to take a screw out to put batteries in, but that's the way this one works. 3 AA batteries, which we will now insert into the drone. I called it a drone, it's actually the controller. It takes 3 AA batteries. No rechargeable controller on this one, is 1 definite minus. And then the cover just goes right back on like this. And the tiny little screw that will get lost for sure goes right back here. I decided the screw isn't that important because it clips back in without it, so we're just going to go without a screw there. All right, a little update of frustration, and you can see that these drones are once again packed up in the box, and there is a good reason for that. They don't work. So the first drone here, the E99 Pro, uses a certain app. And basically how these work is you connect to a Wi-Fi network on the drone, and that is how you get pictures and videos and everything and control them. This guy generates a Wi-Fi network that says something like 8K something or another, and the app, no matter what I did, I tried on 2 different devices, no matter what I did, this would not say it was connected. It would open the app and it would say disconnected from Wi-Fi. That one did not work. Now I did start this one up and outside and watch it. Sorry. Yes, I started this one up outside and watched it just to spin up a little bit, but that's it. This one has a completely different app and better instructions. And as you can see right here, the instructions are pretty clear on what to do. The Wi-Fi name was wrong. I figured that out. It said to connect to a Wi-Fi called Wi-Fi something, and there was no Wi-Fi like that. There was a different name. So I got connected to this drone. I can always connect to the drones on my phone, but the apps don't recognize the fact that the drones are connected. So bottom line is, yeah, you need to pay attention to some quality. These are from Temu, not Ali, and those are going back to Temu. And I don't know why I said AliExpress in the earlier video, but I was wrong. So these are going back, and it's time to buy a good drone. And now for a final conclusion, we're going to throw it to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Hey guys, just getting a little guitar practice in. Welcome back to the channel. And you just saw we had these Temu drones and they were absolute garbage. It just goes to show you that you get what you pay for. If you want a good drone, you need to go ahead and go get a DJI drone. Do not mess around with $30 and $60 drones from Temu or AliExpress, because you are going to get what you pay for. Both of my drones that I bought from Temu did not work. Both of the apps did the same thing. They both said not connected to Wi-Fi. You could fly it with the remote control, but it is absolutely worthless if you cannot take video. So here's my advice to you. Do not buy a cheap drone. Guys, make sure you like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. We appreciate you so much. We built this 4K production studio for you guys just so we could play music right like this for you guys and make videos and do all kinds of fun stuff, and we're glad you're here. But please like and subscribe and buy through our affiliate links, and we'll see you next time. I got a concert I gotta play right now. You're gonna have to go over there and get it. This thing's sick, dude. Let's go. Ah! We are right here in the Supercar Street Racing closet today to go ahead and fill up the first row of these watches, because right here, a company named AYCY, and I can't even pronounce it, was gracious enough to send me another Android smartwatch. Now, I am going to be taking this Android smartwatch today and opening it up, looking at some of the menus with you guys, and then we're just going to go ahead and put it right in this watch holder to add to this nice watch collection right here. So hang out and let's have some fun. Right here in front of me, underneath this box, is the AYCY smartwatch and fitness tracker. And you can see right here, it comes in a variety of colors, and we have gotten the yellow one right here to look at. Now, this thing is IPS 68 waterproof rating. It does have a touch screen, and it is the brand AYCY. However you pronounce that. And it works with Android 5 or iOS 9 and above. And inside they did give me a charging cable, but I have so many of those, I just put it in with all my other extra cables. And here is the AYCY smartwatch looking so fly. Taking it out here, you can see the form factor here and the band. A good look at the back of the smartwatch, and it is just like most other smartwatches, except the peel set. Go ahead and change the menu to a car because I really like that one. As you can see here, you can swipe down for some of the menus. You can swipe up for text and delete text with that same menu. And there are some more of your settings available by swiping down. Now, being that this is a fitness watch, of course it does keep track of all your fitness stats. It does do music and weather for your area. It can be an alarm clock. It does training, voice assistant, SOS, and you can go into the settings here and set the watch time, the brightness, the sounds, the vibration, the password, and it raises to wake when you lift up your arm. Now, you can change the front screen to any number of screens that they have available, presets. Now here's a look at the themes here, and you can see that I have the car on, but you can also set it to any one of these, and you can also do it inside of the app. Now, you do require this app called GloryFit to use with the smartwatches. I'm going to show you guys that now. And there it is right here, GloryFit. And down here at the bottom where it says device, if you just hit that, you can see that it is linked up with a device right here. You can unbind with that device and bind with a new device. And if you click watch faces here and custom dial, you can see that that device only offers one custom. And there is the dial center. You can add any of these to the front of the watch, and you can see where I have added the car dial to my watch. And right here you can see me changing it to this purple moon sun looking thing. When I did it last time, it just said transferring or something like that, and it came right up on the phone. There it goes. It says sync on the phone now. You guys can't see that, but it looks like it is downloading the new screen for the phone. Now, going back into the GloryFit app here, it says that the call's Bluetooth connection is down, and if you want to use this with a Bluetooth phone, you have to turn that on, but all of these are your options for monitoring your heart rate, your SMS messages, and things like that. And then on this front page is where you would actually get your heart rate recording and your steps that are recorded for your fitness part of the watch. And right here, you can do running, cycling, jumping rope, or swimming, and it will record that data as well. And then right here is my account, and you can set up things like a training plan, some goals, and other things like that, and your just default system settings. And it shows you your firmware right here. Everything is up to date. Another visit to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And today we are offered this smartwatch from a company called AYCY. And I don't know if that's ICY or ICY, but we did get this new smartwatch courtesy of them, and we wanted to just let you guys take a look at it real quick. And here it is right here on the front of the screen, and it has a 4.7 star review. Now, I really don't like doing these watch reviews just because they're all kind of the same thing. I have other reviews for other watches and they pretty much all do exactly the same thing, and they all use the same app, which is GloryFit. Now, this watch will show you SMS messages on your wrist. It can make phone calls, it can control your Bluetooth music, and it will track your fitness all day long and tell you how many steps you've done. Now, taking a look at this thing online, it does have 4.7 stars. Most of them are 5-star reviews, and there's 15% 3-star reviews. Now, looking at the picture, there is only one picture of the watch available. You can see right here, it says it has long battery life and a versatile assistant. And if we scroll right on down past that, we can see that there are so many other choices for smartwatches that they are all basically the same, and they all cost about the same amount of money. You really can't go wrong with any one of these, but I wanted to get this one out in front of you guys now to show you what I actually have. And go ahead and add it to the Supercar Street Racing electronic watch collection. And I did play around with this smartwatch. This is it right here, and you can see I was able to change the face on it. And if you click into it, you can actually go into the settings and change a lot of other things. But you guys saw in the app on the phone, it's called GloryFit, and that is where most everything is controlled for the watch, and it makes it a lot easier. Now, if you do get this watch, bear in mind that these have different looking bands on them. This is one of my least favorite bands, but yeah, that's what just came with this one. But checking out some other watches down here, they all have pretty good reviews, so you can't really go wrong with any of these that you pick. Now, I just wanted to briefly thank you guys for the channel support and joining us today on Supercar Street Racing. Like I said, I don't enjoy the watch reviews that much, but I wanted to get something out there for you in case you like the yellow band on this watch. It gives you a choice for that particular style. And it means so much to us when you click through our links and order products through our links. It gives us a little bit of cash, and it doesn't matter if you order the exact product, order anything you want through any of my links. It'll help the Supercar Street Racing channel out greatly. And the channel is growing, and we've noticed a big uptick in traffic here in the last month or so, and that's all because of your support. So guys, go ahead and like and subscribe to this video. But I gotta get out of here right now. I gotta go buy 10,000 new smartwatches, every color on earth. Back in front of the watch now in a little bit darker room so you can see it. And you can see we transferred this new watch face from the phone to the watch, just like that.
There you go. It's upside down though. Yeah, I know.
Go. Oh, let's go. This is so odd. There's like a million birds during the hurricane out here by the pond, and then there's a beach ball. Look at the beach ball. Check out the... Yo, this looks fly, dog. Oh my goodness. That garage. Let's go. Wishing you guys a Merry Christmas from the Supercar Street Racing Studios, guys. Merry Christmas from Jacksonville, Florida. And Merry Christmas from Supercar Street Racing. Hope you guys will watch the videos and like them. Love you. Guys, Dukes of Duval is seriously lacking in security at his new house. But we're going to change that today with the Wisecam pan and we're going to be installing this for Dukes of Duval at his house today on the channel. Stick around. Okay, for the first part of this project, we have a new electrical box for Joe's attic, and we have a new receptacle here. We're going to go ahead and pre-wire this up So all we have to drill is through his existing garage door opener receptacle box and connect inside there. So let's get going on that. So we have to strip this wire back here, but first we don't need that much. We're going to cut off some Romex here. And we'll probably still have way too much, but yeah, let's get this going. Guys, so you just saw us make the electrical outlet to tap onto his garage door opener plug. We will drill right through the back of that and put the wires directly to that receptacle. And now we have the unboxing of the WiseCam pan, which I have never used before. All of mine are non-panable, but I am excited for this. So let's get this guy unboxed. And inside of the box, we have another box, of course. And that flips open with a quick start guide and a mounting guide. So I guess you stick this and then you mount using this template here. And it says, don't forget the bracket. There is the bracket, and it looks like this. Lines up like that, so you will mount this to the wall, and then you will mount the WiseCam to this dude like this. There's probably a screw that goes underneath it like that, if I had to guess. And here's the actual WiseCam, and here's the peel satisfaction. Granted. And let's see what's inside this box of the WiseCam pan. Looks like we have our power outlet. Looks like we have the screw to mount the WiseCam to the base and some screws to actually go into the wall. And inside of there is a lovely cord. Let's put this all back now. And that is a look at what is inside the box of the WiseCam pan. Next step over here is go work on Joe's electrical and get that started. Alright, we are headed over to Dukes of Duval house to put his security camera in. He is currently at work, so we're going to surprise him with a new security camera. When he gets home, he will be hyped and stoked beyond belief. And this is how close he lives.
His house is right there. Welcome to Dukes of Duval. We are here at Dukes of Duval's garage, and the first thing we need to do is take this receptacle out, and we can then run our existing receptacle that we made in the bag, but we need to get a ladder in here, so we can get to that first. And he said there's a ladder on the side of the house, so let's go try to find a ladder. All right, if I was a ladder, I would be right there, apparently. Oh my goodness, that's a big ladder. Huh, okay. Forgot every bit of the lights, so I went back to the house to grab the headlight and a work light, and we're gonna head back over to Joe's as soon as the coast is clear. Let's go.
Okay, we should have our wire for power fished up through the attic. We've got our extension cord here. Let's get up in the attic and pull our cord for power. And we've got our light right here as well. It is a good 90-degree day out here, so it's going to be hot. We're going to want to get everything done as quickly as possible. Okay, I was unable to connect this camera to Joe's Wi-Fi network, so I ordered him a Wi-Fi repeater, which we will probably put in the garage somewhere here because the Wi-Fi signal is not strong enough. So he is connected to my phone right now for hotspot. So I am just waiting for this to update, and the thing turned backwards, so I'm wondering if we have it the wrong way. As soon as this thing is done updating, we'll try it, but like it's about to storm. I need to get this golf cart home as well. So yeah, that's where we are right now. All right, guys, so we're on the way back to Dukes of Duval house. I have his Wi-Fi extender, so we're headed that way now. Go ahead and get that thing installed. See if we can get this camera working. Here is the SD card for the camera. So while we're up there, we will install his SD card. And the SD card will allow him to record on the camera. We're going to go ahead and open this right now. Check it out. And here is the SP Superior Pro SD card, looking so fresh and new. For the camera, this will allow him to record for weeks at a time and go back and review the video. But first we have to get the GoPro and stuff out, which I already did. It's right here. Bad memory. And we'll get out the Wi-Fi extender. We got to install that. I just got to figure out where. But I'm thinking right here, right there is what we'll do. So let's go over this and how this happens. All right, installing the wireless repeater is as simple as just plugging it in like this. Or actually, I don't know if this will take up a plug, but like maybe like this. And once that Wi-Fi repeater is completely powered up, you then just go into your phone and connect to the SSID of the repeater. And we will show you that on the actual phone. We will do a screen recording, but you notice here that that thing is booting up right now. So we're just waiting for that thing to completely boot up. And then we open our phone up and connect to the Wi-Fi repeater network. And then we will configure the wireless N repeater for Joe. Alright, there is an annoying guy over here with something on like an automated device, being a dick. But we're going to open up Wisecam and see if we can configure this camera. We got to go to cameras, pan. Oh man, this guy killing me. Killing me. This guy. I hate this guy doing whatever he's doing, but we have to push this setup button on the back. It says ready to connect. We scan the code. It says scanned. This guy's killing my video. I put in the Wi-Fi access point name. Sorry for the background noise. Guy. It is connecting right now. Should not take this long. All right. All right, so we are done setting this up. This guy's going to continue his annoyingness. And we might have to change the way this is oriented. But it does go all the way around like this. Actually, we probably want to rotate it more. Yeah, so we need to take the screw loose and make it go more that way because it's limited by the way we have the mounting. Let's do that now. All right, for the conclusion of this video, we have stepped into the echoey Joe's Crab Shack, and we will be surely having echoes in our voice, but we wanted to show you the camera. And there is the camera. And as you can see here, we have pan and tilt control. When we go back to this version, and we can go like that, and we can tilt all and pan all the way around to the side of his house where you can see the gate. And so this is a successful conclusion to an awesome project for Mr. Dukes of Duval and his Joe's Crab Shack. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Please like and subscribe and buy all your Amazon products through one of my links. It doesn't matter if it's the link for the exact product, you can still purchase through my links and help the channel out. And we will see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing.
All right, welcome back everyone.
Yeah,
that thing, right?
Yeah, that's going in the bloopers too. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Joe is back here, Dukes of Duval, and today we got a project for the golf cart, and we are going to be changing all the bushings in the front end. And the reason that we're going to do this is we're not sure if they've ever been changed. We doubt that they've been actually gotten into lately. We have an issue with the tires with the toe, right? Is it toe in?
Toe in.
Okay, so what's happening with the tires is they are actually towed in at the top, and if you look down there now, you can actually see the toe like that. We also have an issue where the steering wheel isn't centered. So what we're going to try to do is back the nuts off on
These
the
nuts?
what is this called?
Steering, I think that's the steering.
This. I forgot what that's called.
The steering linkage arm, maybe? Sounds about right?
Yeah, there's basically like there's two rods, threaded rods, and one of the nuts is a locking nut, and we should be able to run both of them the same distance and be able to center the steering wheel without having to get down into the steering rack and remove it and turn it. We need about 2 inches on the steering wheel to be centered, so we're going to run those. We're going to try to assemble everything back up. run these two guys over and get this thing where it's driving straight with the steering wheel straight. So Joe, what is our plan of attack first?
All right, first thing is we're going to have to take off the light assembly because we have to get into the steering, front steering assembly to pull that off to get to the two bolts that hold the top of the A-arm in there. So that's the big thing that everybody misses. I think they all do the bushings at the bottom of it, and then they never get up towards the top of the A-arm, and that's actually a larger rod that goes in between there that a lot of people don't know about. So
why don't you grab those bushings so we can kind of show. Now this kit actually came from Buggies Unlimited. They're actually in Jacksonville, Florida, where we're located. We could actually run out and pick these up if we wanted to. They shipped them and they came like the next day. And inside the kit we've got everything we need to do all the front bushings on the cart. And just to be clear for you guys, if you don't have the Magjax light kit, you don't have this lower bumper or LED light that has to come off. So you would skip that.
You would still have the bumper though.
You still have the bumper, okay.
Yeah, if you didn't
just
have
not the LED kit.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
And one thing I will say is that there's a lot of people that make those bushings that you can buy online. For the front, I highly recommend this package because of how thin this area is right here on it. Because the other ones are very thick, and a lot of times people struggle to try to get all that stuff back together because you can't spread the metal, you can't move it out, it has to go right in there. So often I've had to take those bushings and actually grind them down a little bit to make them fit a little bit better. So they can be used, but hard to manipulate and get inside there. So this is a great kit that has everything that you actually need. Some of the kits that you buy online that say for the front assembly often will be missing the big ones up here. So they just completely miss it for some reason. So this kit is a great kit, and it has everything that you need to do the entire front, which is really, really good. And then the back, if we wanted to, we could do that as well later.
We'll probably do that in a later project. But just to clarify, so this is dropping one there, but this is the part number. It's 6700 from Buggies Unlimited. It's the Precedent Control Arm Bushing Kit, and that's all you need to do the front. So what we're going to do right now is start prepping the cart. Probably we have to pull the front wheels off, right?
Yeah, just to make life easier. Yep. So we take that off, front wheels off.
Okay.
Yep. Start from there.
So one thing I noticed with these wheels, I think I mentioned this to you yesterday. You almost need a thin wall socket. It tends to touch the wheel.
Right, it's really tight where the socket
super tight, so I wish I had a smaller socket, but so we don't damage the wheel. But I noticed when I put them on, they were kind of rubbing.
Sure.
But we're gonna go ahead and do that. We're gonna get the cart all jacked up. We're gonna put some jack stands under it that are on the wall somewhere over there, and then we'll get back to you guys right after this.
All right, let's do this. All right, so we're getting ready to jack this thing up, but before you jack up your cart, the first thing that you always want to do is break the lug nuts on the tires. Obviously, once they're off the ground, it's a little bit harder to get those off. So just do a quick break of them. You're not taking them all the way off. You're just making sure they're loose enough. It makes it easier for them to come off. And then as soon as you jack it up, I like to put jack stands underneath here just because when